Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and welcome to the first ever Virtual Waqf-e-Nau Retreat. Of course, we're in unprecedented times and we've had to resort to doing things more virtually. And so here we are with our first ever Virtual Waqf-e-Nau Retreat. My name is Rizwan Safir, and I'm joined by Sabah Ahmadi Sahib. And we'll have a live show throughout the day. We'll be keeping you very busy with lots of different various things happening, including talks and speeches. But as is, of course, the protocol, we will begin with Tilawat.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل إنني هداني ربي إلى صراط مستقيم دينا قيما ملة إبراهيم حنيفا وما كان من المشركين قل إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين لا شريك له وبذلك أمرت وأنا أول المسلمين. Translation. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, ever merciful. Say, my Lord has guided me unto a straight path, the right religion, the religion of Abraham, the upright. And he was not of those who associate gods with Allah. Say, my prayer and my sacrifice and my life and my death are all for Allah, the Lord of the worlds. He has no partner, and so am I commanded, and I am the first of those who submit. Surah Al-An'am, verses 162 to 164.
Jazakumullah. That was a beautiful translation and recitation by Jazib Chima Sahib. We'll now have a nazm by Abdul Mughni Sahib.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Wa alaikum salam.
منظوم کلام حضرت مسلح موعود رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ. میں اپنے پیاروں کی نسبت ہرگز نہ کروں گا پسند کبھی. وہ چھوٹے درجے پہ راضی ہوں اور ان کی نگاہ رہے نیچی. وہ چھوٹی چھوٹی باتوں پر شیروں کی طرح غراتے ہوں वो छोटी छोटी बातों पर शेरों की तरह गुर्राते हों अदना सा कसूर अगर देखें तो मुँह में कफ भर लाते हों वो छोटी छोटी चीजों पर उम्मीद लगाए बैठे हों वो छोटी छोटी चीजों पर उम्मीद लगाए बैठे हों वो अदना अदना ख्वाहिश को मकसूद बनाए बैठे हों मैं अपने प्यारों की निस्बत हरगिज़ न करूँगा पसंद कभी वो छोटे दर्जे पे राज़ी हों और उनकी निगाह रहे नीची
Jazakumullah, a fantastic nazm, a very passionate nazm as well. Now, the purpose of this virtual MKA Waqf-e-Nau Retreat is for us as Waqfeen across the world to connect with each other, share our experiences, but most importantly, reflect on the instructions given to us by our beloved Khalifa. So that's the purpose of this hopeful virtual event which you're all joining us for. What's the benefit?
So, of course, one of the big benefits is we understand from our shared experiences, and throughout the day, we'll be hearing from the experiences of Waqifeen-e-Nau in various different fields, from people who work in Jamia or who have trained as Muballighin, to people who work in MTA, to engineering and medicine, etc., etc. And so, through these shared experiences, we can learn how best to, and guidance that other people have received as Waqifeen-e-Nau. But of course, one of the main aspects is that our parents have done their duty in confirming us as Waqf. The duty is now on us to understand the purpose of Waqf and what the essence of Waqf is. And so what we hope to do is throughout the day, give some guidance and share some of these experiences that people have had in reconfirming their Waqf. And in particular, Hazur, of course, has given us a lot of guidance. There's a very, of course, Friday sermon a few years ago where the entire Friday sermon, Hazur spoke about the importance of Waqf and what it means to really be a Waqf. And various instructions have been given on this.
One point which stands out to me, excuse me, is the instruction Hazur gave when it came to studying the Holy Quran. And the instruction Hazur gave was that as Waqfi we have responsibility to daily read the Holy Quran, to find the instructions which the Holy Quran gives us, but then take it a step further and act upon those instructions, because as Waqfi we have responsibility to go out and as Hazur has said, is to save the world from destruction. And we can only do that once we act upon the teachings of the Holy Quran, because in essence, if we lead our lives by that, as in there's no better way to lead our lives.
Absolutely. So as we mentioned, we have a very exciting program for today. So let's dive straight into it and talk to you about what will be taking place throughout the day. So this is, of course, the opening session, and we're running through until about 4 p.m., which is when we have the final session. After this opening session, we'll have a Friday sermon segment where myself and Sabah and Qasim Amini Sahib will be dissecting some of the sermons, Friday sermons Huzur Anwar has given us, particularly over the past 12 months in relation to the pandemic, as well as in relation to our duties as Waqf. After that, we'll come back to the studio where we have a discussion session looking at Waqf in focus, where Musharraf Ahmed Sahib will be joined by Luqman Kishwar Sahib, Tahir Khalid Sahib, to talk about what it means to be a Waqf, what the purpose is to be a Waqf, and dissecting that further. We'll come back to the studio and take your messages. Now, this is a very important. We want to encourage you to send your messages throughout the day. And Sabah, do you want to tell us how people can get involved?
It is. It's a virtual session. It's a virtual session, so it's important that you guys are interacting with us. The number to text us on, and please get this right, because you don't want to be sending people messages and they're not expecting it. The number is 07517 657 172. So please send your messages in. We'll get them here in the studio, and we'll read them out and connect with you guys. And also the YouTube chat, please leave your comments in there. Again, they'll be here. We'll read them out. And just to get a flavour of what you guys are doing at home and what your thoughts and feelings are during this first virtual MKA Waqf-e-Nau Retreat, which we're very excited to do.
And also the quiz, while we're on it. Do you
Yes,
want to there'll be a quiz session taking place, and very easy to get involved again.
That'd be useful. The website is slido.com. So you can tap into there, and there'll be a section where you put in hashtag Waqf, W-A-Q-F, and that will take you to the page where there'll be a quiz, and you give your answers. So it'll also be a learning curve for us all to refresh our memories, jog our thoughts about what it really means to be a Waqf, and act upon the guidance given to us by our beloved Khalifa.
Absolutely. Around 11:30, we'll have our first talk virtual talk, which will be by Tokir Mirza. So this is a section on why he joined MTA, and he'll be going through his experiences. And some of you may have seen the trailer for this retreat already and seen some of the clips from that. After that, we'll have a Waqf-e-Nau youth discussion. This will be about how experiences of Waqf-e-Nau as they grow up, the guidance again they've received from Huzur Anwar, how they've instilled this sense of brotherhood, and how Waqf around the world remain connected. And this will be hosted by Danish Nasir Sahib. We'll then come back to the studio. We'll have a discussion and talk about our experiences so far, as well as our personal experiences in terms of as Waqf-e-Nau. And then go into a segment which will be focusing on Jamia. So we talked about this earlier, about how Jamia, of course, we have a Murabbi here in the studio. Jamia is one of the most important areas, or being a Murabbi is one of the most important areas for Waqfeen to go into, and has been emphasized repeatedly by Huzur. So we'll have a short segment on that. There'll be a break. We'll have a break around 1 o'clock. Now it's important, although this will be a break, please do stay tuned, because there'll be a number of things happening in the background. There'll be a Waqf-e-Nau documentary, particularly looking at how Waqf-e-Nau scheme has evolved and how it started. A documentary on correspondence with Huzur, so of course very important, how best to have correspondence with Huzur and maintain that relationship with Huzur, as well as various important announcements throughout the day. We'll come back here shortly before another talk, and this is also a very interesting talk on civil service, because Huzur has put emphasis on this very recently in terms of a way to serve your nation. But I think this will be an interesting one for people to hear more about.
I think the civil service is something which, through these careers, you're able to serve your community, and Islam teaches that part of your faith is loyalty to your nation. So when you do serve the country in which you live in, of course, it's through the direct guidance which Huzur Anwar gives us, and it's important to mention that at every stage of your education, Huzur has also emphasised this, that we seek regular guidance from Huzur, so we're able to serve our community in the best way, and we're able to take the right channel, because of course Huzur has the best knowledge in regards to what he would like us to do, and ultimately we're here to serve our faith as well, to propagate the message of Islam. So that is something which is really important. So the civil service is important. One thing to note and add, sorry, I forgot to mention, when it comes to the quiz is taking place at 2 p.m. So don't log in yet. I didn't mention that. That's really important to mention. The quiz is at 2 p.m. Yeah, fantastic.
Exactly, around 2:30 will be the quiz. So we've talked a lot about it, but I think it will be an exciting thing to participate in. And Mansoor Clark Sahib will be running proceedings of the quiz, the Grand Quiz Master, you can call him, and there'll be an interactive session for people to join in and learn more. We'll have another talk, which will be on around 3 o'clock, which is life as a medic. So, of course, medicine being another very important area.
Huzur's actually emphasised
a lot
that medicine and engineering are two fields which a lot of people are serving in, and they are serving across the world.
Absolutely, particularly Africa. We know
precisely. There are model villages being made, and medical camps have been made across the world. So that's.
So around 2:30, we'll have a talk by Omer Leem Sahib, who is Huzur's photographer and head of the Missionary Photography Department, which should be very, very interesting, a very personal relationship and experiences with Huzur. And then around 4 o'clock, we'll have the closing session. We'll wrap up the day, and we'll be joined by Sadr Sahib Khuddamul Ahmadiyya, who himself is of course a Waqf-e-Nau, to end the show. So that's the full program for today. Do stay tuned. We have a very, very exciting day ahead of us. And with that, we will now move on, which is the Friday Sermon segment. We'll take a short break and then we'll go straight into the proceedings and have a short discussion on the Friday sermons.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. My name is Nuruddin Ukubena. I am a missionary, presently serving as the head of programming department of MKA Nigeria Studios. Well, I decided to dedicate my life in the year 2005 when I had the opportunity of attending the Jamia here in Nigeria. By the special grace of Allah the Almighty, dedicating one's life is a worthwhile experience because there are many blessings that are embedded in it. It is a very subtle way of seeking the pleasure of Allah the Almighty, because when you dedicate your life, you commit your entire action, your entire affairs into the hands of Allah the Almighty. Also, Allah always comes to the aid of anyone who dedicates his or her life, because such a one is doing the work of Allah, and at all times he only depends on Allah. That was why the promised Messiah, in one of his sayings, said that even if he's caused to die and he had the opportunity of coming to life again, at every time he will always dedicate his life for the sake of religion. Another blessing that we can say is in the dedication of one's life, the fact that you command respect and among the society, and you are seen as someone who is revered. So this is also one of the blessings that one gets as a result of dedicating one's life. Presently, as I earlier said, I work with MTA, and we have been making several programs for our viewers in Africa, in English language, in Hausa, in Yoruba, and several other languages. And this is aimed at educating the masses through the media. Alhamdulillah, so far, because we also use some of these programs on our local TV, and the responses from people have always been encouraging. They have always know Ahmadiyya for peace, they know Ahmadiyya for dedication, they know Ahmadiyya for everything good, and inshallah it's our hope that very soon the world will know Ahmadiyya more and they accept the Imam of the age. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah, welcome back to the studio. That was a very faith-inspiring account from Amrabbi serving in Africa, and we'll be hearing many similar accounts throughout the day. Now, our first segment is the Friday Sermon segment, and we're joined by Qasim Amini Sahib. Qasim Amini Sahib is Naib Motamim Tarbiyat Khuddamul Ahmadiyya UK, and he also leads the Friday Sermon Discussion Project. So I think at first it'll be very interesting to hear from Qasim Sahib about what this project is.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Jazakallah for having me on today. I'm delighted to be here. So the Majlis Khuddamul Ahmadiyya UK Tarbiyat Friday Sermon Discussion Project is a weekly video session that we upload onto the Majlis Khuddamul Ahmadiyya UK YouTube channel and the Instagram page, which aims to dissect the khutbah of Hazur, to give it into small bite-sized chunks, dissecting some of the points from the khutbah which we thought would be of interest to the viewers. And it also is an English discussion program for those who may have it as Urdu be a bit more difficult for them to understand.
Fantastic. I think you touched on a lot of good points, and for us as Waqifeen and Ahmadi Muslims, it's important for us to always listen to the Friday sermon, because I feel like it's a dose of spirituality. Hazur's preparation, which goes into preparing the Friday sermon, starts very early on in the week, and we have a responsibility to listen to what Hazur says and act upon that, because obviously he is he's our Khalifa, who we turn to for guidance and prayers. And I think the benefit of having a Khalifa is his direct guidance. It's a weekly kind of dose of knowledge, which sometimes we we might lack and forget, and it's a reminder for us on a daily basis to listen to those Friday sermons and refresh them in our minds so we're able to act upon the guidance given to us by our Khalifa.
Absolutely. And if we think that, Hazur is the worldwide head of this community, and, sometimes we can be sat somewhere like the UK when we only focus on the problems and troubles around us, but Hazur sees the troubles and hears the troubles of our, brothers and sisters across the world. And in the recent sermon, Hazur has been mentioning, places like Pakistan and Algeria, where our brothers and sisters, Ahmadi brothers and sisters, have been suffering persecution. And it reminds us to pray for them, to put ourselves in those people's shoes as well. And it gives us the opportunity to understand, the troubles that other people are going through as well, and gives us that opportunity to actually pray and sympathize with other members of our community as well.
I feel like it's beautiful to have that understanding of the struggles and challenges that other people go through across the world, because sometimes I feel like we take it for granted that we're able to practice our faith so freely living in the UK. So we have a responsibility, very rightly said, to pray for those individuals across the world who may be struggling with practicing their faith or so on and so forth. So you're right, Qasim, it's a fantastic reminder on a weekly basis for us to pray for our fellow Ahmadi brothers and sisters across the world.
Absolutely. And following on from that, obviously within the Friday Sermon Discussion Project as well, we include videos of the extracts from Friday Sermons. So I thought it would be really good to introduce one of the videos, and I think we can go to one of those now.
Fantastic.
आजकल जो वबा फैली हुई है कोरोना वायरस की, उसके बारे में भी अब आपको तो दिलानी चाहता हूँ कि जैसा कि हुकूमतों के और महकमों की तरफ से हुकूमतों के ऐलान हो रहे हैं, उन एहतियाती तदाबीर पर हमें सबको अमल करना चाहिए। बाज़ होम्योपैथिक दवाइयाँ बहुत शुरू में मैंने होम्योपैथ से मशवरा करके बताई थी, जो इफ्तिमा तकद्दुम के तौर पर भी हैं और बाज़ इलाज के तौर पर भी, उनको इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए। ये एक मुमकिन इलाज है, ये नहीं हम कह सकते कि 100% इलाज है या इसका होम्योपैथिक को पता है इस वायरस का, ये ऐसी वायरस है जिसका कोई इल्म नहीं, लेकिन इसके करीब तरीन जो मुमकिन इलाज हो सकता था इस किस्म की बीमारी का, उसके मुताबिक दवाइयाँ तजवीज़ की गई हैं। अल्लाह ताला इनमें शिफा भी रखे, इसलिए इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए। लेकिन इसके साथ ही एहतियाती तदाबीर भी ज़रूरी हैं, जैसा कि ऐलान हो रहे हैं। इस बारे में ये भी ज़रूरी है कि मजमे से बचें। मस्जिद में आने वालों को भी एहतियात करनी चाहिए। अगर हल्का सा भी बुखार है, जिस्म टूट रहा है या छींकें नज़ला वगैरह है, तो मस्जिद में नहीं आना चाहिए। फिर मस्जिद के भी हुकूक हैं कुछ, और ये मस्जिद का हक़ है कि वहाँ कोई ऐसा शख्स ना आए जिससे दूसरे मुतासर हो सकते हैं। किसी भी लगने वाली बीमारी का मरीज़ जो है, उसको मस्जिद में आने से बहुत एहतियात करनी चाहिए। फिर आजकल ख़ास तौर पे छींक लेते वक्त भी, वैसे अमूमी तौर पर भी हर एक को चाहिए कि छींक लेते हुए मुँह पर हाथ रखे या रुमाल रखना चाहिए मुँह पर। बाज़ नमाजी भी शिकायत करते हैं कि बाज़ लोग छींकते हैं हमारे साथ खड़े हुए और मुंह के सामने ना हाथ रखते हैं ना रुमाल रखते हैं, और फिर इतनी ज़ोर से छींक होती है कि उसके छींटे हम पर भी पड़ जाते हैं। तो ये नमाजियों को, जो साथ के नमाजी हैं, उनका भी हक़ है, इसलिए हर एक को इस बात का भी ख्याल रखना चाहिए। और आजकल जैसा कि मैंने कहा, ख़ास तौर पर इसकी एहतियात की ज़रूरत है। आजकल जो डॉक्टर एहतियात बताते हैं वो ये है कि हाथ और चेहरा साफ़ रखें। हाथ अगर गंदे हैं तो चेहरे पर हाथ ना लगाएं, और हाथों पर सैनिटाइज़र लगा के रखें या धोते रहें। लेकिन मुसलमानों के लिए, हमारे लिए, अगर 5 वक्त का नमाजी है कोई और 5 वक्त बाकायदा वज़ू भी कर रहा है, नाक में पानी भी चढ़ा रहे हैं, उससे नाक साफ़ हो रहा है और सही तरह वज़ू किया जा रहा है, तो ये सफाई का एक ऐसा आला मयार है जो सैनिटाइज़र की कमी पूरी कर देता है। आजकल क्योंकि मार्केट से सैनिटाइजर सुने गायब हो चुके हुए हैं, लोगों ने पैनिक में सब कुछ ख़रीद लिया है, दुकान की शेल्फ खाली हैं, और ख़ास तौर पे ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो इस काम के लिए इस्तेमाल हो सकती हैं। बहरहाल जो वज़ू है, और सही तरह अगर वज़ू किया जाए तो ज़ाहिरी सफाई भी है, और वज़ू जब करेगा इंसान फिर नमाज भी पढ़ेगा, तो ये एक रूहानी सफाई का भी ज़रिया बन जाता है। बस इस और फिर आजकल तो ख़ास तौर पे दुआओं की भी बहुत ज़रूरत है, इसलिए इस तरफ हमें ख़ास तवज्जो देनी चाहिए।
Now that was just a very short segment from Hazur's Friday sermon. I think one thing we wanted to emphasize, of course, is that regardless of how much we discuss the Friday sermon or take snippets from the Friday sermon, nothing can replace the full Friday sermon that Hazur gives to us on a weekly basis.
Exactly.
And it's of utmost importance, particularly as Waqf-e-Nau, that we derive full benefit from the entirety of the sermon. But in reference to this particular segment, if we bring back Qasim Amini Sahib, it was really fascinating to think that this was before the pandemic, and Hazur is giving us this guidance in relation to hygiene. What are your thoughts on this and this in particular?
Absolutely, Rizal. If we actually look, that was on the 6th of March 2020, and Betafatul was full, and it seems like such a long time ago that we actually see a full masjid where Hazur is delivering a sermon. At the time, there wasn't as much clear guidance being issued by governments or health authorities, and even the fact that lockdown hadn't even started at that time. But Hazur Aziz, in his infinite wisdom and his divine guidance that he was giving us, ultimately was telling us practical, clear steps on how to stay safe in that time, and how to also keep ourselves clean, and reflecting on the fact that as Muslims, doing wuzu 5 times a day inculcates that habit already about hygiene and how hygiene is part of our faith. But ultimately, the early guidance that Hazur was giving was a step away from some of the unclear messages that other authorities have been giving us.
Absolutely. And I think one thing was of particular interest also, we're seeing this more, I think, nowadays, in that there's been a drive within a lot of Muslim communities, ethnic minority communities, one, at the beginning of the pandemic, was to even take the pandemic seriously, and now more recently with the vaccine drive. But we had this clear guidance from Hazur, unequivocal guidance that gave us a very direct instruction in terms of how to act and behave, particularly in regards to hygiene, but also Islam's teaching in reference to the pandemic. So that is just fascinating to think that this all took place even before the government gave us guidelines on how to act. And you mentioned Baitul Futur being full at the time. It just feels like a world away from where we are now, but it just shows the infinite wisdom that we receive from these Friday sermons.
Exactly, and just to allude on an earlier point that you made, the discussion project itself, we always emphasize, it's not a substitute but in any way, shape or form for that sermon. It's just to bring out some points that hopefully may trigger something for someone to think, right, I might ponder on that a bit more, or just some added guidance. And this coronavirus pandemic aspect, it just shows the guidance that is in with us, Hazur's sermons, is infinite, and we shouldn't take it lightly at all.
Absolutely. Shall we go on to the next clip, Qasim Sahib? Do you want to introduce what the next clip will be about?
So obviously we've heard from the past few years now that Hazur has been mentioning the companions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and Hazur has was asked this question in a mulaqat. So let's watch the video now.
गुज़िश्ता चंद खुतबात में जंगों का जिक्र कर रहे हैं, जंग बदर का, और
मैं जंगों का तो जिक्र कोई नहीं कर रहा, मैं तो सहाबा का जिक्र कर रहा हूँ।
सहाबा के साथ जो जंगों में वाक़यात शादतें हुई,
उन सहाबा का जिक्र कर रहा हूँ जो जंग बदर में शरीक हुए, ठीक है, उनके बारे में अल्लाह ताला ने पहले कहा कि ये बख्शे गए हैं और अल्लाह ताला इनसे राज़ी हुआ, इनका मुकाम है। उन 313 सहाबा का जिक्र कर रहा हूँ ताकि हम इसको याद रखें। वैसे मेरे तो ध्यान में तो नहीं था, बाद में मुझे किसी ने याद दिलाया। मुस्लिम इस्लाम का ये तो इत्फाक़ है कि अल्लाह ताला ने मेरे दिल में डाला कि जिक्र हो जाए, और वो शुरू हो गया। हज़रत मुस्लिम इस्लाम को इल्हाम है या ख्वाब में अल्लाह ताला ने फरमाया कि बदर के वाक़या को मत भूलो, ठीक। तो ये तो मुझे गुज़श्ता हफ़्ते ही पता लगा इस बात पे, तो इस बात ये, लेकिन पहले बिल्कुल मेरे जहन में नहीं था। और फिर तो लेकिन मेरे दिल में ये तारीख ज़रूर पैदा हुई थी कि बदर के वाक़या को मत भूलो, इनका जिक्र करो। तो अल्लाह ताला का ये तवारद है, या अल्लाह ताला चाहता है कि इनका जिक्र किया जाए। इसमें बहुत सारे वाक़यात आ जाते हैं, और मैं सिर्फ शहदा की बातें नहीं बता रहा हूँ, उनकी ज़रिए से बहुत सारी अच्छी रवायतें हमें पता लग रही हैं, उनकी नेकियों की बातें पता लग रही हैं, उनके तकवा के मयार पता लग रहे हैं, उनकी आदर रसूल में खिदमत के वाक़यात पता लग रहे हैं, आदर रसूल की उनसे मोहब्बत के वाक़यात पता लग रहे हैं। तो तारीख बन जाएगी एक आपकी इकट्ठी जमात अहमदिया में। पहले इस तरह साहबा की कोई नहीं तारीख इकट्ठी, ठीक है। हाँ, इन चीज़ों से आप लोगों को हर जो है वाक़या है और हर साहबी का अपना इनफरादी वाक़या जो है, अगर उसमें से अगर निकालते जाएँ तो अपनी ज़िंदगियों में हम अपने चस्पा करने की कोशिश करें तो हमारी अपनी तरबियत होगी उससे, और हमारे में जरूरत भी पैदा होगी तबलीग के लिए भी और सख्तियाँ बर्दाश्त करने के लिए भी।
Qasim, oh sorry, go for it. I was just going to make a comment of how beneficial these Friday sermons have been, especially for me. I've learned a lot as an individual, and these incidents of the companions of the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, are something which we can reflect on and try and inculcate those into our lives. They were some of the most righteous people who ever lived. And they were in direct guidance and in the shadow of prophethood. So it's important for us to reflect on these points and these stories of the companions. And it just emphasizes the importance of the Friday sermon, because in our day-to-day life, we might not have time or take out certain part of time or certain chunk of the day to do our research on history of Islam. And this effort that Hazur, may Allah be his helper, goes into preparing these Friday sermons, it's something which we can learn from and get our dose of history and life lessons which we can use every single day of the week. And these companions are really individuals who we can try and adopt the qualities which they had.
It's a brilliant point that you've just made. And just to add on that, the significance of this series has been unmeasurable. I mean, we've been doing for the weekly Friday Sermon Discussion Project, the vast majority of the sermons have been reflecting on the companions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And a couple of points that I think would be poignant to discuss at this stage is, one is the fact that the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that his companions are like stars. And if you follow any of those, you will be rightly guided. Okay. And another point is in regards to the fact that these people are role models for us. They have had instances and examples and evidences with the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and stories with him, and it just increased our love of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as well, by giving us, how he behaved, how he acted, how he treated people, and these examples have been, beautiful to hear from the mouths of Blessed Hazur and all the research that he's undertaken to get us here.
Qasim, one thing I want to just to emphasize is the importance or the responsibility we have as individuals to make notes of the Friday sermon. Because it's one thing listening to the Friday sermon and absorbing it, but I feel like the next step of understanding and learning is when you make notes. And by taking that one step further, by educating your family members and teaching someone else, makes that knowledge firm in your own mind. So I think making notes of the Friday sermon is important, and then teaching others as well, just to make sure the knowledge that Hazur gives, which is just so much, we're able to absorb it and teach it to others.
Absolutely, and even in academic circles, that is a technique that is often used, where you present back the information that you've been delivered. And it's obviously with Hazur's sermons, what a better way to digest that information than to try and present it yourself. So I think with that, Sabasab, with your permission, we can move on to the next segment, which will be the final segment of this Friday sermon discussion. So I think there's a video to share, so let's go straight into that now.
Excellent.
इस वक्त मैं चंद मरहूमीन का जिक्र करना चाहता हूँ जिनकी गुज़श्ता दिनों वफ़ात हुई। इनमें से हर एक मुख्तलिफ़ पेशे से मुंसलिक था, मुख्तलिफ़ मसरूफ़ियात थीं, तालीमी मेयार मुख्तलिफ़ थे, लेकिन एक चीज़ मुश्तरक थी कि दीन को दुनिया पर मुक़द्दम करने के अहद वैद को अपनी ताकतों के मुताबिक निभाने वाले, हज़रत मसीह मऊद अलैहिस्सलाम की बैत का हक़ अदा करने वाले, खिलाफत अहमदिया से कामिल वफ़ा और इखलास का तल्लुक़ रखने वाले, हुकूकुल इबाद का हक़ अदा करने वाले थे। और ये बात ثابت کرنے والے تھے کہ اسلام کی جس خوبصورت تعلیم پر عمل کروانے کے لیے اللہ تعالیٰ نے حضرت صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کے غلام صادق کو بھیجا ہے، اس کی عملی صورت حقیقت میں ان میں پائی جاتی تھی۔ یہ میں نے کہا کہ ایک چیز مشترک تھی، یہ ایک نہیں بلکہ یہ بہت ساری خصوصیات ان میں مشترک تھیں۔ ان کے واقعات سن کر یہ یقین پیدا ہوتا ہے کہ اس زمانے میں یہ حضرت مسیح علیہ الصلوۃ اس زمانے میں یہ باتیں، یہ چیزیں حضرت مسیح علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام ہی ہیں جن کے ساتھ جڑ کر بندے اور خدا کے درمیان حقیقی تعلق پیدا کرنے کا سلیقہ ہمیں آ سکتا ہے اور آتا ہے، اور خدا تعالیٰ کے زندہ ہونے پر کامل یقین اور اس کی رضا پر راضی رہنے کے اعلیٰ معیار حاصل ہوتے ہیں۔ جن مرحومین کا ذکر میں نے کرنا ہے ان میں سے ایک ہیں ہمارے مبلغ سلسلہ ذوالفقار احمد دمانک صاحب، ریجنل مبلغ انڈونیشیا کے۔ آپ یہ ہمیشہ کہا کرتے تھے کہ کبھی مایوس نہیں ہونا، کیونکہ ہمارا کام تو تبلیغ کرنا اور بیج لگانا ہے، ہو سکتا ہے کٹائی یا اس کا پھل کسی اور کے حصے میں آئے۔ بہرحال بڑے پختہ ارادے والے اور وفا کے ساتھ اپنا وقت نبھانے والے تھے۔ اللہ تعالیٰ ان کے درجات بلند فرمائے۔ انہوں نے اپنے عہد بیعت کو بھی نبھایا اور وقف کے عہد کو بھی خوبصورتی کے ساتھ نبھایا۔ اللہ تعالیٰ ان کے درجات بلند فرماتا رہے، ان کی اہلیہ اور ان کے بچوں کو اپنی حفاظت میں رکھے اور خود ہی ان کا کفیل بھی ہو۔
Now, we've only heard three short segments today from Hazur's Friday sermons. And of course, the last one we've just heard about is truly faith-inspiring to hear the accounts of these individuals, how they've dedicated their lives and given precedence to faith over all worldly matters. But of course, these are only three small clips, and it's just to re-emphasize the point that the amount of effort and intention that Hazur gives to these Friday sermons and how much benefit we can derive from them, there is no substitute to listening to the Friday sermon in its entirety and understanding it, and as you mentioned and we've been discussing with Qasim, taking notes and really interrogating it. I think one other element, of course, and I struggle with this, is to really understand it in Urdu, in the language that Hazur delivers it in, and try to encourage ourselves to understand it in the way that Hazur is speaking. So Qasim, just to go into this final segment and this incredible Friday sermon that Hazur gave, referencing individuals and how they dedicated their lives towards their faith. What more can we learn from this, or what can we derive from this Friday sermon?
Jazakallah Rizwan Sahab, and just emphasizing again what a faith-inspiring sermon that was. We've just heard previous to this about the companions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who were role models, but that was hundreds of years ago. And some people may think that, those people didn't have the same challenges that we're having nowadays. But then we've been given these three individuals that lived in this day and age, that had the same challenges that we see on a daily basis, and yet were shining lights of the community. And two things that Hazur mentioned was the fact that they gave precedence to their faith over any worldly matters, and they established that relationship with Khilafat. And obviously one of the members as well that we just showed in that clip was a Waqf as well, who was a Murabi in Indonesia. I think with the points that we've made already, it goes back to emphasizing the Friday sermons and the attachment to Khilafat-e-Ahmadiyya, and what better way to attach yourself to Khilafat-e-Ahmadiyya than the platform that Hazur has, the weekly Friday sermons, to watch that, to dissect them. And if there are any other projects like the Majlis Khuddamul Ahmadiyya UK Tarbiyat Friday Sermon Discussion Project that helps you in that way, then obviously that's a brilliant point from our perspective. And that's the point that I will end on here today.
Fantastic. Jazakallah Qasim. I think that was truly a fascinating discussion, and again an emphasis for us to pay attention to the Friday sermons and understand them and derive full benefit from them. Now we're going to wrap up this segment, but just before we do, I understand we've been getting a lot of messages from around the world, in fact.
We have. Just to re-emphasize again, the number to send your comments and messages to is 07517 657 172. Please make sure the number's right. We need your comments, not anybody else. We've had comments from Falah from Bangladesh, M. Malas from Jordan, Snigdha Jahan from Bangladesh, Hassan Hakim from Scotland, messages from London and from Malaysia as well. So alhamdulillah, it's nice when people are joining from across the world. It's one of the purposes which this virtual program aimed to achieve was to connect the Waqifeen across the world. There's over 66,000 Waqifeen across the world. So it's nice to have these comments coming in from people throughout the conversation, throughout the program. The next program, or the next segment, which I want to introduce, is going to be the Waqf Focus session. Now, this is going to be hosted by Musharraf Ahmed Saib, and it's going to be you can ask your questions. It's going to be a frequently asked questions as well. They'll be answering, and hopefully, inshallah, we'll be joining this segment after the short break. Jazakumullah. Please come back.
I also wish to remind the younger boys who are still in Atfal, as well as the Khuddam, that as Waqf-e-Nau, you must be very active members of Atfal al-Ahmadiyya and Khuddamul Ahmadiyya. You should be role model for the other Atfal and Khuddam, and be ready for any duty or sacrifice required. Furthermore, the standard of worship of Waqf-e-Nau should be higher than other Ahmadis. As I have said, you must be diligent in offering namaz in congregation, and you should recite the Holy Quran every day. Only then can you call yourself a true Waqf-e-Nau. Alongside the obligatory prayers, the older Waqf-e-Nau boys should offer nafil prayers regularly. Only then can you call yourself a true Waqf-e-Nau. Additionally, the older Atfal and all members of Khuddamul Ahmadiyya should carefully read the translation of the Holy Quran and study the commentaries of the Prophet Messiah Islam and the Khulafa. You should identify the commands of Allah the Almighty and be determined to act upon them to the best of your abilities. Only then can you call yourself a true Waqf-e-Nau. At all times, the conduct and manner of a Waqf-e-Nau should be of the highest order. Only then can you call yourself a true Waqf-e-Nau. Furthermore, whilst all Atfal and Khuddam should dress appropriately and should speak and interact with others in a respectful and moral way, Waqf-e-Nau should have even higher standards. Only then can you call yourself a true Waqf-e-Nau. Compared to girls, boys are more easily influenced by the immodesty and indecency prevalent in the modern society. However, our boys should always guard their modesty and not fall prey to immoral and indecent activities. Only then can you call yourself a Waqf-e-Nau. You should respect your parents, listen to them, care for them, and pray for them. Only then can you call yourself a true Waqf-e-Nau. Likewise, treat your brothers and sisters with love and affection, and set a pious example for them to learn from. Only then can you call yourself a true Waqf-e-Nau. If you are married, you must set the best possible example for your wife and children. Treat them with love and care and fulfill their needs. Strive earnestly to ensure that the next generation of Ahmadis remains faithfully attached to the Jama'at. Only then can you call yourself a true Waqf-e-Nau. Similarly, those of you who are looking to get married should seek pious Ahmadi girls so that your future generations are raised in a righteous environment. Only if you are playing your role in protecting the future of your Jama'at can you call yourself a true Waqf-e-Nau. You should also be strong in body and strong in mind. You should be ready for hard work and any service for the sake of your faith. You should be ready to tolerate all challenges and to make all necessary sacrifices for the sake of the Jama'at. Only then can you call yourself a true Waqf-e-Nau. In terms of tabligh, Waqf-e-Nau should be at the forefront and consider it their personal duty to spread Islam's teachings. For this purpose, you must be armed with religious knowledge. Hence, I reiterate the importance of trying to understand the deeper meanings of the Holy Quran and to read the books and magazines published by our Jama'at. Only then can you call yourself be a true Waqf-e-Nau. Moreover, always remember that it is the duty of a Waqf-e-Nau to propagate the mission and objectives of the Khalifa and to be his constant helper. You can only do this if you are completely obedient to Khilafat. Only if you are following the guidance and instructions of Khalifa can you urge others to do the same. Whilst all Ahmadis should make it a regular habit to listen to my Friday sermons and other programs, it is especially vital that Waqifeen-e-Nau listen and take notes and reflect upon what I have said and try to inculcate whatever they learn into their daily lives. Furthermore, a Waqf-e-Nau should be free from all forms of arrogance and pride. Instead, humility and forbearance ought to be your hallmarks. Only if you try to develop all of these qualities will you be able to gain the pleasure and nearness of Allah the Almighty.
Dear viewers, dear Waqif-e-Nau, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Welcome to a live episode of Waqf in Focus, a program in which we discuss current contemporary issues which Waqf-e-Nau face. This program is live, it's interactive. You can ask your questions through our YouTube chat or through our WhatsApp number, which is being displayed below. With me in the panel, we have the head of the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department, Luqman Ahmed Kishwar Sahab, Tahir Ahmed Khalid Sahab, who is serving in the Waqf-e-Nau UK department. And on Skype, we have Zubair Hayat Sahab, who is a Waqf-e-Nau life devotee serving in the Review of Religions department. Luqman Sahab, if we start with you, if we go straight to the questions, and Waqif-e-Nau asks the questions that what is the process of entering an unborn child into the Waqf-e-Nau scheme?
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. This Waqf-e-Nau scheme was started by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih IV, in which Huzur gave the instructions that this scheme has been started just for those children who will be dedicated by the parents before their birth. So during the pregnancy, the parents, they should seek permission from Hazrat Khalifatul Masih ayyadahullah ta'ala binasil aziz, they should write or they should give the application to Huzur that we are going to have a future child and please accept this child in this unborn child in Waqf-e-Nau scheme. So after the approval of Huzur, Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, they can be registered in Waqf-e-Nau scheme before their birth. But after the birth, if the parents, they will write to Huzur that now they want to, register their child in Waqf-e-Nau scheme, that will not be done. So the first instruction is for this Waqf-e-Nau scheme is to dedicate your unborn child. Before their birth, you should write to Huzur.
Jazakumullah Luqman Sahib. If we just fast forward this and just go to when the child grows up, he has the upbringing, the tarbiyat from the parents. Of course, it's not the choice of the child to be included in Waqf-e-Nau scheme. So the child needs to reconfirm. So what are the reconfirmation stages? How do you reconfirm? Why do you reconfirm? And what are the stages? What age do they need to reconfirm? If we can go to Tahir Sahib.
So, like Luqman Sahib mentioned quite rightly, before the birth of a child, the parents dedicate their unborn child to be a waqf. And of course, is then the responsibility of the parents to do the training, the tarbiyat, along with the national department to help a child grow, train them, teach them the things that they need to know, instill within them the soul, the dedication of what a waqf actually means. And then at the age of 15, it is necessary for that child to then reconfirm. They've been given that opportunity by Khalifatul Masih that whether you want to continue your waqf or not, because you'll be used wherever the Jama'at may need you. So it's up to you now whether you want to continue. So at the age of 15 and then 18, and then Huzur had given the instruction that when an individual has completed their education, their secular knowledge, whether that be in college, university, at the age of 21, Huzur has instructed that they should, again, this has to be written, a written reconfirmation that I would like to continue my waqf.
Jazakumullah Tahir Sahib. And again, I would urge, Tahir Sahib is serving as a missionary in the Waqf-e-Nau UK department. The Waqifeen-e-Nau who have any questions related to Waqf-e-Nau in the UK, they can ask the UK Waqf-e-Nau department. And also the Central Waqf-e-Nau department, the email is being displayed again on the screen. And also I would urge all Waqifeen-e-Nau who are watching from all over the world, if they have any question, they can contact their relevant National Secretary of Waqf-e-Nau in their respective country. Luqman Sahib, the next question which we have from Waqif-e-Nau is that after they complete their education, what should they do? How should they proceed after they've completed their education?
First, I would like to add here that they should complete their education in the field in which they have been decided by the Central Waqf-e-Nau under the guidance of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih ayyadahullah ta'ala binasil aziz. And after completing their studies, they should write to Huzur that Huzur, we have been specialized in this field, or we have completed our master's degree or any professional skilled degree in any of the field. They should write to Huzur that we have completed our education, now we are ready to serve. Then Huzur will decide either they will be taken into services in the Jama'at or they will be given permission to continue outside the Jama'at for the experience or other skills. So first of all, after completing their study, they should write to Huzur.
Jazakumullah Luqman Sahib. And again, I would urge all the viewers, all the Waqifeen-e-Nau, that if they have any questions, they can ask through our YouTube chat or through our Waqif-e-Nau WhatsApp number. I would like to go to Zubair Hayat Sahib, who has joined us on Skype. And Assalamu alaikum, Zubair Sahib. Can you hear me?
Assalamu. Yep, I can hear you.
Assalamu Zubair Sahib. You are a Waqf-e-Nau, a life devotee, serving in the Review of Religions department. If you could just give an insight to Waqif-e-Nau, that you are a Waqf-e-Nau, you went through the process, you dedicated yourself, how your process went, how you dedicated yourself after completing your education.
So I did a master's in English, but I think 15 years before that, I'm 30 at the moment. I don't look 30, but I am. But 15 years before that, at the age of 15, I remember I had a few mulaqats with Huzur. I was blessed and lucky to have that time with Huzur. And Hazur guided me from then through college, university, and then in my masters. And at that time, Hazur said to do English. And I know within our culture, people were shocked that what are you going to do with English? Because English is not seen as something that you can take forward and progress in. But alhamdulillah, I've seen it and my family has seen that, with Hazur's guidance, the success is there. And at the age of 23, 24, Hazur said that, appointed me into the work in the Review of Religions Department. And that was completely in line with my degree and everything that I wanted to do. And I think a lot of people are a bit nervous. Some people that are watching this might think that Hazur might tell them to do something that's not within their interest or within their qualifications, but it's completely, the opposite. Hazur looks at your qualifications, your interests, what you like to do, and then he guides you along with that, and it always comes towards success and towards prosperity for the individual.
Zubair Sahab, I would just ask you a question there. We have received a question from Thailand, and someone is asking that if you reach the age of 18, how would you urge a Waqf-e-Nau to dedicate himself? Because, you reached that age as well and you decided to dedicate yourself. How would you urge other Waqf-e-Nau? How would you guide them?
The thing with me was, in my last year of my degree, I remember it was a bit difficult, some of the exams. And I was in Batafatul Mosque at a wedding, and I really did my namaz and really prayed to God that, if you can get me through these exams, I will dedicate myself to your service. So it wasn't about dedicating myself to a particular department in the Jama'at or, a particular person. It was that I wanted to dedicate myself to God. And through Khilafat, I really found that, it all lined up. So if this person in Thailand or somebody's thinking about this, they should really first pray to God that God guides them into the right way, and then after that they should write a letter to Hazur and say to Hazur, this is my thoughts, this is my, this is what I like to do, this is my qualification, this is my interest, and I think it will work out. But if you go into this thinking that you want to work in a particular place or have a particular salary or have a particular status, it won't work. Because a lot of the work that we do is behind the scenes, and it's for our personal obedience to Khilafat. It's not about status or coming on camera and these kind of things. So I think first is prayers, and then you go and ask Hazur that, I would like to offer myself for the service of the Jama'at, and you can be appointed anywhere around the world.
Jazakumullah Zubair Sahab. This is a question which we received from Kashish Sahab from Thailand. Moving on, Luqman Sahab, another question which Waqf-e-Nau asks is, how can they benefit from the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department?
Alhamdulillah, Central Waqf-e-Nau Department is always there to help all around the world for all Waqifeen-e-Nau. And it is the blessing of Allah that we are directly guided by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasr Aziz. On every stage we take our questions or other problems to Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, and whatever Huzur decides or Huzur gives the directions, we just convey all those directions to all the Waqifeen-e-Nau around the world. So we have this benefit while being a Central Waqf-e-Nau Department, that we are guided by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasr Aziz, and through our department, all the Waqifeen-e-Nau, they can consult Huzur and take the guidance from Huzur.
Jazakumullah Luqman Sahab. Tahir Sahab, again, I would ask the same question to you. You serving in UK and also other national secretaries serving in other countries. How can Waqif-e-Nau benefit from their respective country? And regarding career planning and counseling, how would you guide Waqif-e-Nau? How do you guide Waqif-e-Nau?
So we know that, like you mentioned, like Luqman mentioned, that the central department gets that guidance from Hazur. That guidance is then given to the different countries, respective nations, and the national secretary will then work with his team and try to implement the plan and the instruction of Khalifatul Masih. Now, one thing in terms of career planning, it's something which has to be done from a young age, in terms of having a career planning committee, and this is something which every national department should have, a career planning committee. And this will comprise of the emir of the country, the national secretary of Waqf-e-Nau, secretaries at the local level, the missionaries. There should also be a teacher, a doctor, an engineer, a teacher from Jamia Ahmadiyya. So this is the planning. This is the committee, and then a child at the age of 7. This is from the instruction from Khalifa al-Masih that from the age of 7, this committee should start reviewing all the Waqifeen-e-Nau and see from each age, at each level in their life, at each stage in their life, to review them, to check them, to help them, to guide them. At the same time, there should be classes going on, both on a national level, on a local level, on a regional level, and of course, we know today we're having our annual rally, on a national, international level today as well. Exactly. So this is how the career planning should be going on. They should keep on getting that guidance from that national department.
Yeah. Taisab, another question which just came in, it's from Fasasi Bahiruddin Sahib, and he's asking that what is the difference between Waqf-e-Nau and Waqif-e-Zindagi?
So, I'm not a Waqf-e-Nau, I'm a Waqf-e-Zindagi. And the difference is, a Waqf-e-Nau is someone who is dedicated. Their parents have said, we want to dedicate our child before their birth. Before the child is born, we want to dedicate their life. And that's, of course, when they come under the Waqf-e-Nau Department from a young age, and the Waqf-e-Nau will look after them, train them alongside the parents, and then they will continue their Waqf as a Waqf-e-Nau. And whether they serve the Jama'at or not, they'll be under that Waqf-e-Nau Department. A Waqf-e-Zindagi is someone who himself or herself decides to dedicate themselves for the Jama'at. And wherever the Jama'at may need them, they will then utilize them according to their skills and whatever they feel is best for them.
Yeah. Luqman sir, would you like to add something on that?
Yeah, sure. I just would like to add a quotation by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Ayyadullah Ta'ala bin Asil Aziz, just for the sake of the knowledge that even about the Waqf-e-Nau, once Huzur narrated in his Friday sermon, Huzur said, all the Waqf-e-Nau, they are Waqf-e-Zindagi from their early childhood. So if you will inculcate this idea in the mind of Waqf-e-Nau, that you are not only having a title of Waqf-e-Nau or you are a Waqf-e-Nau, you should ponder about this, that you are a Waqf-e-Zindagi. So if he will, have this idea from the early childhood, that he is not only a Waqf-e-Nau, but he is a Waqf-e-Zindagi. That is an other, section, that during the services we take all the Waqf-e-Nau into services, and then after a year or after 2 years, while looking at their progress, they have been approved by Huzur as a Waqf-e-Zindagi or Murabbiyan or all other professional or skilled servants in Jama'at. They are called Waqifeen-e-Zindagi.
But just to add in that, we have received a related question to this, and Qasim Saab from Birmingham, UK is asking that at what point should we contact the Jama'at that we are ready to dedicate our life to become a Waqf-e-Zindagi?
While being a Waqf-e-Nau, as I just mentioned in my previous question, that when you have completed your education, it is your utmost responsibility that you should consult Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. You should write to Central Waqf-e-Nau Department, through Waqf-e-Nau Department, or directly you should write to Huzur that you have completed your studies and now you are ready to serve.
And do all Waqifeen-e-Nau have to go through the Waqf procedure, or can they also serve voluntary? Because that's another question which Faraz Saab is asking.
Yeah, it is up to Huzur. If you will write to Huzur, Huzur will decide. Either you will be taken to the services directly now, or Huzur will decide or give permission to continue your work outside the Jama'at for experience. So it is up to Huzur, whatever he will decide. And if he decides to take you in the services of Jama'at, then you will become, a formal Waqf-e-Zindagi.
If I may add, yes. He mentioned the quote from Khalifatul Masih, that that spirit, that essence of being a Waqf for life, a Waqf-e-Zindagi, should be instilled within all Waqifeen-e-Nau. And it just hit me that, look, a parent, when they dedicate their child, it's not for 15 years that, okay, when they're age of 15, whether they want to continue or not, it's up to them. But from their parents' mind, it's that from the rest of their life, we've given them to the Jama'at. And that should be instilled, that spirit that we're not our parents now, we're the Jama'ats. We belong to the Jama'at. Our property, our life is now in the hands of the Jama'at, and we should then mold ourselves according to what the Jama'at needs.
Zubair Sahib, if I could go to you, there's one other question. Zubair Sahib, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Zubair Sahib, so you dedicated yourself, and my question to you is, were you nervous at that time? And the reason why I'm asking is because Waqf-e-Nau, they asked the question if there's any financial support, or how much will the pay be. These questions, they naturally grow in their mind. So if you could answer that question, please.
In terms of being nervous, I think I still am nervous to this day, because it's a role and a responsibility that is so big that a lot of people look up to you. There's a lot of challenges that you have to face every day being a Waqf-e-Zindagi. You're pushed to the limit in so many different ways that you wake up and you think, okay, I need to serve the Jama'at. And you look at the example of Huzur and you think that you're nowhere near that as a Waqf-e-Zindagi. So you're always nervous, you're always kind of pushing yourself, but at the same time you feel this contentment in your heart that you're doing something with a purpose. And you're not just living day by day just for money or just for material things. And I think it's really true, and it's a great point that Luqman Sahib said, that this is not a job, this is a lifestyle. And when I was at university, I've been to university and a lot of things happen, boys and girls and this and that, and you as a Waqf-e-Nau, you think to yourself, okay, what's my future? So do I want to get into this university life or college life or even at work, or do I want to rise above it and actually do something beyond it? Because you don't want to feel that guilt that you did something before that's not in line with your waqf as a Waqf-e-Nau, as a Waqf-e-Zindagi. And in terms of the money or the financial support, I remember the first mulaqat that I had with Huzur, when I asked to be a Waqf-e-Zindagi and offered myself. Huzur actually said to me, looked me straight in the face and said to me that there's not much money in it, or there's a little amount of money. So what do you think about that? And I said to Huzur, it doesn't matter about the money to me, and I'm ready to dedicate my life. And then Huzur said, okay, you can do it. But he made that very clear, and that was the one thing he said to me, that it's not about the money and it's not much money in it, but this is not a job like any other job. And I've seen that over the past 8-9 years, that it really transformed my life. And I think if you're thinking about it, I think it's something very, very worthwhile to do.
Jazakumullah Zubair Sahib. Luqman Sahib, coming to you, we have received another question from Ibtisam Gondal Sahib from Australia, and he's asking, after we dedicate ourselves, for example, become a doctor, do we get a chance given where we want to serve, in which country, or do we receive a letter that you need to go to that respective country? If you could elaborate this.
Yeah, as I have just requested, that if you are a doctor or you are a professional worker, you should write to Huzur that you have this much qualification in this field. It's up to Huzur. Huzur will decide. Last night I was having my virtual meeting with the New Zealand Waqf-e-Nau, and there was a question about this, and I just quoted their Huzur's words, in which Huzur said that while being a Waqf-e-Nau, if you are a doctor or engineer or a lawyer or a barrister, teacher, whatever you are, you should present to Jama'at. You should write to Khalifatul Masih. It is up to Khalifatul Masih, whatever he decides, whether he is going to send you in Africa, whether he is going to send you in America or any other hospital. We have many running hospitals in Africa. We have many schools in Africa. We need professional teachers over there, skilled teachers who are specialized teachers in different fields. We need paramedical staff. So whatever you are, you should present to yourself to Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, and he will decide wherever he wants to take services from you.
Jazakumullah Luqman Sahib. coming to you, Tahir Sab, the question which came in from Madiha Saiba is, what is the process of going to Jamia? I would just urge Madiha Saiba that there will be a segment which will be coming up today, where we will be concentrating on Jamia Ahmadiyya and also the life as a Murabbi. But if you could give a quick overview what the process of Jamia
So just
is.
briefly, we know that in terms of careers for Waqf-e-Nau, Hazur had mentioned that number one priority is that we need muballighin, we need murabbiyan. And then of course we need doctors, we need engineers, and like Luqman Sir mentioned, specialized people, particularly the new hospitals that are being made. But in Africa we need specialized doctors and so on and so forth. But when it comes to Jamia, whether you are Waqf-e-Nau or you would like to, you're not Waqf-e-Nau and you would like to go to Jamia, then you would have to do Waqf-e-Zindagi when you enter Jamia. But then of course there's the test, there's enrollment test which happens as well as an interview, a written test, and then of course this goes and after the committee sits together and they decide whether someone is suitable for Jamia or not. And then if they are, then they're approved and then they start their Jamia life.
Jazakumullah Tahir Sab. Zubair Sab, if we could come back to you, and my question to you is, we have received another question, and it says that if we are unsure what to do, what career to go into, what to study, can we write to Hazur?
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, that a lot of people are unsure and they're a bit lost in their thoughts, and I completely empathize with that, because when I was younger I wanted to do law, then the next day I wanted to be a doctor, then the next day I didn't know what was going to happen. But with Hazur, not just that Hazur is our spiritual leader, he knows exactly what's happening on the international level. So he speaks to people in different countries, different areas, and I've seen in mulaqats, personal mulaqats, that Hazur knows a lot about what's happening in universities and in careers, and he'll guide you. And even recently I spoke to somebody who was a Waqf-e-Nau, and he said that he was going to become an investment banker, but Hazur said, no, change that to a different field in finance. And he saw that 3-4 years later there were no jobs in investment banking, and it completely collapsed. And he said to me that he was so shocked that, you know, Hazur guided him in that particular way, and that whole field opened up, and the field that he wanted to go in and he was passionate about completely collapsed. So I think we have to put our trust in Khilafat, and we have to realize that he is our spiritual father and he only wants the best for us, and we will get success. Just by doing things ourselves only leads to a small amount of success. It doesn't lead to that, you know, greater success that we all want and our families want.
Jazakumullah Zubair Sir, I hope this answers your question, Sarah Saiba from Norway. Luqman Sir, if I could go back to you, and another question which Waqf-e-Nau asked is that, can a child stay Waqf if they want to pursue a career not beneficial for the Jama'at?
First of all, again, I would draw the attention of all Waqf-e-Nau that every time, whenever they are going to decide that in which field they should go for higher studies or the profession they take, they should consult Jama'at that which program will be beneficial for Jama'at. After that, if they are permitted by His Excellency Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, His Holiness Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, and they are doing their jobs outside Jama'at offices, they can continue their services as a volunteer for the Jama'at. They can dedicate their weekends for Jama'at. They can dedicate their hours every day whenever they are asked to, to serve in any kind of the Jama'at work. They should be present there. They should work with all other offices of Jama'at while being a professional outside the offices of Jama'at.
I believe, Luqman Sir, there was also an instruction which went out recently of Hazur Anwar, where Hazur Anwar instructed all Waqf-e-Nau they should serve in some kind of capacity, otherwise they'll be excluded from the Waqf-e-Nau scheme if they don't serve. They shouldn't just carry the title with them. Luqman Sir, I have another question which Waqf-e-Nau asks, which is that after completing the Waqf-e-Nau syllabus, what should we do?
Waqf-e-Nau syllabus is not only just for the exams. if they have completed their Waqf-e-Nau syllabus, they have memorized many prayers in it, they have read the Holy Quran with translation, they have read many ahadith in it, so many other useful things, different writings, the holy life of the Prophet, peace be upon him, the holy life of the promised Messiah, the life of the promised reformer. These are not only for the exams, they should adopt all those qualities in themselves, as Huzur explained in his Friday sermon in Canada, that if you are a Waqf-e-Nau and you want to be a special Waqf-e-Nau, Huzur gave more than 23 or 4 qualities. Huzur discussed individually every quality, that what kind of a special Waqf-e-Nau you should be. So all this syllabus or nisab is just to help them to be a special Waqf-e-Nau.
Jazakallah Luqman sir. Tahir sir, another question which came in from Feroz Khan sahib from Switzerland, and he's asking, does the profession teacher help the Jama'at?
Of course, 100%. I mean, we know education is something which Islam, the Holy Prophet ﷺ has always emphasized on the need for to study and of course to help others learn as well. So like Luqman sir mentioned, we need people around the world in particular field, in every field. And teachers is something that we need to, they may be needed in Africa, in the UK, in America, wherever it may be. Teachers need to, and specialized teachers in particular. In a particular field, we will need people who know what they've studied, what they've learned, and then they can then teach that to others. Where we know it will be difficult to maybe employ someone from outside. We know within our Jama'at we have people who have learned specific subjects and are specialized in certain fields. We can utilize them. That's the blessed scheme of the Waqf-e-Nau, that we have many people on an array of different subjects, an array of different specialized fields, and we can just choose who we need, when we need them, and everyone inshallah will get their part to play.
Jazakumullah sir. If we could go back to Zubair Sahib, and Zubair Sahib, I would like to ask you a question. Someone from Sajil Ahmed Sahib, actually from Malaysia, is asking this question, that what should he do after he has completed his A-levels?
So I think with A-levels, you want to pick subjects that you're interested in and that you're good at. But I think if he's a Waqf-e-Nau who's asking the question, then you should try to develop as many skills as possible, have a broad range of skills. So be able to speak, be able to study for long hours, be able to be a strong-minded person. And I think that will serve you and serve the Jama'at in a better way. So for example, when I did my degree in English, a lot of my work that I do now for the Jama'at is nothing to do with English. It's about design. So I had to pick up those skills very quickly within a matter of 2-3 months, and it was a completely different field. But in my mind, I had it that it's not just about what my interests are and what I'm passionate about. It's that I need to learn and be able to have a fertile mind that actually can pick up new skills very quickly, because the Jama'at is moving so fast and the world is moving so quickly in general with technology and different things, that Huzur needs people at the cutting edge of so many different fields. So if you're a Waqf-e-Nau or you want to be a Waqf-e-Zindagi, you have to be the cutting edge of almost every field. And that's the mission that a lot of us are on. And that's the struggle, that's the challenge that we wake up and face every day. That how do we become the best and dominant in all these different fields and as much as possible before we die? So that's really where we should be coming from. It's not about just our particular specialist subject. It's about learning Islam and Ahmadiyyat and every other subject to the best of our ability.
Jazakallah Zubair sir. Luqman sir, if I come to you, another question which came in from Soban Rana Sahib, and he's asking that after I have studied finance at university, how can I serve the Jama'at? How can I help the Jama'at with my skills?
Regarding the finance department, it is very important department in our Jama'at as well. We have different accounts departments. In every department we have a separate account department. So if you are specialized in finance, you should contact Central Waqf-e-Nau Department, and we are in need of such qualified Waqifeen-e-Nau, and you can serve in accounts departments. And I would like to add just something to my previous question, which was about the syllabus, that we have, if we have completed the syllabus, if you allow me to add something
Yes.
in it. Sometimes the Waqf-e-Nau or the parents, they ask about the syllabus, that there have been written some notes on it that according to the age group, at the end of every age group, it has been given an article. Sometimes for the higher age groups, we have different books, but most of the time we have different articles. For example, in the syllabus, we have written that at the age of 9 or 10, read about the early life of the promised Messiah. Some Waqf-e-Nau or the parents or even some local secretaries or national secretaries, they ask about it. I would like to explain here that that is only the name of the article. You can study from any of the books published under the guidance or the supervision of Jama'at. You should consult Al-Islam website. You should consult our Waqf-e-Nau international website. Even Waqf-e-Nau Germany, they have launched their website. So all these articles which are published in Ismail magazine and Maryam magazine, specific magazines for Waqf-e-Nau and Waqf-e-Nau. For boys, the magazine is Ismail, and for Waqf-e-Nau girls magazine is Maryam magazine. So if Waqf-e-Nau or Waqf-e-Nau, they are reading all these magazines, quarterly magazine, so they should be aware of it, that they have such kind of articles printed in their magazines. They should take notes out of those magazines or the articles, then they can complete their syllabus.
Jazakumullah, Luqman sir. There are many questions coming in from all over the world, and I think we don't have much time left, but one question I would like to ask quickly, Tahir Sahib, is Faizam Asaf from Saudi Arabia. He's asking if there's any one-to-one counseling available in different countries.
So it is again the responsibility of a national department, a national Waqf-e-Nau department, that they have a career planning committee, and with the guidance of those members who are in that committee, they'll be reviewing that child, they'll be helping that child, they'll be seeing what the child is interested in, and of course what the need of the Jama'at is at the time. And then accordingly they'll help them, they'll guide them, they'll review them, and that one-to-one coordination, communication with the national secretary and your local secretary, because naturally you'll go to your local secretary who will then be liaising with the national secretary, the national department, and that way you'll have that constant guidance, that constant reviewing is happening, where they'll be able to tell you this is what you need to do, this is what you can do now, and this is that approach is what the Jama'at has established to help every Waqf-e-Nau.
Jazakumullah, Tahir sir, Jazakumullah, Luqman sir and Zubair sir. Dear viewers, dear Waqf-e-Nau, there are many questions coming in right now, but the time has reached for our program. I would like to urge you that if you have any questions related to Waqf-e-Nau, you can ask the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department directly. The email address is being displayed below, which is info@waqf-e-nau.org, or you can visit our website, which is www.waqf-e-nau.org. With this, I would like to wrap up this program, and inshallah we will see you in future programs. Stay tuned in. We are going back to the studio now. Jazakumullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
As Waqf-e-Nau, you must know the expectations of the promised Messiah Islam. What did he desire from the members of the Jama'at, and especially of those Ahmadis who pledged their lives for the sake of Islam? For this, you must read the books and writings of the Prophet Messiah Islam, where he has on many occasions clearly stated his expectations. I shall also now mention in my own words some of the blessed guidance of the Prophet Messiah Islam in this regard. On one occasion, the Prophet Messiah Islam said that if a person desires a pure life and to attain the bounties of the hereafter, it requires them to strive and struggle to reach that point where they can sincerely claim that their life, their death, their sacrifices, and their prayers are all for the sake of Allah the Almighty. The Prophet Muhammad said that just like Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi, the voice of our hearts should pronounce and declare that I have become utterly submissive to my Lord. With great clarity, the Prophet ﷺ said that a person who does not meticulously follow the commands of Allah and fails to recognize that the worship of Allah is his life's overriding objective cannot attain the status of a true believer. Thus, you should understand that even though you are living in a Western society, you must live your lives in an Islamic way, seeking to attain the pleasure of Allah the Almighty. You must resolutely keep hold of your religious values and traditions. You must bring about those pious changes in your life that will enable you to fulfill the rights of Allah the Almighty and His creation. You must always seek to improve and better yourself and to raise your spiritual and moral standards and increase your knowledge, religious knowledge. The Prophet ﷺ also taught that those who associated themselves with him should devote their lives to their faith in the same way he did. So we must keep the great personal example of the Prophet ﷺ firmly within our rights, within our sights at all times. During his life, the Prophet ﷺ devoted his every day and every night for the sake of Islam, till his final breath. Every moment of the Prophet ﷺ's life was spent in fulfilling his divine mission to revive and spread the true teachings of Islam throughout the world. For example, on one occasion, the Prophet ﷺ said that he continued to work until he felt as though he was about to collapse due to extreme exhaustion. Only at that point of complete fatigue would the Prophet ﷺ lie down and rest for a short period. This was the noble example of the Prophet ﷺ, and it is our task to follow in his blessed footsteps. I have no doubt that if the members of Waqf-e-Nau are able to collectively follow his example, even to a very small degree, they will be able to bring about a spiritual and moral revolution in the world.
Assalamu alaikum, welcome back to the studio. That was a really, really fascinating discussion we just had now. Really interrogating all areas of what it means to be a waqf, what professions to go into, and I hope that would have been of benefit to you to understand and listen from. We're just going to have a bit of a rundown in terms of what's happening next, and we'll talk a little bit about some of your comments coming in. I think actually just before we do that, I don't know if Sabah, you want to reiterate how to get involved and get in touch?
I think it's, again, like we said, it's an interactive program for everyone who's watching from across the world to comment. Send us your feedback, send us your comments, and we will, inshallah, endeavour to read them out on this virtual MKA Waqf-e-Nau Retreat. Please note the number is 07517 657 172. Please make sure the number is right. We want your comments, not anybody else. And also your comments can be left on the YouTube channel in the live chat. So let's get into some comments. We've had people joining from Australia, Daniel Ahmed, Amtul Qayyum from Bangladesh, Tahira Parveen from Bangladesh, Abdul Qadir from London, Fawzia Naseem from Denmark, and Madiha Samad from Denmark. It's so nice to see people from across the world joining.
Yeah, it's incredible.
That's one of like I said, it's one of the purposes of this program, to connect all the Waqfeen from across the world together as one united branch of Waqfeen under the umbrella of Jama'at.
I was just wondering what time it is in Australia. That's dedication. MashaAllah to join us at this time. I don't know what time it is, but...
the program for today.
Yes, let's go through the program. So as we discussed, we just had the Waqf in Focus section. Very soon we'll be having our first talk. So we have My Waqf Journey by Tawqir Mirza, so we'll be talking about that very shortly. We'll also have the Waqf-e-Nau youth discussion. We'll come back to the studio, talk again about the Jamia segment. I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about on that later on. A civil service talk as well, which will be very, very interesting and fascinating. The quiz you just discussed.
Let me remind the viewers about that.
Please do, yes. Please
the Slido competition quiz will be at 2 p.m. It's slido.com. There's a search bar. You can type in hashtag Waqf, WAQF. Please make sure you join that at 2 p.m. There'll be a Q&A, no, sorry, not Q&A, a quiz session. So hopefully there'll be a lot of learning and understanding to do. One thing I want to touch upon is you've mentioned there'll be a life story, or to some extent someone explaining their journey to MTA. Now, Waqfeen have a massive part to play in the propagation of Islam across the world. It's one of the responsibilities which we have. But it's also important to note that parents also have a responsibility in the upbringing of their children. Now, it's a bit of a personal question, but I feel like it's important because for me as an individual growing up, my parents were, I've got goosebumps saying that, but my parents were key in raising me and instilling the love of Khilafat and the Jama'at and instilling the teaching of Islam within me. They used to take me to the mosque for namaz. I was also part of the Waqf-e-Nau ijtima'as. And I know my parents made a lot of effort.
Definitely. I think because of time, we're going to come back on this. I think we'll have time to talk about this. But I'm just conscious of time. So what we're going to do now is just go straight into the next segment.
Fantastic.
I think we're very excited. This is going to be a first in our series of Waqf personal experiences. And this first talk will be by Tawqir Mirza, who will be describing his journey as a Waqf and working for MTA.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. My name is Tawqir Ahmed, and I've been serving as Waqf-e-Zindagi in MTA International for the past 10 years. The Waqf-e-Nau Department has asked me to share some of my experiences as a Waqf, and I'm going to try to spend the next few minutes getting the Waqf-e-Nau Department to regret that decision. But before I tell you about my Waqf, I wanted to share some of the challenges that perhaps others might not have shared with you. Everything that society has taught you about life and freedom and getting to choose what you want and progressing in society, that's essentially what you're giving up as a Waqf-e-Zindagi for the sake of Allah, for the sake of Jama'at. And that's a lot easier said than done. For example, you don't get to choose where you live. You live wherever Jama'at tells you to. Wherever Jama'at says, you must go, no questions asked. There's no concept of retirement or of pension. You don't get to rest in your old age. And you can't even be choosing, right, I'm nice and old now, so I should have a nice cushy job. You get to do what Jama'at tells you to do. Despite your expertise and your skills, whatever you've studied and learned over the years, it's not necessary that Jama'at will get you to serve in that capacity. You could be a doctor and Jama'at might ask you to serve in any other menial job or a job greater than that. You don't get to choose. If you have a different opinion on something, you don't just get to do that. You have to obey your superiors. Obedience is the primary principle of a Waqf-e-Zindagi. There's no career progression in Jama'at. You do the duty that you're told to do, despite whatever your station or your level is. You are here to serve the Jama'at, period. That's all it is. And I thought that it's necessary for me to share that with you. Yes, of course, you can approach the Jama'at on some of these topics and Jama'at can then guide you and you can take permission on certain things. But that's all down to the discretion of Jama'at. So when you look at all of this, all these crazy things that I've told you, just think about it. What sane person would want to give up their life and do this? Why would you want to give up all the choice and freedom of, you can be working for a company and you don't like it, you can go and start your own company, work somewhere else, and you can take a sabbatical and do all of these things. You're going to give all of that up for the sake of Jama'at. So later on, I will share my opinion, my experience on why a person does that. So, with myself, when I reached the age of deciding when I should be, whether I should be a Waqf or not, at that time, my father, by the grace of Allah, who has given me a lot of advice over the years, gave me one piece of advice that really resonated with me. And among everything else that he said, this kind of stuck. And it was, pray that Allah enables you to serve in a unique capacity that perhaps others might not be doing. So that kind of really resonated with me. So I was faced with the very usual things, right? Which are, doctor, engineer, right, murabbi, just the basic things. And one thing that stood out was media and information.
You've had a long day, you come home, you want to sit down, relax, and be entertained. Your guard is down. Suddenly, any information or opinions you may come across could just plant the seed of an idea in your head without you even realizing it.
No one likes to think their views may not be their own, but that's the power of the sleeper effect. You'll keep thinking they're your choices, your opinions, and your habits, but the media has been worming its way into your mind for your whole life, and it isn't going to stop anytime soon.
It is the most powerful thing in the world, the most powerful weapon that you could have. It's media and information. So that's where I thought the next battleground for the dominance of Islam lay. So when I decided this, I wrote to Huzur and let him know of my intentions. And alhamdulillah, I'm very fortunate to be living in the UK. So it was easy for me to book a mulaqat and go and see Huzur as well. And I let him know of my intention to remain a Waqf. And Huzur accepted that I pursue my knowledge and study for TV media journalism. So I went to university and I studied television production and journalism for 3 years. And after that, because of it's a very competitive, very difficult industry to get into, very difficult. And previously I was volunteering at MKA, and it is a fantastic place if you want to learn how to work under pressure, how to deliver things straight away. Some of these skills, I didn't realize how valuable they were, because straight out of university, they helped me get into some British broadcasters and making programs for them. For a few months, I worked hard, and alhamdulillah, I progressed. And I was steadily progressing, although I knew that at some time I need to be Waqf. That's where it was getting a bit hazy, because here I am, getting success like I've never had before. And I'm progressing, and I got to the point where I was a junior producer, where I had 2 people under me at one point. But something strange happened then. I remember one day very clearly. I don't know, for whatever reason, I said to my boss that morning, it wasn't something I had been thinking about previously, it happened on the day. I said to my boss that I think in about 3 weeks I'm going to be leaving. And even he asked, what's wrong? And I said, well, nothing's wrong. I think I want to change. And I didn't have any plan. I didn't have anything written down. I didn't have any interviews or anything like that. For whatever silly or ridiculous reason, I said, I'll be going in 3 weeks. And lo and behold, in exactly 3 weeks, I got a letter, which was from Huzur, and it was asking for me to come and meet him. And so I went and met Huzur, and then Huzur said that I should now come to Jama'at and I should start serving in MTA. It has been 10 years, and it has been the most amazing experience of my life. Since then, I've been able to work on so many different projects and in so many different capacities within the production team, which is where I've been told by Jama'at to serve currently. And I've been able to work on a few documentaries as well. One of them was retracing the footsteps of Hazrat Khalifa V while he was in Ghana. And then there was another program which was on the Ahmadi Muslims living in the Venice of Africa, the village of Ganvi in Benin, and how life goes on over there in such strange ways. And their MT International to date has been the one broadcaster or production company to have spent the most time and done the most excessive coverage of life in that area. And recently I was able to work on one program on all the anti-black violence happening in USA and across the world, and what Jama'at and Khalifa al-Masih has to say about that, which recently was selected for a film festival. And on top of that, alhamdulillah, I've been extremely, extremely fortunate to be part of the MTA team, which has accompanied Huzur on a few trips around the world. So not just for me, but for many of my colleagues, the opportunities to serve in MTA have meant that every single day has presented a different challenge. Every project involves problem solving, a different and unique approach, an opportunity to be part of something great, like you work on a program and a few days later you hear in a sermon from Huzur or Tabshir of how this program impacted viewers on the other side of the world. How so many people entered Ahmadiyyat as a result of this or brought attention to an important issue. Truly, within the Jama'at, I don't think there is anything more fulfilling to know that something that you've been a part of has made such a crucial difference, and it keeps doing so on a weekly basis. On top of that, as a worker, every single day is different. Boredom or monotony is non-existent. And I think that comparing all other Jama'at auxiliary bodies, MTA is the only one that is in direct competition with similar professional bodies around the world. We are still the world's only non-profit community broadcaster to be running this long. Some of our infrastructures, namely the long-term archive of Khalifa and the simultaneous number of translations that we do, we are actually, in fact, unique. No one else is doing this. So it's very humbling to be part of such a progressive and young team. What Waqf and Waqifeen are trying to do around the world and what we are meant to do, we are meant to save society from its own doom and try to bring them back to their creator. That's what a Waqf is required for. Now the question is, why should you choose to be a Waqf? Anybody can be a Waqf, right? But why should you choose to be a Waqf? It is the need of the time. Right now, Jama'at requires people to come forward and serve in these different capacities. All prophets had companions and disciples. They were essentially Waqifeen. The disciples of Jesus, ﷺ, the companions of the Holy Prophet, ﷺ, the Sahaba of the Promised Messiah, ﷺ, all these people, they were Waqifeen. They had given up and dedicated everything for the sake of Islam. And that's what a Waqf is. That's why you give up all of that freedom, all of that choice for the sake of Islam to do whatever task Jama'at requires. The main thing is understanding the value of being a Waqf. And I guess one of the best ways I can explain it is Bitcoin. Right now, Bitcoin is at $50,000, right? Imagine, I bet all of you were saying to yourself, imagine if I had bought Bitcoin 10 years earlier. Why? Because right now you know the value of Bitcoin, right? So just like that, if you know the actual value of being a Waqf-e-Zindagi, where everybody else, anybody, has this choice to be a Waqf, but they choose to do whatever they wish to do, and that's great. Jama'at gives you that choice. Be a Waqf or not be a Waqf. You have that choice. But being a Waqf has immense blessings in it. Now, I can stand here and talk about them, but I urge all of you, whether you want to be a Waqf or not, I urge all of you to read the book Devotion of Life by Iftikhar Ahmad Yasab. You'll find the PDF in Al-Islam, or you'll find the book in any Jama'at bookshop, and it is a fantastic read. Anything and everything you need to know about Waqf-e-Zindagi, read it in that book, and decide what you want to do with your life after reading that book. Now, remember all of those challenges that I told you. It's difficult, and that's where it's important to realize that that's what sacrifice is. One of my most favorite verses from the Holy Quran is "Lan tanalul birra hatta tunfiqu," which is, never shall you attain to righteousness unless you spend out of that which you love. So the only thing I guess I've got to give, I didn't buy Bitcoin early, so I'm broke, is my time and my life. So that's all I could give. A lot of people do ask me that, hey, what's MTA doing? You know, there's better programming here and there. It might not be doing something for you. But if you look at the Arab world, a few years ago, nobody would even dare say the name of the Prophet Muhammad. MTA Al Arabiya started, and it changed the whole Arab world so much. Ahmadiyyat was a common thing discussed on the streets. So much so, governments had to shut down MTA Al Arabiya, Jama'at had to find other avenues to keep the channel running. And even if you don't want to serve in MTA, look at personalities like Professor Jim Al-Khalili, Professor Brian Cox. These people, among others, they've brought their expertise to broadcasters and created some amazing, engaging programming. You could do that as well. The day is not far when your future generations, or even earlier than that, they'll be yearning. They'll be yearning to do Waqf. They'll be yearning to come and join the Jama'at in some capacity or the other to serve. And they won't be able to, because Jama'at can only have so many people that it can take care of. So take benefit from it now. But educate yourself first. Remember, I told you all about those challenges. Not everybody can do this. Everybody listening to this can't do this. I'm sure half of you might have just, been scared by everything that I said and, already switched off. Those of you who are still remaining, know that if this is something that you really want to do, Waqf in whatever area it might be, you need to ignite a fire within your heart. You need to have a burning passion. So what's important? What's important is that you get your basics right. Just like Hazur has been telling us at different Waqf-e-Nau events, get your salat right. Make sure you educate yourself about your faith. That's when that fire will burn in you. That's when you'll get that burning passion to serve in whatever capacity it is, things that are really dear to you, in whatever field it is that you like. Lastly, how can a Waqf maintain that Waqf? Like I said, even for me, it's a very difficult thing to do sometimes. And that is Khalifatul Masih. We've got one person who is a constant for us. It has never, mark my words, it has never been easier to be a Waqf-e-Zindagi ever in the history of the world than this. Back in the days, in the times of the prophets, things were difficult. You didn't have all this technology. Even in the early days of Islam Ahmadiyya, things weren't easy. Jama'at didn't always have funds to take care of people. They would send these missionaries to far-off places and say, fend for yourself, get money, build mission houses, we're not going to be sending you anything, and preach, and build a Jama'at. And they did all of these things. Right now, that crazy amount of sacrifice is not being asked for. And on top of that, we've got the example of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih telling us what a Waqf should be. It's lockdown right now, right? You get a bit tired of being at home and I want to go out for a walk. Look at Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. He's a human being. Yes, he is divinely guided, but he is a human being. What about him? What about his rest? Where is his day off? Where are his holidays? Where's all of these things and pleasures that we always seek? That is the perfect example for a Waqf-e-Zindagi. So you need to build a relationship with Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. I believe if I hadn't been writing to Hazur from a young age, sharing my failures, sharing my successes, I believe it was a result of those that Hazur then finally sent me a letter when it was time for me to do my Waqf. And that's the person I look to. Whenever I'm in doubt, whenever I need to remind myself, why is it that I'm doing this? Why is it that everybody else should be doing this? That is the perfect example. And if you need advice for deciding your Waqf at any point, speak to Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. If you are in the UK or if you have the ability to come and meet him whenever this pandemic clears, do so. And if not, everybody can write to him. And it's important, like I said, share your failures, share your successes. Things that have inspired you, share those with Hazur. Things that you're confused about, questions that you have, share those with Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. And you'll get answers. And what's important, all of that will build that platonic relationship that is necessary for Khalifatul Masih. And why should you do that? Why should you create this attachment to a human being? It's because that's what will bring you closer to your God. And that's what will help you become a good Waqf-e-Zindagi. And even if you decide not to keep your Waqf, it will help you excel in whatever field you choose. That love, that care from Huzur is always there. Whether we give it or not, it's always there from Huzur. Just look at the example, and I've spoken to a few Waqifeen, and I'm sure you might have as well, those who have had the opportunity to meet Huzur, and even those who have sometimes wrote letters to Huzur about their Waqf and what they wanted to do. They write to Huzur, or they meet Huzur, and they say, well, Huzur, I want to do my Waqf. And Huzur asks them, well, what is it that you want to do your Waqf in? They said, well, I want to do my Waqf in this. They said, well, yeah, go ahead, great, do Waqf in this. Guidance counselors and psychiatrists charge God knows how much just to tell people what they know themselves. And here's Khalifatul Masih. He's got the whole world to take care of. Despite his insane schedule, he is taking the time out to meet a 15, 16-year-old, come into his office. He even gets up and stands up, gives you the respect to shake your hand, right? Just to tell you something that you know already. Just to reaffirm that. That's the amount of love and care and selflessness that Khalifatul Masih has. And if you have any questions about Waqf-e-Zindagi or everything that entails, do reach out to me on socials, and I'll do my best to manipulate you into joining MTA, to help you in your journey of being a Waqf. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to this youth discussion with your host, Danish Nasser. And I'm joined today by my good friends. We got Ataul Mateen Qudus and Khaliq Arif in the studio with me. And we also have Shams Najm on Skype with us as well. Welcome, boys. And for everyone watching, please leave your comments on YouTube and the WhatsApp number that you can see on your screens. And let's make this an interactive discussion. So welcome, boys. How are we feeling?
Yeah, feel alhamdulillah, good. Blessed to be here. It's nice to sit in the studio, actually being out of the home and, finally getting out a little bit and seeing you guys.
Yeah, it's good to see you as well. I know you very well, so let's tell our viewers a bit more about yourself. So Qudus, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, in my profession, I'm a qualified solicitor. I currently work in compliance in the financial industry. In our community, I am serving in the Voice of Islam radio station on a weekly basis, and also in our internal legal department. I'm married and blessed with 3 kids.
MashaAllah. So you've got a busy life, eh?
Very busy, alhamdulillah. Yeah, it's very busy. It's up and down with the lockdown as well, of course, when you're with the family inside, and it's quite hectic, and it's difficult to balance and have the right balance.
I can imagine. So how do you perhaps find that balance? So, balancing your work life with your family life, with all the Jama'at work that you do as well. How do you manage? Because that sounds like a lot. 3 kids.
Yeah, no, it's to be honest, you need to have the right mentality. It's obviously a balancing exercise, but at the same time, you need to dig deep. You need to manage your time really well. You need to organize your day, or at least try to organize your day with 3 kids as well, and with your family. But then you realize that during the day there are pockets or windows of time which you can utilize to, for example, do Jama'at work. You'll be your lunchtime, or let's say you finish your job in the evening before dinner, or even if it's after dinner, you have a few hours, you still feel a bit energetic, and you continue doing your Jama'at work and utilize that time. But yeah, it's really a give and take. You sometimes need to compromise on certain things. You might have to compromise on some of spending a bit of time for yourself, but at the same time, there's nothing wrong with taking some time off for yourself as well. There'll be times where you have a lot of work going on, and you focus on that, but there will be weeks or days where you just focus on Jama'at work, or you focus on you have a lot of going on in your job as well. So you compromise. So it's really a balancing act, and you need to sort of fine-tune your life and time according to that. So
yeah, some very good advice there for anyone who perhaps is struggling with a lot of work and trying to juggle family work, Jama'at work. So great advice there. Khaliq, how about yourself? Tell us a little bit about you.
So I'm currently in my final year studying digital media arts. So that covers everything from film, animation, gaming, etc. And then outside of that, I spend my time doing a lot of Jama'at work. So I work in MTA, a few other roles such as like Waqf-e-Nau Department, local stuff as well, the league. So yeah, grateful to be a part of that. And other than that, obviously it's hard in lockdown, but I'm a big fan of sports, so try to play football as much as I can.
Nice.
But yeah, other than that, just trying to sort of do the best I can in uni, get the best grade I can, and then hopefully look for jobs after that, inshallah.
Excellent, excellent. So being, we all Waqf-e-Nau here, and yourself being a Waqf-e-Nau who's just finishing his studies, and you'll be coming out into the real world. What does being a Waqf mean to you in that, where you are in your life right now? What do you think it means to you right now?
Yeah, good question. For me, I think Waqf would probably mean dedication. So, how much of my time can I give to the Jama'at, especially in my field and my skill set. So, even if that's on a weekly basis, and then long term, I'd say my main aim, like I said, is to graduate from uni, get the best grade I can, and then hopefully get some industry experience.
Yeah.
And that way I can get that experience and then apply that to the benefit of the Jama'at in any way I can. And obviously through Hazur's guidance, I can inshallah get posted at the time that's right for me.
Excellent, excellent. And Shams, we've got you online. How about yourself, mate? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Assalamualaikum. Yeah, so Shams Najam. I come again from a legal sort of background. Currently working sort of legal and compliance project sort of work within the financial services, and along the way, whenever I've progressed on anything or any decisions I've needed to make, I've approached Hazur and got his sort of guidance. And I suppose the next guidance for me is to go ahead and pursue a PhD and further those studies. So yeah, that's me.
So just on in terms of your career path, and perhaps you're in the finance industry and you're looking to go into perhaps further studies, and you mentioned guidance from Hazur as well. So can you tell us a bit more about what sort of guidance are you talking about?
So yeah, you're right. So I work in the financial industry, and I suppose one of the questions that can be asked is how valuable will my skill sets be for the Jama'at, or are for the Jama'at, or what can I do from what I know to help sort of progress the Jama'at? And recently, actually, I actually expressed this. Well, I say recently, I think it's been a couple of years now because of the coronavirus. But I expressed this to Hazur in a mulaqat with my wife, and I said, Hazur, I don't know how sort of my particular field or where I work can really benefit the Jama'at. And I don't feel that fulfillment, and I suppose it's some of the conversations we've already had today as where you should take yourself and what you should be doing in your career. And Hazur's response was beautiful for myself and for my wife, and I'll explain why. I think because initially Hazur said to me straight away, look, that's fine if you don't necessarily find that fulfillment within your career in terms of from a Jama'at perspective, and how you can bring those, but dedicate one day a week to the Jama'at. And that was his response. On your weekend, give one day to the Jama'at and give the other day to your family. And that's when obviously my wife's eyes lit up, because this is obviously amazing advice for someone who maybe like myself, most probably younger, who's within a career or has gone into. Firstly, you should be getting permission and guidance of what you need to be doing with your life anyway. But if you find yourself in a career where you don't feel as if you're necessarily able to benefit the Jama'at in that sense, there's so much else you can do within the community. There's so many other ways you can volunteer. For example, I work in Voice of Islam and have done so from since before it was inaugurated, and there's a lot else that you can do. So to just taking on that advice from Hazur that
nice.
If you can't on a daily basis, at least give one day.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. Said some great advice there again, and the relationship that you have with Huzoor as well. And it's not, I said, it's not just you, it's every Waqf-e-Nau in the world, you know, has that direct, I feel like has that direct relationship with Huzoor. And that kind of, you know, leads me on to, you know, the Waqf-e-Nau classes that Huzoor dedicates his time to, and we're kind of blessed to have, you know, that sort of intimate session with Huzoor. So boys, tell me a bit about, you know, your experience from those classes, because, you know, I can count numerous classes where I've sat 2 feet away from Huzoor literally, and he's just watching me, and I just don't know where to look. I don't know what to do, and I'm like shaking literally. But, you know, and he's like literally just there. Yeah. So tell us a bit about your experiences from those classes.
I mean, looking back at it, I remember going to the classes. I always wanted to speak to Huzoor.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you want to ask a question, but you don't want to force the question.
Yeah,
but at the same time, you want to speak directly to Huzoor. And when you go to a class, you're thinking, okay, what shall I say to Huzoor? I remember those feelings, that, you know, just being there with Huzoor and being able to go there and see him personally, and then speak to him directly. Just that wish was just enormous.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was really nice that we were a bunch of people or brothers there, sitting there in a class, thinking, you know, we're here for the same purpose, and thinking about, you know, we as a youth, or at the time we were thinking, you know, we were there for really important purpose, and that really gives you strength as a person, and builds your character, it builds your personality. Speaking to other people, knowing what they are doing, and knowing what guidance they received from Huzoor, and just being in those classes and together for that purpose is just amazing. And I really, you know, you miss it now, because we're sitting here in the studio, but
when you talk about missing it, so I think the number of Waqf-e-Nau that we have now, you know, and I guess the number of boys that attend those classes is a lot more than perhaps, you know, in the previous classes. So I remember, you know, I used to go to classes where you used to have maybe 20, 30 people in the class. So it was very intimate with Huzoor, and, you know, I'd had the opportunity to go up there, stand literally a feet away from Huzoor and present to him. And, you know, you're trying to present and he's watching you directly, and you just stay like shaking. Yeah. But at the same time, you kind of realize, like, wow, you know, this is our Khalifa, and he's literally sat where Khalifa is, and I'm here. And it's like those things, they always stick with me. And obviously now, Khalifa, you know, with you being a little bit younger than us, I say a little bit, but you've been a lot younger than us. What's your experience in terms of the classes that you've been to?
Yeah, no, it's been great. I mean, like you said, great blessing. Obviously, as a kid, when I was about 12, the classes used to be on a lot more regularly. And yeah, like you said, it definitely sticks with you. Even the smallest moments where, for example, Huzoor just makes eye contact with you. I think that even that alone is huge. And even recently now, like you said, even being able to, you know, present stuff to Huzoor and just being amongst his sort of surroundings, and just that energy just comes to you. It's a great blessing.
Nice, guys. We're getting a lot of comments come through as well. So as I mentioned earlier, please do comment in the YouTube comment section if you're watching online, and you can send in your comments and your questions via the WhatsApp number on your screen as well. So some of the comments we have, we've got a comment from Muhammad Munzir from Nigeria, and Muhammad is really enjoying every bit of the program, and he prays that Allah continue to strengthen us, and he wishes that there could be programs like this every month. We also have a message from National Secretary Waqf-e-Nau Bangladesh, from Hasib Ehsan Ratan Saab, and he's saying this is a very good organised program, and he's praying for the success of the program. So we'll be reading out more comments throughout this discussion. So please do continue commenting and sending us your comments and your questions through the WhatsApp number there as well. So moving on, boys, I want to, you know, we've touched upon the Waqf-e-Nau classes and how blessed we are to have the opportunity to have these classes with Huzoor. And I kind of want to move on to, you know, where we are in our lives. You know, we all, you know, Khalid, you're finishing studies, you're about to go in to your career. Shams, Qudus, you know, you're both, and myself, we're all, you know, in our careers and working. But does it, like, there's this question that I feel like we need to discuss and talk about is, we could be called at any time to come and serve the Jama'at. You know, literally we could go home and there's a letter saying that, you know, you're called to do this, whatever the process is. Does that not scare you with all your, you know, worldly commitments that you have, all the family commitments that you have, all the children that we have? Does that prospect not scare you?
I think it does.
Well, I think, I mean, absolutely. At some point, it does when you think about it. But I think because we're so used to the worldly cycle we live in, so every day we have a agenda. We're going to work and doing our worldly things, and we have certain commitments. And then you also think about, for example, financial commitments, or you think about family and that kind of commitments. But I mean, and now when you sit here and when we think about it, I think given that it's sort of you developed as a person, as a Waqf, and now you worked in Jama'at, you worked in the community, you seen Hazur, and you met Hazur several times. For myself, I've personally met him many times to get guidance on what I should be doing next at every stage. Then it kind of gives you the strength to know that at any point when Jama'at needs you, you will be able to sacrifice and give up the worldly commitments. And then there's the belief that Allah will make everything work. He will support you. He will provide for you. So if you have that belief, then it makes things easier.
Yeah.
If you don't have the belief, I think it becomes very difficult. And you need to know why you're doing this. You need to know the purpose behind this. You need to know as a person that why am I Waqf? And I think that comes from the beginning, from a youth, from a very young age. But also over time, I think it's important to get guidance from Hazur. It's important to attend the classes. It's important to speak to the Waqf-e-Nau Department. You know, even in speaking to us, just I think at the time when I was Waqf and we sort of had to renew as well, I think there was limited information at the time, but I think it helps speaking to other Waqfeen and meeting and going to events and knowing people and knowing their experiences and what guidance they've received. So, but definitely, I mean, ultimately, if you have the belief that God will take care of you, then it makes it easier.
Yeah, definitely. Shams, what about you? Do you feel scared?
Yeah, I think I agree with Qudus. No doubt there's some nervousness, and that is, as you said quite rightly, it's naturally because we're living the worldly life, right? And so that's all we know on a day-to-day basis. You know, we get a paycheck at the end of the month. You pay off your bills. You live within those means, and you're so stuck within that cycle that to sort of tear all of that apart and go into something, as mentioned earlier on in the program, that being a Waqf isn't a job; it's a lifestyle. So to completely change your lifestyle and go into something else, no doubt there's some nervousness, but as Qudus mentioned, again, if you know you've been brought up to actually understand the true essence of Waqf, each time you've been asked to sign on that form again, that do you want to continue? Do you want? You know, there's no compulsion. So we have actively decided to sign this again and again and again and say yes, we are continuing the Waqf. So at that stage, what fear can you have?
Yeah, spot on, and I think that's again some very good advice for everyone watching. In terms of, you know, if you feel any hesitation, if you feel scared at times, and you don't know what to do, then as we mentioned, there's so many different avenues available to us as Waqf-e-Nau now, and I think the biggest one, I want to highlight, and the biggest one that you guys have mentioned is your relationship with Hazur. You can simply write a letter to him at any time. You can even send in, emails to him at any time, and you'll get an answer. He reads every letters, and he'll respond with some guidance. And I think that's the best thing that you can do if you're feeling a certain type of way about being a Waqf and you're not fully comfortable with it.
I think
Sorry, Khalifa.
Just from a young person's perspective, I think for a lot of Waqf-e-Nau boys, it's easy to think that you're on your own. Once you've decided your university degree, you will think, okay, 3 years now, that's it. I have to do this thing on my own. But I think in reality, from my experience, you have so many resources by your side. For example, you have this Waqf-e-Nau rally that we're blessed to have this weekend. You can learn so much from, and also for me personally, I feel grateful to have elder Waqf-e-Nau boys like yourselves, who I've known for 8-9 years, who I can look to for some guidance, some help, keep me on track. So I think that's also important and crucial.
Yeah, spot on. And I kind of want to stick to. We've got some footage of some of our trips as well. We'll touch upon the blessings of us being able to go on these trips. There's a few trips that we've been on together. But just before we come on to that, there's another point that's kind of related to this, to what we was discussing that I want to touch upon, is and more to yourselves, Qudus, myself and Shams, us being parents, is do you feel like you can kind of dictate what sort of profession or what professions your children go into, and also do you feel like your children should be Waqf-e-Nau as well? Again, I know a bit personal, but I feel like there's people out there that perhaps young parents, young fathers that might be have questions around how should I raise my children, what should my children go into, how what sort of influences should I be giving my children. So do you feel like as parents or as a father, how much influence should you have in terms of what your child goes on to become?
I mean, I think there is a fine line between sort of force and encouragement. As you want to encourage your child, as a parent, you see the quality in your child and what kind of qualities they have, and you kind of encourage them to go towards a certain way. But I think whereas in terms of how much you should push them to go towards that career path, I think that's really a choice they should be making, what career path they should choose. But you should definitely encourage from a young age, and looking at the qualities they have, perhaps even develop those qualities and help them, encourage them in every aspect of life. But ultimately, as a Waqf, they should ask the Jama'at what the Jama'at needs. And Alhamdulillah, I'm blessed with 3 children. My eldest daughter, graciously Hazur approved her as a Waqf-e-Nau. So ultimately, as a Waqf-e-Nau, you should ask the Jama'at. But as a parent, you should definitely encourage them at every stage. But I think ultimately, if they are not Waqf, but then they should make the decision themselves what they want to do.
Yeah. Shams, how about yourself?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. Both of my sons, alhamdulillah, are Waqf-e-Nau and have been accepted in the Waqf-e-Nau scheme. And that was because I feel like growing up, being part of this scheme, there's been immense blessings. You can say there are some pressures because as you walk this life and the country we live in, there are some challenges which are natural. And to try and avoid some mistakes, you will make some mistakes. But to come out on the other side, sometimes it's challenging. And so there is obviously that thought process before putting your children in that, how are we going to nurture these kids? But I think it's important because we've been able to be part of that blessing. And recently, MTA, on their program this week with Hazur gave advice, and I've forgotten to which delegation he was speaking to, but he responded to a question where he said that, as Ahmadis, we shouldn't be looking at the way the world works and bowing down to some of these leaders. We need to realize that we're going to be the leaders. We are going to be setting the tone. We're going to be setting the pace. And so when you have that in mind, you can only expect your children to be brought up within that same sort of principles in mind that, you are going to be leaders. Whatever you do, whatever career you take, you are here to serve mankind. And that is all you need to instill.
Yeah, spot on. And I think just you know, within those careers, and if there's any Khuddam who are watching and they perhaps feel like they're not in a career that could benefit the Jama'at, I think the best thing you could do is, you know, get guidance from the Waqf-e-Nau Department, from Huzur, from Jama'at. And it's not that the career that you're in, that's the only way that you can help Jama'at. You know, there's been instances where someone's an engineer, someone's a doctor, and they've been told to go to Africa and teach, or, you know, you come and work in the offices. So doesn't matter what career you're in, what you're doing, always seek guidance from the Jama'at, always seek guidance from Huzur, and they'll be able to guide you in the right direction. So boys, I wanna touch upon the trips that we've been on. There have been many Waqf-e-Nau trips. You know, I remember the Guardian one a few years ago. I say a few years ago, a lot of years ago. There was a trip to Canada. There was a trip to Spain recently as well. But the one that stands out for me is the trip to Palestine. That we all went on together. Yeah. And we've got some footage of it as well, which we'll play shortly. But yeah, tell us about the trips and how lucky we've been to go on these trips.
Where do we start, man? Like, yeah, amazing. Just being able to spend a week with your brothers, and even people that you haven't met, which you considered brothers at the end of the trip. And it's like talking in terms of Palestine, just getting there and knowing this is the land of the prophets, and being able to walk there and discover the history in person. You know, you see so much on the news and the media and stuff, but actually going there and witnessing it in real, I think that's huge. And I'd recommend any Waqf-e-Nau, when there's opportunity for the trips to happen again, to definitely take advantage of that and go 100%.
How about yourself, Qudus? What are your experiences?
I mean, I think the experience itself, the atmosphere of Palestine, and when we went there, everything from the beginning, from the airport to the end was just an amazing experience. We went through turbulent, some complications, but at the same time, it was an amazing organized trip. We were in a place where there had been so many prophets who had been on this land, and you felt it. You felt that there was something special there. You felt that when you went to the mosques there, you saw the different religious places there, you really felt that there was something special there. And when we were together and we kind of knew found out more about the history and learned about the history, then you realize where we are in this day and age, and what we should sort of aspire to be. But it was a changing experience, and I think in a very, very positive way. I think for all of us, it was a very organized trip. We met the Jama'at there. Another eye-opener
for me as well is just seeing, you know, we're traveling 4 or 5 hours by flight to the other side of the world, and still seeing the same love that people have for the Khilafat and Jama'at, and you know, just treating us, giving us the best hospitality and everything. It was just an amazing experience. Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for the next one. Do we have any footage of the trip? Yeah, can we play that now? So 38 of us have gathered here this morning on our way to Luton Airport to go to Israel and Palestine. Most of the boys here, it's the first time that they're going. I've been about 7-8 years ago. I went to Palestine, so you know, really looking forward to going back. But I didn't get a chance to go to Kobe. I've heard amazing things about it, about the Jama'at there, and about the whole setup there. So I'm really looking forward to going to Kobe.
It's a part of the world which I'm quite interested in. They've got a lot of history, you know, from the fact that loads of religions kind of originated from there. So I haven't been before, but really looking forward to it. Spending time with people the same age, you know, similar sorts of backgrounds, upbringing, and the same focus and drive religiously. So I think that should be quite good, learning from one another. We've got a few Murabbis with us as well, so it should hopefully be a really good religious experience.
बेसदा जिनके यार आँखों का करबो बला करबला है दिले आशिका के लिए बेसदा जिनकी आँखों का करबो बला या ऐन फैज़िल्लाहि वल इरफ़ानी यस्आ इलैकल खल्क़ु कज़मानी.
The trip so far has been amazing. The welcome we got from Sadr Khuddamul Ahmadiyya and Amir Sab was amazing. Everyone is here in really good spirits. It's an amazing feeling. I can't really describe everything, but you can feel that this is a very holy place. When you're walking through the steps and through the streets, you can feel that you imagine that the prophets walked here.
We went to Masjid Istiqlal, which was one of the first mosques in Haifa. Hazrat Muslim Maud might have visited that mosque and prayed in that mosque. So we also did 2 nawafil in Masjid Istiqlal. And after that, we had a very nice sitting with Sadr Khuddamul Ahmadiyya where everyone introduced themselves and we got to know all the brothers. And Sadr Sahab told us about the history of Palestine and Israel and how Israel came into existence. We went to Baha'i Gardens. We learned how the birthplace of Baha'i faith looked like.
Ya badruna ya ayat ar-Rahmani Ahdal hudati wa ashja'a shuj'ani Ya Rabbi salli ala nabiyyika daiman.
So this is a church which is known as the Church of Spelcher. The church is built afterwards, but this is a place they say where Hazrat Jesus was crucified. When we walked here, that path must have been the path where he had to walk, where people were throwing stones at him or hitting him, etc., etc.
Now we're at the Golden Dome and Masjid Aqsa. It's got great relevance to all world religions actually, because it shows that the unity of all the prophets was ultimately to lead to the final messenger of Allah. We've been here 2-3 days now. It's been amazing. The brotherhood, it feels as if we've known each other for years, but a lot of us have never met each other. But the brotherhood and love we have between each other is really nice to see. It's a really nice atmosphere. When we visited the graves, Hazrat Ibrahim's grave, Hazrat Ishaq's grave, we've grown up reading the Durood Sharif, and sometimes it goes in passing and we don't understand or even think about the significance, but to be here and to actually understand that day in, day out, every time we pray, we mention Hazrat Ibrahim's name.
So I'm standing at his grave, I raised my hand and I can't control my tears. I started reading Durood Sharif, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad, and of course Hazrat Ibrahim is mentioned. The reason being is because Hazrat Ibrahim is that prophet who's considered Abul Anbiya, the father of all the prophets. And I was saying, this is that man that God chose, that from his progeny came prophets.
बहार आई है दिल वक्फे यार कर देखो.
We are the first community from Jama'at in the UK to visit this place as a group, and I feel like, you know, it's quite historic as well. A lot of the Waqf-e-Nau are learning a lot about you know, why this place is significant, and it's the first time for many people as well, and we're just building a stronger bond between us. First place we visited was this place called Jericho. It's the oldest city on earth. It's estimated to be around 10,000 years old, and when you go there you can actually see ruins and outlines of buildings, and it's incredible to see the structure of how the place was built. After that we went to the baptism site of Jesus, and that borders Jordan, and there's a river in the middle, and you can actually see how the Christians, you know, they immerse themselves in the river to follow the tradition of Jesus. The Dead Sea is the lowest place on earth, and is the highest concentration of salt on earth as well. It's so salty that you cannot go down and you literally just float. It's meant to be really good for your skin, so a lot of the brothers were just, you know, enjoying themselves in the sea. Overall for me it's been a real, you know, eye-opener, and I've loved it also because I get to spend some time with my brothers, learn a lot about them as well. There's a lot of people that I've never met before, and everyone has a good story about what they want to do, why they Waqf, and what they want to do in life. So, you know, us Waqf-e-Nau, we've dedicated our life to the cause of humanity, for Islam.
So we visited Nazareth today. We went to the Church of Good News, as it's called in Christianity. It was the church where Hazrat Maryam alayhi salam received the revelation that she would born a son that would obviously become Hazrat Isa alayhi salam, Jesus Christ in Christianity. Of course, that was a very holy place for the Christians. There was many art decorations inside that had been donated by several different countries. The honeybee factory was one of the unique places that we visited in Israel. It was a big farm. There were many honeybees that were being farmed with the intention of producing honey. So one of the greatest examples we saw in the honeybee was how the honeybee always follows the example or the leadership of the queen bee. Wherever the queen bee is, that's where the honeybee is. Whatever instructions he or she that receives from the queen bee, the honeybee goes out and does that. And that was a really big focus on one of the themes of our Israel-Palestine trip, of itaat, and that itaat, that obedience, and why we are obedient to, whether it's your team leader or whether it's the Khalifa, that the essence of obedience has to remain the same. And that was one of the big lessons that we would learn from the honeybee, and we could relate to that on a spiritual level as well as a physical level.
After Jummah we met people I've never talked to, never seen before, or just met them at Jummah, and they received us with a lot of love, you know, affection, and like we knew each other for a lot of years, so this hospitality been amazing.
It's a place that you just want to come back to and come visit. Although we were here for 6-7 days, we obviously didn't get the chance to see everything, but you know, I'd love to come back with the Jama'at or even with my family and experience that all again.
Some amazing highlights there, guys, bringing back all those memories, and I can't wait to go on the next one. And for, you know, those of you watching, if you haven't had the opportunity to go on these trips, do make sure you utilize the next trip coming up, whenever that might be, and make sure you go on the trip. It's unforgettable experience. You know, we've been on them trips, and we can testify that they're amazing trips, and we still talk about them till this day. So I just want to wrap up here. I'll just read a few more comments that we are getting in. We've got a comment from President Lajna Imalla Finland. Jazakallah for the fabulous program. We have a Tarbiti class going on this weekend, yet in the breaks we're still watching the live transmission with the Waqf-e-Nau in Finland. That's amazing. And we've had a couple more comments here. We've got a comment from Kazakhstan. It's from Aktay, from West Kazakhstan. He's saying, Salam, thanks for this beautiful program. And this is a message from Adnan Ahmed from Kazakhstan. Amazing. So, yeah, people are watching in Kazakhstan. How amazing is that?
Insane.
So just to wrap up, boys, just want to kind of touch upon a few points that we've mentioned today. And for me, the key here is don't be scared by your work. If you feel apprehensive, if you feel like you're not sure if this is the right thing for you, seek guidance from Hazur. Write a letter to Hazur. As Shams mentioned earlier, he actually went and had a mulaqat with Hazur, and he kind of discussed his concerns with Hazur, and he was able to get the guidance that's carried him forward to where he is in this part. And at the same time, involve yourself in all the programs that the Waqf-e-Nau departments within your countries have as well. Just like ourselves, we're blessed to have live in Markaz where we're so close to Hazur and we can have the opportunity to go and have a mulaqat with him. But now, with COVID and the way things are in the world, we're seeing that Hazur's doing virtual mulaqats all over the world. From every corner of the world, people have the opportunity to speak to Hazur live through this technology, which is amazing. So if you do get an opportunity, whenever you get an opportunity, do make the most of that. And a lot, same with the trips as well. Once you get an opportunity to go on these trips, honestly, they can be life-changing. Where, I've been on a few, you boys have been on a few, and we still, I think, Shams, maybe you can, talk, we haven't got long, but talk very quickly about the Qadian trip that we still talk about till this day. I didn't go on that trip, but I know you and a few of the other boys went on that trip, and we still talk about it till this day. And, these memories, these moments, they stick with you for a very long time, if not the rest of your life. So make sure, if you have the opportunity to go on any trips, if the opportunity to get involved with any Jama'at events, any Waqf-e-Nau events, make sure you do. And any guidance, please speak to Hazur. So with that, want to leave it there. Thank you so much for watching, and please continue to watch all the further amazing programs that we have coming up as well. And I want to thank my guests, Qudus, Khalik and Shams online as well, for joining me today. And hope everyone watching it's been a good watch for everyone.
First of all, I wish to remind you of the great importance and significance of the Waqf-e-Nau scheme itself. Waqf-e-Nau is the blessed scheme that was founded according to the will of Allah by Hazrat Khalifa IV for the sake of facilitating the future prosperity and worldwide growth of the Jama'at. The purpose of this scheme was to prepare as many Waqifeen or life devotees raised from birth with the objective of fulfilling the needs of the Jama'at in different fields, such as tabligh and tarbiyat, as well as in education and healthcare.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the Gracious, the Merciful. Important announcement from the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department. Ahmadi Muslims from across the world who have written letters to Hazrat Khalifatul Masih V, may Allah strengthen his hand, regarding dedicating their expected child to the blessed scheme of Waqf-e-Nau should note the following. If you have not received any reply regarding this matter, it is mandatory that you should follow up this query with the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department. Quite often when parents do not receive a reply, they write directly to Hazur-e-Anbar, whereas they should first and foremost check with the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department. You can do this by calling us on the following number, +44 208 544 7633, or by emailing us on info@waqf-e-nauintel.org. For more information, visit our website on www.waqf-e-nauintel.org. We'll do our utmost to reply to you as soon as possible. May Allah the Almighty bless you all, fulfill your pious well-wishes, increase you in faith, and keep you and your loved ones always in His benevolent care. Ameen. Wassalam, Khaksar, Head of the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department, London.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back to the MKA Waqf-e-Nau Virtual Retreat. Is what we've called it. It's nice to have you here. I hope you're refreshed. You've had your cup of tea, you're sat with some food. And we've just listened to a fantastic discussion, youth discussion. And it's shown how Waqf-e-Nau has developed over time. And the fact that they're still young people, they grew up together and now they're traveling the world together and seeing how the Jama'at functions over there and spending time with other young people across the world. I hope you enjoyed that. We certainly did here in the studio. Can I remind you again, please, the number for you to send your comments to? We're reading them out in the studio. The number is 07517 657 172. Please send us your comments, make sure it's the right number. And also your comments can be left in the YouTube chat. It's the YouTube live chat. I have got a few comments which I'll quickly want to read, and then Rizwan, we can run through the rest of the program.
Yep.
We have a comment here. We are all loving it. May Allah bless you for arranging such a nice program. So obviously this is fantastic news for the Waqf-e-Nau team. May Allah bless you. This is from Tariq Yusuf in Sweden. People are sending their messages from Leicester. An amazing event, true Islam. People can see what they are missing without Khilafat. Islam Ahmadiyya Zindabad. Fantastic. That is such a nice comment. So like I said, keep sending your comments in. We'll read them out here in the studio. Rizwan, what's next?
So let's just go through a very quick rundown of what's going to be happening. So mashallah, we've had so many amazing things already. We had the Friday sermon segment, the Waqf in Focus, we had the Waqf talk. After this, we'll be having a very important segment, which will be a Jamia segment. So this will all be looking at experience of going to Jamia, the importance of being a Murabbi. And we know, as the discussions have been taking place throughout the day, one of the most important fields for Waqf-e-Nau to go into is Jamia. And Sabah, I think you can talk much better to this than I can as a Murabbi in terms of the importance and the blessings that one fulfills through going through Jamia.
I think, obviously, being Waqf-e-Nau, from before I was born, my parents decided to devote my life for the service of faith. And I decided to give my life for the service of religion and join Jamia Ahmadiyya UK, one of 12 seminaries across the world, which are part of the community. And it consisted of a 7-year degree, which we then, in the final year, the 8th year as we can call it, we travelled to various different countries. This is obviously before the pandemic. I had the opportunity to go to Africa and Spain. And it was really important for me to see those aspects as well, of how the Jama'at functions in different parts of the world. And as a Waqf-e-Nau, as a Waqf-e-Zindagi, I feel like the opportunity simply came through the grace of Allah the Almighty. And I do feel that these are the blessings of God.
Absolutely. So that will be the next segment. I'm going to do a quick run through of the remaining segment just so we can understand what is to come. After the Jamia segment, we'll come back here briefly. We'll have a quick chat. And then we'll go into a break. But do remember, please stay in tune during the break. We'll be having a number of very important sessions that we played. So the Waqf-e-Nau scheme documentary will be taking place. Correspondence with the Zur, of course, a very important aspect for us to better understand. Important announcements. We'll come back here again. Then there'll be the talk on civil service. So that'll be around 2:10. Around 2:30, we'll have the much anticipated quiz. Now, this is there will be some prizes that people will be able to obtain in the quiz. So there is incentive more so than joining the discussion. But please do stay tuned and join us for this.
It's Slido.com. So it's Slido.com and it's hashtag Waqf, WAQF. Please make sure 2 p.m. you're tuning into that.
Jazakallah. Mansoor Clark Sahib will be the quiz master for that one. We'll come back for another talk. This will be Life as a Medic Waqf talk, so another field that's been talked about today. Then Umair Aleem Sahib will be giving a very interesting talk, looking at his experiences being very close to Huzur as Huzur's photographer and also as head of the Maqsad Tasavir department. And then around 4, we'll be having the final session, and this will be with Sadr Sahib UK, who of course is a Waqf-e-Nau also, as well as a panel, and they'll be rounding off the final the rounding off proceedings for today. So a lot to come. We have a very exciting program still to come. I just wanted to touch on something quickly. Just before the break, we were discussing parents, and you were giving your experience of parents before I unfortunately had to cut you off. And we had to run off. But could you pick that up again? Because I think it was very important for us to
So obviously now
about.
I'm a parent myself. I have 2 children who, Jibril and Juwaria, who me and my wife have given to the Waqf-e-Nau scheme. We hope that they're able to serve the Jama'at when they grow older. But what I was talking about before the previous segment was the important role that parents have in the upbringing of their children. And I remember Huzur, may Allah be his helper, talked about the important role that parents have by leading by example, because ultimately we know that children follow the actions of their parents. So we should tell the truth. We should be praying 5 times a day. Ultimately, these are the habits and the good deeds we try to inculcate within our children. And I was talking about how my parents, I feel like, were a massive incentive and a role model for me growing up of how to live life as a true Ahmadi Muslim.
100%. I mean, I can only say the same thing. Of course, our parents were so integral from the fact by dedicating us before birth, but also being role models and examples for us. And I was very fortunate. I was born in Saudi Arabia, so I grew up in Saudi Arabia. And my parents would take me to Makkah every year. And so obviously having that connection with the center of Islam, it only instills even more passion in you to become dedicated and follow in the footsteps of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Sahaba, which we've been hearing about today. But actually, there was an interesting point. I remember someone discussing Waqf with me, generally the purpose of Waqf, and they said to me, you know, isn't it a bit of brainwashing that you're having to dedicate children before they're even born? And I don't know why, but one example I was reading about recently was the parents of, you know, Serena Williams, the tennis player.
Yes.
They decided at a very young age, when she was a child, that she had to become the best. She was going to become the best in the world. And the only way they did that is because they decided from very early childhood that they would dedicate her to becoming that person. And that's why she went on to become the leader or the best ever. And so the only way you can achieve that status or become spiritually ahead, and as Huzur expects of us, to become the best in our fields, for scientists, Huzur said the minimum expectation is the Nobel Prize, for example. The only way you can do that is not when you're 15, 16, it's when you're born. And to start that service immediately. So I think that's something that we owe gratitude to our parents, that they've given us that head start in life.
And with this, you talked about Waqf and dedicating themselves from a very young age, the parents of the children which the parents dedicate. And this was actually a habit of prophets, because they got to a stage where they'd given everything they have for the service of religion, and the next thing they wanted to give to faith were their children. So this is actually a habit of prophets, of giving their children for the service of faith. So alhamdulillah, we use these examples to try and we aspire to follow those good deeds of the prophets who passed before us.
Absolutely. With that, we're now going to move on to our next segment. We'll have a very short break and then we'll have a talk on Jamia. So please do stay tuned. A very, very important segment to come. Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Tariq Naseem and I serve as a missionary in the United States. So when it comes to at least my story of how I came to Waqf, I grew up in California on the West Coast. And I remember when it came time to make my decision, I didn't really have young people just like me who grew up there who I could turn to and say that, look, you also made the decision of Waqf, what it's like, what is it? How is it? And that really taught me the importance of turning to Allah Ta'ala first, pouring your needs, your concerns, your worries to Him first. And I remember one day I was just, I was younger, I was just thinking about it, and I said that, look, and I just poured my heart out on the prayer mat. And I turned to Allah Ta'ala and I spoke to Him, and I just said, look, Allah Ta'ala, this is what I hear, is what's required of me as Waqf. And you know, my parents have put in their efforts, their prayers. Khalifa al-Masih's prayers are backing us as well. give me the ability, remove my concerns, and if this is what it needs and required of me, give me the ability to do it. And you know, I can't even begin to describe in these 1 or 2 minutes of the blessings that come when you put Allah Ta'ala first in your life. You know, the Promised Messiah ﷺ, he was revealed by Allah Ta'ala, Man kana lillahi, kana Allahu lahu. That whosoever becomes dedicated to Allah Ta'ala, Allah Ta'ala will become theirs. It was one thing for me to have that personal example, to see how Allah Ta'ala played a role in my life, especially after making this choice. And it was completely more amazing to see it happening also to my family and them experiencing the same things. You know, it's one thing to read this, find it in Jama'at literature, hear about it from others. But when it happens with you, it's completely changing. And in service of waqf and something beyond yourself, there's a peace that Allah Ta'ala puts in your heart. And all the things that we're thinking about when we're going to choose a career, Allah Ta'ala also takes care of your needs. You know, if you're serving Him, you know, logic dictates also that will He not take care of you? So anyone who is here, who's thinking about it, who's at that point in their life and deciding, I would honestly say consult Allah Ta'ala first. Put your heart on the prayer mat, the janamaz, and pour yourself there and just ask and seek help and see Allah Ta'ala guides you. So that's kind of my story. May Allah Ta'ala accept your efforts and your waqf, and also may Allah Ta'ala accept mine as well. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Welcome to this segment of the virtual Majlis Khuddamul Ahmadiyya National Waqf-e-Nau Rally. In this segment, we'll be discussing about Jamia Ahmadiyya, the institution of Jamia Ahmadiyya, and the misconceptions around the institution of Jamia Ahmadiyya. So, now Jamia was founded over 115 years ago by the promised Messiah alayhi salatu wassalam. There were many reasons around the foundations of Jamia Ahmadiyya being laid. First, Jamia Ahmadiyya was called Madrasa Ahmadiyya, and the promised Messiah ﷺ felt the need that scholars for the Jama'at Ahmadiyya should be produced. As such, the demise of Maulvi Abdul Karim Sahab Sialkoti and Maulana Burhanuddin Jailmi Sahab led to this impact, led to this foundation of Jamia being laid. Now we see that these two scholars had great impact on the Jama'at. So Aleem Sahab, obviously there are many Jamiat around the world, and there's obviously Jamia Ahmadiyya UK, there's Jamia Ahmadiyya Ghana, there's many different Jamiat around the world. So why should Waqif-e-Nau, it's been 115 years, why should Waqif-e-Nau join Jamia today?
Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mutarrif Sahab, this is a very interesting question that you put. And the first thing to remember is that we are all waqf, and therefore it's our duty to present ourselves forward for the Jama'at. And what better way to fulfill this duty than to look at the requirements of the Jama'at and go forward and fulfill those requirements. I would like to bring a quote here from Hazrat Khalifa al-Masih ayyadahullah ta'ala bin Nasr al-Aziz from the 2016 National Waqf-e-Nau Ijtima, in which Hazur outlines the importance and the priority that he gives to Jamia Ahmadiyya UK and that Waqif-e-Nau should join Jamia Ahmadiyya UK. Hazur says, and I quote, "You should certainly pursue options that are of interest to you. However, I would also urge as many of you as possible to consider applying to Jamia Ahmadiyya. The reason for this is we have a huge requirement for missionaries throughout the world. Even though whole classes of Jamia Ahmadiyya UK have already graduated, the requirements of missionaries just here in the UK have still not been fulfilled. Furthermore, there are many other English-speaking countries where we need missionaries. And so, I would advise you to consider joining Jamia with the spirit that this will be a great means of fulfilling your pledge of waqf." Now here it becomes crystal clear what Hazur's expectations are. Hazur expects Waqif-e-Nau to join Jamia Ahmadiyya UK because this should be their first priority. Of course, if you have other priorities or other interests, then you might wish to pursue those, but Jamia should be your first priority. As well as this, in Surah Al Imran, in chapter 3 of the Holy Quran, Allah the Almighty states, "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, وَلْتَكُمْ مِنْكُمْ أُمَّةٌ يَدْعُونَ إِلَى الْخَيْرِ." That there should be a group amongst you that invites people to goodness. And essentially, Jamia Ahmadiyya is the only institution in the world that is carrying out this command of Allah the Almighty. So you should join Jamia Ahmadiyya because you will be able to fulfill the command of Allah the Almighty and say labbaik to the instructions of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih.
All the Jamiats in the Ahmadiyya Muslim community are special in their own way. However, by the grace of Allah, Jamia Ahmadiyya UK holds a very special position, being based less than 10 miles away from the Khilafat headquarters in Islamabad. In the Friday sermon, in which Hazur outlined his move to Islamabad in 2019, a very important point he mentioned was that it is important for Jamia to be near Markaz too, and there was great wisdom behind this point. We can offer namaz behind Hazur daily and do duties in Islamabad. Our letters we write for Hazur are delivered on a daily basis, and we personally send weekly diaries to Hazur about our activities. All these are key to developing a bond with Khilafat. Hazur himself has mentioned in the recent convocations that he receives regular updates on all the activities in Jamia UK. So, in a nutshell, Jamia UK does hold a very special position, but not because of its own qualities, but because of the blessings of being closest to Khilafat.
Obviously, Aleem Sahib, you rightfully mentioned that, an integral part of Jamia is Khilafat. So obviously, you've been through 5 years in Jamia. What are some of your experiences, from the very start, from Umaydah, from the first year of Jamia Ahmadiyya UK, until now, the 5th year? What are some of your experiences with Khilafat?
So, Mutarrif Sahib, you rightly say that Khilafat is an integral part of Jamia. And essentially, Khilafat is like the nucleus and Jamia is the electrons that revolve around it. Everything that happens in Jamia is through the guidance of Khilafat. Now, not just me, any student from Jamia, if you were to pick them out and you were to ask them about Khilafat, they could give you so many examples of their personal experiences and their personal connection with Khilafat. And the fundamental reason for this is that Jamia Ahmadiyya students are blessed with the opportunity of having private mulaqats with Hazur Anwar Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasir Aziz. Every day, 3 students from Jamia Ahmadiyya are blessed with the opportunity to have a private mulaqat with Hazur Anwar. And in this mulaqat, you can ask any questions that you have, any queries, any issues that you are going through, and you can request Hazur for prayers. And you realize that throughout your time in Jamia, when you have these mulaqats, you develop a personal bond with Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. And I don't think any of us could have imagined having this bond before we joined Jamia Ahmadiyya. Personally, I've also had the opportunity of having these mulaqats, and I've asked Hazur questions and I've told him about any issues that I'm undergoing, and Hazur has given me such loving advice and such affectionate answers that I can still remember them to this day, and it's something that you can't describe to other people. But apart from that, during my 5 years in Jamia, Hazur has blessed us with his presence at numerous events. We've had the opportunity of having 2 classes with Hazur Anwar, and the important thing that we all noticed in these classes is the love that Hazur shows. It's like a father who has just come back from work and he is spending time with his children. The atmosphere is completely relaxed and it's completely mesmerizing to see. And it's something you can't experience, you can't describe in words. You have to be there to feel it. As well as this, there's the convocation which happens every year, which Hazur graciously attends. And he not only awards the missionaries that are graduating, he also gives prizes to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position holders of each year from the 1st year to the last year. And that is such a big blessing because he doesn't need to do this, but it's just his mere love and his affection that he has for us for why he does this.
Obviously, just to add to what you said, Aleem Sahib, you mentioned that Khilafat is obviously, the relation of a student with Khalifatul Masih during the 5 years is very close. But obviously, due to the current situations right now, Khilafat has been very close to Jamia students as well, as many Jamia students have been able to carry out duties in Islamabad. So right now we have present via video link Huzaifa Tahir Saab and Noor Hadi Saab, who are with us. And if we could go to Huzaifa Tahir Saab first, you've obviously spent, a couple of months now with Khilafat. You've been physically the closest to Khilafat for the past few months. If you could please enlighten us on some experiences you've had with the Khilafat.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. So Mutarasab, as you mentioned, that for the past year, myself and some of my classmates have been in Islamabad, and we have had the opportunity to carry out some duties for Khuddamul Ahmadiyya, as well as work in some of the offices, Markazi offices, which are located here. Now, apart from this, we have been extremely fortunate to have had the opportunity of regular sittings with Hazuri Anwar. And as Aleem Saab mentioned earlier, that a fundamental part of Jamia Ahmadiyya is our opportunity to develop our relationship and bond with Hazuri Anwar, Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasr al-Aziz. And I can genuinely say that due to Jamia, I have received this opportunity. And this year, because our last year at Jamia came to quite an abrupt end, and we missed out on the second semester and were instead called over to Islamabad, I would say that this has been the biggest blessing in disguise for us. Because not only are we physically near Hazuri Anwar, Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasr al-Aziz, but we have been regularly sitting in the company of Hazur. And we've had some amazing experiences of sitting in the company of Hazur. So regarding this, I would like to share a few incidences which I hope are faith-inspiring for others as well, and it would encourage others to join Jamia Ahmadiyya. You will realize that these blessings come naturally with Jamia. So the first thing I would like to mention is Hazuri Anwar's special attention which he pays to Jamia students. And for us, because we recently passed from Jamia, Hazuri Anwar has been showing us the special attention and love that we have never experienced before. So an example I would like to give of this is that during the classes which we have been having with Hazuri Anwar, we have noticed that Hazur pays attention to even the minutest of details. He has been paying attention to, of course, our spiritual aspects of life, but also our day-to-day general routine as well. So an example of our spiritual aspect I would like to mention is that during these classes, Hazuri Anwar, may Allah strengthen his hand, has been inquiring about our spiritual aspects of our life so far. And during these classes, he has been regularly asking us if we have been praying tahajjud, for example, or if we have been waking up for namaz on time, etc. So one thing which I would like to mention is that Hazur has been laying emphasis on nawafil prayers, so much so that almost every class Hazur has been asking us about it. And not only would he ask about the day of the class, he would ask if we have prayed tahajjud the previous week or not. And Hazur would really emphasize that every murabbi, every muballigh should be offering 1 hour tahajjud every single day. Now the incident which I would like to mention here is that once during our class, Hazuri Anwar was speaking about and emphasizing the importance of praying tahajjud. And during this session, Hazur said to us to get our notebooks and pen ready. So now at this point, we were a bit confused. We were like, is Hazur going to make us write something now? So Hazur said, get your pens and notebooks ready. I'm going to say a sentence and I want you all to write this down. So the sentence which Hazur made us write down, I will quote here, it's in Urdu and I will explain in English. So Hazur said that Allah Ta'ala ka qurb पाने के लिए फ़राइज़ इबादत के अलावा नवाफिल भी ज़रूरी हैं और एक मुरब्बी को ये कुर्ब हासिल करने की कोशिश अपनी इंतहा तक पहुंचानी चाहिए. Now this means that to attain nearness to Allah the Almighty is just as important. It is just as important to offer your voluntary prayers as it is to offer your compulsory prayers. And a murabbi should strive towards attaining this nearness. Now, this just proves how much emphasis Hazuri Anwar has been laying on the spiritual aspects of our life. And now another point which I would like to add is something which Hazur mentioned in the class, which is that Hazur said that although you guys are murabbiyan and your knowledge should be on a level where you can compete with others, non-Ahmadis for example, Hazur said that there are many non-Ahmadis who know their quotes of the Holy Quran, their references, their ahadith off by heart. And Hazur said that they may actually be better than you. But one thing which I expect from Murabbiyan is for them to be better in their spiritual aspects and be way ahead of everyone else. And this is the spiritual attention that Huzur has been laying and emphasizing for us. Now, since we have been in Islamabad for the past year, Huzur Anwar has been paying particular attention to our day-to-day life, our routine at the same time. Huzur even inquires about what time we wake up, if we're having food on time, what foods we're eating, if we're exercising, for example, and also if we're taking care of our cleanliness. Now, regarding cleanliness, I would like to mention a quick incident. Whilst we were staying in Islamabad, we were residing in the hall, and during our time here, we have seen that Huzur Anwar comes out for inspections sometimes. And usually he doesn't come towards the hall, but inspects the premises around it. Now, once what happened was that Huzur Anwar came to inspect the kitchen area. And after this, instead of going back to his premises, Huzur went straight into the hall. Now, when we realized that Huzur is going into the hall, we sort of understood that Huzur will be taking a look at our accommodation and inspecting that also. And when Huzur Anwar actually went towards our accommodation, he noticed that it wasn't too organized and it wasn't as clean as he expected. And I was fortunate enough to be standing near Huzur at that point. And Huzur actually said to me that, has Jamia not taught you to, make your beds or keep your areas clean and organized? So from this, what I understood was that Huzur is actually paying so much attention towards our day-to-day routine at the same time. And that a small thing such as making your bed, this is something which we may overlook or consider not too significant. But this is something which Huzur emphasized at the same time and said that, every Murabbi should also keep their bed clean and keep their areas organized.
If I could come to you, Nur Hadi Sab, you've obviously been blessed with the same opportunities. You've obviously spent a couple months in Islamabad with Huzur. So if you could please enlighten us on some moments you've had with Huzur Ektas or in your stay in Islamabad.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Jazakallah for having me on. I consider this a huge honor to actually be here and be involved in this virtual rally. And of course, as you're all aware, being here, of course, has been one of the biggest blessings. Because as everyone, as of course Mutaraf Saab and Aleem Saab, as you're aware, when Jamia comes to a close or comes to an end, the graduating class usually go off to Africa, Pakistan and Spain and spend a few months there training. But of course, due to the pandemic, we've had to actually stay in Islamabad. But this also goes to show exactly how much Huzur pays attention to each and every individual's future posting and where he should be going after he completes Jamia. Because Huzur keeping us here just highlights the fact that Huzur wants to get to know each and every individual so closely that if he points them anywhere in the world, he knows that he did so personally and it was through his own personal guidance. So just to highlight one of the incidences actually that took place, and is something more relating to Jamia. I think we as students of Jamia Ahmadiyya UK, although we're very fortunate that our results every year go to Huzur Anwar, but most recently actually in one of our sittings, Huzur actually shared one of the most recent classes results with us. And that in fact was really astonishing for me. And I was overwhelmed because Huzur in this class, after the lesson had finished, Huzur said that, you guys will soon be posted and the next 7th year batch will, God willing, also join us here. But do you guys know this so-and-so person or this so-and-so person? So we also said to Huzur, yes, Huzur, we know him and those people that Huzur mentioned. But then Huzur went on to say that, did you know that this person in his results got this mark and this percentage? And we thought, okay, fine, that, wow, like Huzur remembered each and every person's results that just came out. But Huzur went on to say that, no, but this person in the previous years would get this position and his results would be this, these marks. And what actually made me feel very overwhelmed, because we all know that Huzur Anwar, may Allah strengthen his hand, has such a busy schedule. But Huzur went to as far as to go and say that there's one individual in this class that when he first joined Jamia and he had his first semester results, his exact percentage was this, and now after 7 years, his percentage is this. So we were just like, wow, like how can this happen? So for me, this was really inspiring, and it just goes to show what other institute or other academic institute in the world can say that their head teacher or their, let's say, leader pays so much minute detail into each and every person's grades. Just to go on from that, actually, something that's a bit more personal to myself, actually, is that after spending a few months here, I got a random call from Tabshir, which is the Foreign Missions Office of the Markaz, or the headquarters of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. And they called me and they said, this is a letter for you, read it and just do what it says. So I looked at the letter and I said, okay. And I saw that the first line, it said, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah, respected so-and-so and so. Huzur Anwar, may Allah strengthen his hand, has appointed you to this country, and please do the following, right? So at that time, it felt as if the earth underneath me had actually just disappeared, and I was really shocked. I was like, wow, this is quite something, right? The next class came, and I thought, maybe Huzur will mention it, and I was just sitting there, and I was just thinking that perhaps Huzur will say something, or Huzur will mention it, and to be honest, I couldn't really pay attention in that class that much, because this thought was just in my mind, saying that, does even Huzur even remember me, or was this a posting done by, the Intizamiya behind him? So then at that moment, Huzur looked at me and he looked into my eyes and smiled. And he said, why are you worried? Have you received news about your posting? And I just smiled back and I said, Ji Huzur. And he said, is everything okay? And will you be all right, basically? And I said, Huzur, that's yes, however you, whatever you say, I'm ready to do whatever you command, right? And Huzur beautifully gave me more guidance, and he literally spent another extra 5-10 minutes just shedding more light upon what I need to do, the tasks that I have ahead of me. And even jokingly said that if I had gotten married, or if I had settled a rishta by now, or have I found a suitable spouse for myself. And Huzur jokingly said that the country you're going to, maybe I can find you a girl in that country as a suitable match, so it can help you with your your mission ahead. So this was an immense moment for me, to even think that Huzur Anwar would actually spend so much time and put so much emphasis, or so much, let's say, attention and focus into someone like me, or just a normal Murabbi of the Jama'at. But this just goes to show that Huzur Anwar spends so much of his time, pondering over what exactly we should be doing, or where we should be going next. And I feel as if this was probably one of the biggest blessings for me staying in Islamabad.
Some light on how great Khilafat is, on how much of a close connection the Khalifa has with the students of Jamia Ahmadiyya, not just whilst they are in Jamia, but also afterwards. And Huzaifa Sahab, Jazakallah to you as well. And now we'll come back to the studio. Elizia Sahab, there's obviously a lot of misconceptions around Jamia. I mean, you and I have both been through the process of applying for Jamia, and having all those thoughts right before Jamia, Jamia is going to be like this, Jamia is going to be like that. Obviously, there's going to be certain restrictions, we're not going to be able to do certain things. So, one of those things that people think, or have this misconception of, is Jamia all about studying? Is it just about study? Is there anything else about Jamia?
Yes, there is a studying aspect to Jamia, but that's not the only aspect in Jamia. For example, if we look at the subjects that we are taught in Jamia, we learn the Quran, the commentary of the Quran, the translation, the ahadith, jurisprudence, so many different languages, so many comparisons with other faiths, that studying doesn't become a burden anymore. In fact, it becomes something of interest. But looking at the routine of Jamia, it's not just studying. From 8 to 2, you have your compulsory study time like any other institute. But after 2 o'clock, it's your choice, independent time for you to do what you want to do. For example, you can organize a game of football. You can gather a few friends and play football. Or we have basketball facilities, volleyball facilities, cricket, table tennis, badminton, so many sports that you can take part in, that you're never tired of the studying aspect. And one thing that I want to mention here is that, like any other worldly institution, if you want to be successful, you have to work hard. And likewise in Jamia, you do need to study, but that's not the only thing that happens in Jamia.
In fact, there's another misconception about Jamia, and that is of, food. Some people think that because, you go to Jalsa and you see that people are eating dal and aloo gosh, and that's what you get in Jalsa, for example. That's what people think, right? So they think that in Jamia, the food menu is focused on dal and aloo gosh as well. But in fact, that is not the case. For example, if I talk about myself, I like burger and chips, right? But, some people would actually be surprised when they find out that, burger and chips is actually a part of the menu in Jamia. And this menu has been approved by Hazur Aqdas. And there's actually, something different for breakfast, lunch and dinner. It's not always the same. And that varies obviously throughout the week. Now, Aleem Saab, obviously there's another misconception people have, and that is that, they think that you have to be of a certain standard to join Jamia Ahmadiyya. Is that true?
This misconception that Jamia is like a factory and there's robots being prepared inside it and everyone's perfect. I too thought this, and I thought, how would I fit into this environment? But when you join Jamia, you realize that not everyone is as different as you. You've all been brought up in the same environment, you've gone to the same schools, you have been brought up in the same Western culture. So how can it be that he's perfect and you are who you are? This 7-year process that we have in Jamia, it's a time for you to reform yourself, for tarbiyat and for discipline. If everyone was perfect from the start, then there wouldn't be a need for this 7-year period. And the thing that you have to remember here and look out for is, it's not the level that you are at the start when you join Jamia. It's about which level you reach when you end Jamia. And if there is progress there, like Huzaifa Tahir Sahib mentioned that Hazuri Anwar wants you to be spiritually enhanced. If there is a spiritual progress there, then that is, in a sense, a successful time that you've spent in Jamia.
Jazakallah Aleem Zia Sahib. Unfortunately, this is all we have time for today. And obviously, if any of you have any other questions about Jamia Ahmadiyya, the Institute, you can feel free to ask those questions via email or comment in the YouTube section below. Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to this live session with myself, Spalding MD, and Rizwan Safri Sahib. A very faith-inspiring videotape. I'm very grateful for the Jamia team and whoever was part of that, putting it together. Mutarrif, Aleem, Noor and Huzaifa, may Allah bless them and give them success moving on in the future. It's merely through the blessings of Allah the Almighty and the prayers of our beloved Khalifa that we're able to do what we can do, and through his guidance are we able to achieve what we can achieve. A reminder quickly to send in your comments to 07 517 657 172. I should know this off by heart by now. Send in your comments and we'll read them out on this show. And also your comments, please, in the YouTube live chat. I've got 2 comments which I quickly want to read out. One comment is from England. Salam, my name is Farah Malik from England. This is a very interesting program. I have my kids here watching too. So nice comment to hear. Another dear friend of mine actually has commented, Nasser Arshid Ahmed Sahib. He has said, Alhamdulillah, so far this event has been a great success. Amazing feeling watching this whilst in the office. My prayers with everyone who made this possible and to all those watching. That's a fantastic comment. Jazakumullah, may Allah bless you. We are going to a short break. We'll have some documentaries for you to watch. Please stay tuned, fantastic documentaries, and inshallah we will see you after this short break. Jazakumullah.
हम गरीबों के हाँ मेहरबान आ गया फिर खिलाफत के ताबे जहाँ आ गया सैयदी तुझसे वादे निभाएंगे हम हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम सैयदी तुझसे वादे निभाएंगे हम हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम मुर्शिदी गीत उल्फत के गाएंगे हम हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम मुर्शिदी गीत उल्फत के गाएंगे हम हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम तुझको पाया तो कांटों से कलियां हुए, तुझको माना तो सोने की डलियां हुए।
तुझको पाया तो कांटों से कलियां हुए, तुझको माना तो सोने की डलियां हुए।
अपनी कामत उठाते ही जाएंगे हम, हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम।
अपनी कामत उठाते ही जाएंगे हम, हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम।
सैयदी तुझसे वादे निभाएंगे हम, हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम।
हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम। तू ख्यालों में बैठा मेरे पास है, दिल जुमर्द है याकूत अलमास है।
तू ख्यालों में बैठा मेरे पास है, दिल जुमर्द है याकूत अलमास है।
दिल जुमर्द है याकूत अलमास है। दिल को अनमोल यूं ही बनाएंगे हम, हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम। हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम।
आज हर शख्स मन का धनी हो गया, चांद जैसा मेरा जर्मनी हो गया।
आज हर शख्स मन का धनी हो गया, चांद जैसा मेरा जर्मनी हो गया।
चांद जैसा मेरा जर्मनी हो गया।
चांद जैसा मेरा जर्मनी हो गया। अपनी किस्मत की किस्मत बनाएंगे हम, हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम। हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम।
सैयदी तुझसे वादे निभाएंगे हम, हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम।
हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम। हम गरीबों के यहाँ मेहरबा आ गया, फिर खिलाफत के ताबे जहाँ आ गया। गरीबों के यहाँ मेहरबा आ गया, फिर खिलाफत के ताबे जहाँ आ गया। फिर खिलाफत के ताबे जहाँ आ गया। फिर खिलाफत के ताबे जहाँ आ गया।
फिर खलीफा से एजाज पाएंगे हम, हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम।
फिर खलीफा से एजाज पाएंगे हम, हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम।
हम जो खुद्दाम हैं हम तेरे हाथ हैं, दिल जिगर और जज्बे तेरे साथ हैं।
हम जो खुद्दाम हैं हम तेरे हाथ हैं, दिल जिगर और जज्बे तेरे साथ हैं। एक इशारे पे जावार जाएंगे हम, हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम। एक इशारे पे जावार जाएंगे हम, हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम।
सैयदी तुझसे वादे निभाएंगे हम, हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम।
हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम। उसकी ताईद व नुसरत तेरे साथ हो, उसकी रहमत बकसरत तेरे साथ हो उसकी ताईद और नुसरत तेरे साथ हो उसकी रहमत बकसरत तेरे साथ हो उसकी रहमत बकसरत तेरे साथ हो उसकी रहमत बकसरत तेरे साथ हो हर कदम अपना आगे बढ़ाएंगे हम वक्फ-ए-नौ के फरजाने आए हैं दुनिया महकाने.
31 years ago, the Caliph of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community launched a scheme unlike any man had seen before. En masse, he enlisted thousands of unborn children to an army that would bring spiritual revolution to the world.
मैंने बाहर निकल के ये कहा कि बेटा अब तुम्हारा और मेरा ताल्लुक बिल्कुल ख़त्म हो गया. अब मैंने जमात के हवाले कर दिया.
Hazur gives a very special attention to these children, and he continues to guide them in every way.
There is not a single moment I would say that I could, if I could go back and choose not to be a Waqf, then I'd really think that I am one of the unfortunate ones.
Now, on the conclusion of this year's National Ijtima'as, MTA News looks back over 3 decades and tells the astonishing story of the Waqf-e-Nau scheme.
सीनों में नूर खुदा लेकर
قالت امرأة عمران رب إني نذرت لك ما في بطني محررا فتقبل مني إنك أنت السميع العليم.
In 1987, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community was only 2 years from entering its 2nd century. Even as Pakistan's dictator Zia-ul-Haq promised to ruthlessly wipe out Ahmadiyyat, Hazrat Mirza Tahir Ahmad rahimahullah was already foretelling a rapid global expansion of his community's peaceful mission. So he launched the Waqf-e-Nau scheme, which saw Ahmadi Muslim parents dedicate their unborn children to the service of Islam.
We need people in future specially trained in some sciences and arts, etc. Now, they can be utilized both through becoming regular Jamia students, or they can be utilized in their own professions elsewhere in the world, because now the Jama'at's work is spreading and we need engineers and doctors and this and that who would serve the cause of the Jama'at but within their own professions. So I have given freedom to all children and parents so far to go by the talents of the children and their own inclinations.
Mothers and fathers hurried to join the new initiative. However, those already blessed with children did not want to miss out.
मेरे दिल में उस वक्त फौरी तौर पे जो है वो जज्बा जो है पैदा हुआ कि हजूर ने इतनी बाबरकत तहरीक फरमाई है तो इसको मैं उबे करूं और हजूर की खिदमत में जो है अपने बच्चों को जो है पेश करूं. और उसके बाद फिर मैंने हजूर को फौरी तौर पे ख़त लिखा.
Then we waited for a long period of time that what Hazur says, and we started praying that may Allah accept our request. And when we received Hazur's letter and he has been requested, and we were so happy to see this, that Hazur has given us this honor.
I would consider myself to be extra special because I was born, as I said, before the Waqf-e-Nau scheme, and I feel lucky that my parents had the idea to actually say to Hazur that, look, I've already got a son that I want to put forward in this scheme. He could have just left it, and I couldn't, I wouldn't have had this opportunity.
With the launch of the scheme, the Caliph appointed a young doctor in London to volunteer in an administrative capacity, and he was witness to the miracles that followed.
Many parents, they wrote to Hazur that they had no child for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years of life, of married life, and when they decided to act on Hazur's advice and dedicate their future child, God blessed them with the children.
Hazrat Mirza Tahir Ahmad Rahmullah sadly passed away in 2003. But the Ahmadiyya Muslim community was now blessed with its fifth caliph, Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, may Allah be his helper. Within weeks of his election, he addressed the first ever national ijtima of the Waqf-e-Nau scheme.
ये वक्फ-ए-नौ की जो इज्तिमा इन्होंने किया है अमीर साहब ने, ये बहुत सारे बच्चों में ये एहसास होगा कि उन्होंने हिस्सा लेना था और वो नहीं ले सके, तो इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है कि आइंदा भी कुछ ना कुछ इज्तिमात होते रहेंगे और फिर से आपसे मुलाकातें भी होती रहेंगी और इंशाल्लाह ताला हम बातें सुनेंगे भी और करेंगे भी.
Soon the new caliph established MTA's Waqf-e-Nau classes, the participants of which he treated with special love.
मैं जो बच्चे चिल्ड्रन क्लास में या वक्फ-ए-नौ क्लास में आते हैं, ख़ास तौर पे वक्फ-ए-नौ क्लास को, मैंने बच्चों को कहा था कि अगर आप लोगों ने ज़्यादा प्राइज़ ना लिए तो मैं क्लास बंद कर दूंगा, लेकिन शुक्र है कि अक्सरियत उन्हीं बच्चों की है जिन्होंने इनाम लिए हैं.
One incident regarding the class, we have, a child here in here in UK, and the father came to me and he said that I am a father of a Waqf-e-Nau child, but unfortunately he's not healthy physically, and I don't know whether he can ever sit in this class or so for so much time. Normally Huzur's classes are for an hour, the total time period for the classes, and he said that when we go to Huzur for mulaqat, family mulaqat, we have only 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes regarding our time or the managed time. So I want my child to be there and that he could get all those blessings from the Khalifa or the love from the Khalifa while sitting there for an hour. So I presented this matter to Huzur that father was requesting this, and he was very sorry for this, and he is worried that will he get this opportunity. So Huzur said, okay, let him come in. And not even that child, Huzur said, okay, ask his father to be there with him. So that father also, got this love and kindness from Huzur, and he was very happy with that.
Now, the eldest Waqifeen-e-Nau had reached maturity and began to report to the Caliph.
He came to my wedding and he said to me, what are you doing? And I explained to him that I was Waqf-e-Nau and I just graduated. And he said to me, you need to come and see me in my office. And at that point, after the wedding, when we went to see him, he said, he asked me, again, what I was doing and what my intentions were. And at that point, I said, yes, I was Waqf-e-Nau and I definitely would like to carry my Waqf on. And he then asked me to send in my biodata and write everything down, what I'd done, what I was, doing at that time. And it was at that point I got a call from the Bashir a couple of weeks later saying that, we've got your information, please come and see us. And I went and saw the Bashir department, Majid Tahir Saab. And again, he asked me what my interests were. And he mentioned that Huzur would like you to go into MTA. When you're a Waqf-e-Zindagi, the most amazing thing about it is that you're working under the direct supervision of Khalifa Waqf. And it's him that you report to, it's him that advises you what to do, what not to do, and you have a special bond with him.
2012 brought a new challenge for the Waqf-e-Nau Department.
Huzur ordered the department to print a magazine for all those Waqifeen-e-Nau boys and a magazine for Waqfat-e-Nau girls. So Huzur himself suggested the names for those magazines. For Waqifeen-e-Nau, Huzur suggested that the magazine would be started with the name of Ismail, and for Waqfat-e-Nau, the magazine name was given by Huzur is Maryam.
But in 2012, he asked me to start this magazine, and I was a bit panic, I must say, and I had fears that I will not be able to do this, because Huzur also advised that this has to be done within a month's time. The contents actually have to be finished by then we can start the printing process and everything. And I went to Huzur, and I was scared and that I will not be able to do so, but Huzur Anwar said that everything will be done inshallah, and he prayed a lot. I felt very much at ease, because I had no idea so far about anything about preparing files or writing or anything, but Huzur constantly guidance and prayers, I did manage to serve in this context. Otherwise, I will say that I wouldn't have been able to do so.
By 2017, the small Waqf-e-Nau classes Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, may Allah be his helper, established years earlier, had grown to an international scale. During the Caliph's tours, numerous overseas versions were held, while the UK edition expanded enormously.
Last year, when we had a Bustan Waqf-e-Nau class here, the number of, all those Waqifeen who were in the group of 9 to 12 years, they were more than 500. And Alhamdulillah, it was a good figure, and it was the first time that we were having this much figure in the class. And I was worried that how to manage in Mahmud Hall, so I wrote to Huzur for the guidance that and even after that in Mulaqat, when we have some official meetings with Huzur for the guidance, I told to Huzur that Huzur, the number has been raised now, and the place is very small, how to manage it, we don't know if Huzur will. We request Huzur to guide us in this way. Huzur said that, okay, this time let them sit near to me as much as they can. I was happy that Huzur is not saying, okay, leave them, or no. This was the love of Khalifa for all those children. He wanted to be with them, even in the area which was not enough for this much figure. He tried to settle with them, to sit with them, to have, open talk with them.
Today, the eldest Waqifeen-e-Nau are successfully working under the guidance of their Caliph, but the next generation's preparation has already begun.
Alhamdulillah, I have 3 children, and all of them are part of this blessed scheme, and I wouldn't have it in another way. I didn't want them to miss out on a blessing that I was part of. And yes, they'll have their own decision when they grow up. Every Waqf has that decision to make at the age of 16, 18. But right now, for me, it's something that I cannot imagine not putting them in. Or, with my experience especially, I definitely want them to be in this scheme, yeah.
May Allah grant you all the ability to fulfill that sacred pledge and bond that was first made by your parents prior to your birth, and which you have since renewed. And the younger children, Waqf-e-Nau, will inshallah will renew. May all of you fulfill your duties and be amongst those who bring about a true and everlasting spiritual revolution in the world. Ameen.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Notice beloved Huzur.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
I hope you are well by the grace of Allah.
Huzur, I'm writing to request special prayers for Tabligh classes about to be launched at local level throughout Mauritius.
I am also writing to you so that you pray to Allah Almighty to increase me in knowledge.
Please pray that I become a good Ahmadi Waqf-e-Nau girl and that I always obey the Jama'at, my parents and teachers.
I will appreciate it if you give blessings and pray for my family and beloved ones.
Thank you so much, and may Allah make your Caliphate see the best of times in the propagation of the message of the promised Messiah and Mahdi. Amen.
The Ahmadiyya Muslim community is blessed to have the institution of Khilafat that guides the community and keeps members connected to Allah Almighty through the Khalifa's speeches, classes and personal connections with Ahmadis all around the world. Despite his busy schedule and international duties, the head of the community, the fifth Khalifa, Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, may Allah be his helper, still takes the time to read and reply to tens of thousands of letters a year from the millions of Ahmadi Muslims around the world. Join us for a brief glimpse into how the leader of a divinely established community maintains a personal relationship with members in over 200 countries.
और दिन में अगर इस रंग में मोहताज से मोहताज भी देखा जाए तो कम से कम जिस तरह 600-700 ख़त पे दस्तखत कर रहे होते हैं उसी तरह 600-700 ख़त जो है वो कम से कम हुजूर डेली उसमें से गुजर होते हैं, पढ़ रहे होते हैं और सब ने इतनी गहराई से पढ़ा होता है कि बाज़ बात हमें भी बड़ी हैरत होती है कि हुजूर ने इस कदर बिलिस्ती आप उसको देखा है कि अगर कोने खुदरे में भी कोई बात लिखी होती है ना वो भी सबने पढ़ी होती है, उस सबके इल्म में होती है और याद भी होती है और बाज़ बात उसके हवाले से ही सारा ख़त पे नोट भी दिया होता है.
The institution of Khilafat was prophesied to be re-established in Islam on the precepts of prophethood in the latter days as a system of spiritual guidance for the world. This divinely established Khilafat is an institution that is unique to the Ahmadiyya Muslim community and has been the driving factor for the Jama'at's exponential growth around the world. The Khalifatul Masih is the community's spiritual and administrative head, providing guidance to the millions of Ahmadi Muslims around the world and for humanity on a global scale. Since 1908, the Khulafa have been serving the needs of the Jama'at day and night, strengthening the bonds of brotherhood that unites this expanding global community. As well as delivering the weekly Friday sermon, giving guidance in special classes, and addressing a range of issues in special gatherings and meetings, Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, may Allah be his helper, dedicates a vast amount of time daily to read and reply to letters from Ahmadi Muslims around the world.
रहनुमाई के लिए जब लिखा होता है तो उसके लिए भी वो उन दुआओं के साथ जब वो रहनुमाई आप तक पहुंचती है तो बहुत आसानियां हो जाती हैं. तो इससे बेहतर ज़रिया कोई नहीं है कि आप ज़ाती ताल्लुक़ के लिए हमेशा हजूर की खिदमत में ख़त लिखते रहें.
كتير مهم إنه يكون في علاقتنا مع الخليفة تكون كتير قوية ولازم يكون في تواصل مع الخليفة. هو خليفة الله في الأرض, هو ممثل الله في الأرض. فوقت بيكون أي علاقة مع الخليفة هي بتكون تخلينا نكون كتير قراب لله.
Moi, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, la personne plus proche avec Allah en ce moment-ci dans le monde. Et moi, je crois que si aujourd'hui bien près avec Allah, plus proche avec Allah, c'est qu'il est pour recommander Allah pour accepter ça. Parce qu'il sont recommandations du plus près avec Allah, Allah peut écouter ça.
আমরা সবাই জেনে থাকি এবং কোরআনে পড়ে থাকি যে কুনু মা সাদিকিন, অর্থাৎ তোমরা সত্যবাদীদের বা সাদিকদের সহচর হও। এবং সেই উদ্দেশ্যে আল্লাহ তাআলার বলতে চাই যে খেলাফত এমন একটা প্রতিষ্ঠান যা আমাদেরকে এই সুযোগ করে দিচ্ছে।
أكتب لمولانا أمير المؤمنين أيده الله للشعور بالطمأنينة والراحة النفسية وأن يكون مولانا أمير المؤمنين على علم بما يجري في حياتي.
I believe it's important to have a connection with Huzur on regular basis, that he sees interests and that one is active, and I think he likes to hear from people and what they're doing and how they're doing, and everyone is praying for him and he can pray for them as well.
खलीफतुल मसीह को ख़त लिखने की ज़रूरत हमारा अपना फ़ायदा है। जो ख़त लिखते हैं उनका अपना फ़ायदा है इसमें। उससे एक तो अपना खिलाफत से ताल्लुक़ मज़बूत होता है और खिलाफत की बरकतें मिलती हैं, उनकी दुआएं इंसान को मिलती हैं। वक्त पे जिस चीज़ की नसीहत या जिस चीज़ की रहनुमाई की ज़रूरत होती है वो मिलती है। तो इसलिए जैसे मैंने कहा ना, हमारा अपना फ़ायदा है और जितना ये ताल्लुक़ मज़बूत होगा, जितना हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ख़त लिखेंगे और जितना हम ज़्यादा इस तरफ तवज्जो करेंगे, उतना ही हमारा इसमें भला है, हमारा अपना फ़ायदा है।
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
The primary purpose for writing to the Khalifa is to establish a personal connection with the institution of Khilafat that will assist in one's spiritual development. Ahmadi Muslims all around the world regularly write to their beloved Khalifa for this very purpose.
إن مراسلة أمير المؤمنين هي يعني مهمة هامة جدا. أولا كان يتواصل مع حضرته ومع نظام الخلافة، وهذه أيضا بركة لنا جميعا كأفراد الجماعة الإسلامية الأحمدية. وأيضا هذا نعرف أن مولانا أمير المؤمنين يكون يعني كثير سعيد عندما يتصله رسائل من أفراد جماعته ويعرف ماذا يحصل معهم في حياتهم اليومية ويطلبون الدعاء منه دائما.
La plupart du temps, moi, me demande. Et souvent me juste raconte quelque chose qui m'est arrivé, qui me pensait, qui me bien cher avec Hazou, qui me demande, il arrive quelque chose de la vie et me dit Hazou et fait doigt pour moi que ça passe bien. Ou n'importe que me penser pour moi et que Hazou me dise bien j'ai tout à faire. Et il dit comme ça pour moi. Et surtout pour demander pour la famille, surtout pour la famille, pour Jama'at.
Yeah, it has a great impact on my daily life. I was feeling before I met Jama'at that I was missing something. Now I have such an inner peace, so much energy and so much love to share to everyone, and I feel so much energy to help people.
और फिर मैं ये इस बात को पसंद करता हूँ कि इंसान पुराने तरीक़ों के मुताबिक जिस तरह होता था, खुद हाथ से ख़त लिखे, अपने प्यार से अपने जज्बात का इजहार करे, फिर उसके बाद लिफाफा ले, उस पर एड्रेस लिखे, फिर पोस्ट ऑफिस जाए, टिकट लगाए, एक ईमानी कैफियत में से उस मरलों से गुज़रे तो ज़्यादा लुत्फ़ आता है। फिर जब जवाब वापस आता है तो उसी तरह इंसान का दिल और ज़्यादा खुशी महसूस करता है।
Peut-être à cause de mon âge, mais quand on vient un peu vieux, ou pas trop, on va dire, con technologie, peut-être un petit peu pas trop connaît comment une machine marche, comment email marche. Alors, d'une façon, on prend recours à ce qui est déjà fait longtemps. Et après ça, l'autre façon que moi m'a trouvé, qu'il est en écran lit et n'a plus beaucoup, comment dire, l'amour là-dedans. La façon que vous allez, il n'y a pas la peine là-dedans, on va aller voir le papier, ou écrire une lettre, ou le plume, assiser, écrire, aller poster tout ça, le faxer lettre là. Il y a un petit peu, comme je dis, du manière des faux ou pas, qui dans place n'est qu'au type li, là n'est y aller comme ça là.
التواصل مع أمير المؤمنين غاية في الأهمية لكي نطلعه على أحوالنا الشخصية ويدعو لنا في دعائه بركة كبيرة جدا، وأيضا هو بمثابة أب روحاني لجميع أفراد الجماعة. وأنا أتذكر أن يعني كنت أراسله في جميع مراحل تطور حياتي، أثناء دراستي الجامعية وأثناء إقبالي على الزواج وأثناء ولادة طفلتي، أيضا أثناء مشاركتي في الجلسات السنوية المختلفة في أنحاء العالم.
A living connection with Allah Almighty does not just benefit us in the spiritual domain, but it is the hope and prayer of all devout believers that Allah Almighty showers them with blessings in this physical world to help them in their careers and worldly affairs.
I wrote letter to Huzur when I just came back to Sweden after doing my studies, and I wrote to Huzur requesting for prayers to find a good job, and Alhamdulillah I found a job according to my education, and it's the most suitable job for me at the moment because I've learned a lot there. So this was one of the prayers that was accepted.
Huzur is my spiritual leader, and I believe that is a continuation of Allah's representation on earth here. When I write letters to Huzur, I believe that the prayers that comes from Huzur is potent enough to be able to transform whatever situation there is, to bring it to normality or resolve the problem.
আমার মনে হয় হুজুরের চিঠি লেখা দরকার, কারণ তাকে আমরা যদি চিঠি লিখি তাহলে আমরা তার দোয়া পাবো, অনেক অনেক দোয়া পাবো। আমি চিঠি লিখি কারণ আমরা যদি জীবনে কোনো ডিসিশন নিতে যাই তাহলে অন্যদেরকে জিজ্ঞেস করলে এটা ভুল হতে পারে, তাই হুজুরকে জিজ্ঞেস করলে এটা সবসময় ঠিক হবে, কারণ আমরা তার উপর বিশ্বাস করি।
الحمد لله رب العالمين. كل طلب دعاء من أمير المؤمنين مستجيب بفضل الله. أو أبسط مثال رسالتي التي أرسلتها قبل الجلسة السنوية في UK العام الماضي، فقد راسلته لأنني مررت بظروف صعبة خاصة، فطلبت الدعاء لتيسير السفر، فسبحان الله ربنا سبحانه وتعالى سهل لي السفر وحضرت الجلسة وتمكنت من إلقاء القصيدة دقائق قبل أن يدخل حضور خيمة النساء. فالحمد لله رب العالمين. كلما نطلب من أمير المؤمنين أي دعاء فسبحان الله تتسهل الأمور، وإن الله يبدل كل شيء للخير.
कुछ दिनों पहले मेरे पापा जॉबलेस हो गए थे, तो फिर मैंने प्यारे आका की खिदमत में एक दुआया ख़त लिखा था, तो फिर अल्लाह ताला ने इतना फजल किया था कि उनको इतनी अच्छी जॉब मिल गई, उससे भी अच्छी जॉब मिल गई थी। हुजूर को ख़त लिखना इसलिए ज़रूरी है ताकि दीन और दुनिया में हमेशा कामयाब रहें।
कोई कहता है कि हुजूर मैंने आपको ख़त लिखा, मेरी एक मुश्किल थी, अभी मैंने ख़त पोस्ट किया था, डाक में भी नहीं डाला था, मेरी मुश्किल आसान हो गई। कोई कहता है कि मैंने जॉब के लिए आपको दरख्वास्त की थी कि मुझे नौकरी मिल जाए, मैं इंटरव्यू के लिए जा रहा हूँ, और जब आपको ख़त लिख के डाल दिया मुझे दिल तसल्ली हो गई, और जब मैं इंटरव्यू दिया और गया तो मुझे जॉब मिल गई।
This week I wrote about my left operation. Huzur, please pray for me because last Monday, 28th November, I operated my left ear for the second time. Please pray that this time the operation is successful.
किसी का बीमार है और हज़ारों मील दूर बैठे हुए हैं, और वो कहते हैं हमने आपको ख़त लिख के पोस्ट कर दिया था, पहुंचा पता नहीं कब पहुंचा होगा, लेकिन हमने लिखा और इधर लिखा और चंद लम्हों या मिनटों के बाद हालत संभल गई और बीमारी की कैफियत जाती रही। तो ये अल्लाह ताला की तरफ से इस तरह के ज़िंदा निशान है, पहले भी कई दफ़ा बयान हो चुके हैं, बहुत सारे बुज़ुर्गों ने भी अपनी तकारीर में बयान किए हुए हैं, और ये हकीकतन में मतलब हम उसके गवाह और शाहिद हैं कि इन ख़तों में भी लोग इस किस्म की बातों के इजहार किए होते हैं कि हमने किस तरह हुजूर की खिदमत में एक चीज़ के लिए दुआ की दरख्वास्त की और वो ख़त हुजूर तक पहुंचा भी नहीं, کہ اللہ نے وہ قبول فرما لی اور حضرت صاحب کی دعا کی برکت سے ہمارے وہ کام ہو گئے، یا یہ کہ حضور کے پاس پہنچا اور حضور نے دعا کی اور اس کے بعد اللہ تعالیٰ نے فضل کیا اور جس طرح سے ہم چاہتے تھے اسی طرح اللہ تعالیٰ نے وہ کام ہمارا سنوار دیا۔ تو اس طرح کے بہت سارے خط اس میں شہادت کے طور پہ آتے ہیں جو ڈیلی ہم پڑھتے ہیں، اور اس میں لوگوں نے اس بات کا اظہار کیا ہوتا ہے کہ حضور کی دعاؤں کی برکت سے ان کے بگڑے ہوئے کام سنور گئے۔
Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, may Allah be his helper, receives hundreds of letters a day from people of all ages. Even very young Ahmadi Muslims write to Huzur to request for prayers to help them in their physical, spiritual and educational development.
I write letters to Huzur for him to pray to God to increase me in knowledge.
And I pledge myself with thousands to uphold and defend the kingdom of God, so help me God.
I feel it is important to write letters to Huzur because Allah listens to his prayers faster than ours. My letter to Huzur is about seeking of protection, knowledge, and wealth so that my parents can take care of my siblings and I.
اگر آپ حضور کو خط لکھیں گے تو پھر دعائیہ خط لکھیں گے تو پھر آپ کو کامیابی ملے گی، اللہ تعالیٰ آپ پر بہت فضل کرے گا۔ جیسے میری اجتماعات ہیں، میں اس سے پہلے ضرور پیارے آقا کو ہمیشہ خط لکھتی ہوں تاکہ میں کامیاب ہوں اور مجھے انعامات بھی ملتے ہیں۔ جب میں نے کلاس بدلنی تھی تو پھر میں بہت نروس تھی کہ میں ڈر گئی تھی، تو پھر میں نے حضور کو خط لکھا تھا تو ان سے بہت اچھا جواب آیا تھا کہ آپ کامیاب رہیں، اگلی کلاس میں اللہ تعالیٰ آپ کو بہت فضل کرے۔
I write a letter to Hazur for sometimes my exams, my assessments, and because of my Jama'at work and to be a good Ahmadi Muslim girl.
أطلب منه أن يدعو لأبي ولأمي ولأخي ولأخواتي ولأجدادي فإن أهم شيء في حياتنا هو الالتزام بالدعاء.
اس لیے وہ والدین جو اپنے بچوں کو نصیحت کرتے رہتے ہیں اور بچپن سے انہیں ہاتھ پکڑ کے وہ خود کچی پنسل سے لکھ دیتے ہیں اور پھر ان سے کہتے ہیں اب اوپر اب دوسرے پین کے ساتھ وہ پھیرو اور وہ لفظ نمایاں ہو جائیں اور وہ ان سے خط لکھوا کے بھیجتے ہیں، تو یہ بہت اچھی عادت ہے، بچپن سے ڈالنی چاہیے، اور جتنا بچپن سے شروع ہوگا اتنا ہی بچے کا تعلق خلیفۃ المسیح سے بڑھے گا، کیونکہ جب حضرت صاحب کے جواب ان کو واپس جاتے ہیں، ان کو پیار سے حضور پکارتے ہیں، ان کے لیے دعائیں کرتے ہیں، تو وہ ساری زندگی کا ایک سرمایہ ہوتا ہے اور اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے وہ دعائیں مقبول ہوتی ہیں۔
Alhamdulillah, I am very happy I passed my exams thanks to Hazur's prayers.
تیری نظروں سے جام بھر بھر کر
Replying to tens of thousands of letters every year from all over the world is a task that can only be undertaken with the special help of Allah Almighty. The head of the Ahmadiyya community dedicates hours daily to reply to letters that are written to him. But this mammoth undertaking also requires modern logistics and a dedicated team of staff to make sure the process runs smoothly throughout the year. Some people send their letters directly to Huzur's office in London, but in some countries the letters are first collated and sent in batches to the UK.
اندازاً کوئی 2-3 ہزار خط جو ہے ایک مہینے میں مختلف دوستوں کی طرف سے حضور کو دعائیہ خطوط میل کرنے کے لیے میرے پاس آتے ہیں۔ ہم ان لیٹر کو بیٹھ کے پروسیس کرتے ہیں، ان لیٹر کو ری پیک کرتے ہیں، تو ہم ویٹ کے لحاظ سے مختلف لفافوں میں ان کو پیک کرتے ہیں، پیک کر کے تو ہم بائی ایئر حضور کو بھجوا دیتے ہیں۔ لیکن بعض دفعہ اگر خطوط بہت زیادہ ہو جائیں تو اس میں ہم بڑا پیکٹ بنوا کے تو وہ کوریئر سے بھجوا دیتے ہیں۔ کوریئر سے بھی ہم نے اسپیشل ریٹ لیے ہوئے ہیں، وہ ہمیں ایک تو اس میں جو ہے کہ بہت جلدی حضور کو پہنچ جاتے ہیں خط، کیونکہ ہمارا مین فوکس یہ ہوتا ہے کہ جو دعائیہ خطوط ممبرز لوگ لکھ رہے ہیں وہ جتنی جلدی پاسیبل ہو وہ حضور کی خدمت میں پیش ہو جائیں اور یہی ہمارا فوکس جو حضور کی طرف سے دعائے خود کا جوابات آتے ہیں ان میں ہوتا ہے کہ ان کو جتنی جلدی پاسبل ہے ہم ممبر تک پہنچائیں.
یہاں جب ہم صبح دفتر آتے ہیں تو ہماری 3 فیکس مشینیں ہیں ہمارے دفتر میں. 3 فیکس مشینوں میں ایک فیکس مشین جس کا نمبر عام ہے اس میں تو بے شمار صبح آتے ہیں تو اتنا جو ہے نا پورا 2 ریم کے قریب کاغذ جو ہے نا وہ اس پہ آیا ہوتا ہے. تو اس کا مطلب کہ موٹے طور پہ بھی لگا لیں تو 800-900 کے قریب وہ ایک مشین پہ آ رہی ہوتی ہیں. اس کے علاوہ ایک مشین یہ میرے پیچھے ہے. یہاں اکثر دفتری روا سے یا مرکز کے علاوہ دوسرے ممالک کے عمراء وغیرہ جو ہیں وہ کوئی خصوصی نوعیت کے خط ہوتے ہیں تو وہ ادھر آ جاتے ہیں. اس کے علاوہ تیسری مشین ادھر تیسرے کمرے میں ہے اور وہاں پہ بھی سارا دن جو ہے نا وہ خطوط کا سلسلہ جاری رہتا ہے, آتے رہتے ہیں. یہ جو میں نے 800-900 بتائے یہ صبح آنے پہ عام طور پہ ہوتے ہیں. اس کے بعد سارا دن مشین جو ہے نا وہ مسلسل استعمال میں ہوتی ہے اور فیکسز بڑی کثرت سے آ رہی ہوتی ہیں. پھر اس کے علاوہ ڈاک کے ذریعے روزانہ آتے ہیں 2-3 بیگ آتے ہیں جن میں کافی تعداد میں جو ہے وہ خطوط لوگ جو پوسٹ کرتے ہیں وہ ڈاک کے ذریعے آتے ہیں.
As a leader of a truly global community, Hazrat Khalifatul Masih receives letters and faxes from all over the world in all languages. A process is in place to translate the letters and also Huzur's replies.
اور یہاں بہت سارے ترجمے کرنے والے احباب موجود ہیں, ان سے ہم ترجمے کروا لیتے ہیں, لیکن بعض اوقات ترجمے کرنے والے موجود نہیں ہیں تو پھر ان ملکوں کو بھجوائے جاتے ہیں. مثلا انڈونیشین ہے تو انڈونیشین سے خطہ انڈونیشین زبان میں آتا ہے تو پھر ہم انڈونیشیا بھیج کے ان کے ترجمے کرواتے ہیں. اسی طرح انڈیا کی جو بہت ساری مختلف زبانیں ہیں ساؤتھ کے علاقے کی, پھر بنگلہ ہے, بنگلہ دیش سے اللہ کے فضل سے بڑی کثرت سے ڈاک آتی ہے.
আল্লাহ তো সবার দোয়াই শুনেন, কিন্তু যখন হুজুর আমাদের জন্য দোয়া করছেন তখন ওই আমাদেরই ওই দোয়াটা আরো ভারী হয়ে যাচ্ছে, কারণ হুজুর তো আধ্যাত্মিক দিক দিয়ে অনেক আমাদের থেকে সবার থেকে উন্নত, এটা তো সবাই জানি আমরা.
عربک میں خطوط آتے ہیں, بڑی کثرت سے آ رہے ہیں. عربوں میں اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے احمدیت کی طرف اس دور خلافت میں بہت زیادہ کثرت سے رجحان ہے, بڑی باتیں ہو رہی ہیں اللہ کے فضل سے, اور وہ ایک زندہ ذاتی تعلق بھی اپنا خلافت کے ساتھ قائم کر رہے ہیں اور ان کی تعداد دن بدن بڑھتی چلی جا رہی ہے.
عادة نحن نكتب لمولانا أمير المؤمنين الدعاء لنا لأولادنا لعائلاتنا وأن نكون دائما بتواصل مع حضرته ونطلب منه أيضا المشورة في مواضيع تخص حياتنا اليومية إذا العملية أو عائلية. فهذا يعني نرى أن دائما هذه يكون فيها بركات من عندما نتواصل مع حضرته ونعلمهم بأوضاعنا وأحوالنا.
اس کے علاوہ رشین میں آتے ہیں, ٹرکش میں آتے ہیں, البانین میں آتے ہیں, بلغارین میں آتے ہیں, کوسوو اور یہ بوسنین زبانیں ہیں ان کے آتے ہیں. یورپ کی زبانیں نارویجین میں آتے ہیں, ڈچ میں آتے ہیں, جرمنی میں بڑی کثرت سے ڈاک آتی ہے, اور پھر انڈیا کی بہت ساری زبانوں میں آتے ہیں, سندھی میں آتے ہیں, فارسی میں آتے ہیں. اس طرح سے جتنے بھی خط یہاں آتے ہیں وہ سارے کے سارے یا اپنی اصل شکل میں یا خلاصے کی شکل میں حضور کی خدمت میں پیش ہوتے ہیں, اور کبھی اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے کوئی ایسا خط نہیں جو حضور کی خدمت میں پیش نہ کیا جائے. دستخطوں کے لیے واپس آتے ہیں وہی خط, پھر حضور ان پہ دن میں کم از کم 600-700 خطوں پہ حضور دستخط فرماتے ہیں, اور وہ جو ہے سارے پھر دستخطوں کے بعد واپس انہیں ڈیسکوں کو یا تبشیر کو یا براہ راست ہماری ڈسپیچ سیکشن کو جا کے تو وہاں سے پوسٹ ہوتے ہیں اور پھر ساری دنیا میں بھجوائے جاتے ہیں.
The replies received from the Khalifa, although arbitrary pieces of paper, have huge significance for the fortunate people who receive them. They contain Huzur's precious prayers and guidance, and Ahmadi Muslims around the world treasure them with great importance.
اللہ آپ کو اپنے فضلوں سے نوازے, نیک تمناؤں کو پورا کرے، ہمیشہ اپنی رضا کی راہوں پر چلائے۔ اللہ آپ کو کامل اخلاص کے ساتھ خلافت احمدیہ سے وابستہ رکھے۔
لقد دعوت الله تعالى أن تمر جميع مراحل حمل ابنتك بخير وعافية، ويوفقك للسفر إليها إلى بريطانيا، ويرزق زوجك المحترم عملا مناسبا يضمن لكم جميعا حياة كريمة آمين.
Namaz and regular tilawat is the key to inner happiness and success. Wassalam, yours sincerely, Mirza Masroor Ahmed, Khalifatul Masih V.
خلافت ہے انعام آسمانی.
يعني مراسلات شخصيات أخرى. نحن كعملي كسكرتير عام الجمعية الإسلامية الأحمدية نحن نراسل الكثير من الشخصيات العالمية والدولية والمحلية، ولكن عندما ترسل رسالة لأمير المؤمنين يعني أنت ترسل لوالدك يعني رسالة اشتياق ومحبة وحب، وليس رسالة لأي شخص آخر. ولكن ودائما نحن نشعر أيضا أن يعني من الطرف الآخر عندما تصل هذه الرسالة يكون مشاعر جياشة، مشاعر محبة أكثر من أي زعيم آخر.
It is important for us to write to Hazur just to keep that spiritual connection with Khilafat. And for us to be spiritually alive, we need to write to Hazur so that we have the prayers of our Khalifa.
واقعی ناممکن بات ہے کہ اس قدر اتنی کثرت سے خطوں کا آنا اور پھر ان کا جواب دینا اور ایک ایک خط پڑھ کے اس پہ سائن کرنا، اور پھر اگلے دن جب بھی ان خطوں کے جواب تیار ہوتے ہیں اور حضور کی خدمت میں پیش ہوتے ہیں تو پھر ان پہ مکمل سائن کے ساتھ حضور جو ہے وہ دستخط فرما کے ہمیں واپس دیتے ہیں، اور پھر آگے وہ پوسٹ کے لیے ڈسپیچ سیکشن میں جاتے ہیں، اور پھر آگے دنیا میں جہاں جہاں بھی جانے ہوتے ہیں وہ بھجوائے جاتے ہیں۔
میرا سوال یہ ہے کہ کچھ لوگ آپ کو خط نہیں لکھنا چاہتے ریگولرلی یا ہفتہ وار، کیونکہ وہ آپ کا دن اتنا مصروف ہوتا ہے اور وہ سمجھتے ہیں کہ آپ کا ٹائم ویسٹ ہو رہا ہے، تو اس کے بارے میں
ایک بہانہ ہے، ٹائم ویسٹ ہو رہا ہے، تو پھر یہ بعض دفعہ اگر تو حقیقت میں یہ ہے اور وہ ایسے شخص پھر دعا ضرور کر رہے ہوں میرے لیے، ہیں ٹھیک ہے نا، کم از کم 2 نفل تو پڑھتے ہو نا پھر ایسے شخص دعا کر کے، لیکن وہ بھی نہیں، دعا بھی نہیں کر رہے اور خط بھی نہیں لکھ رہے، تو پھر تعلق نہیں قائم ہو سکتا، ٹھیک ہے۔ اگر تو لمبے لمبے خط لکھو نہ لکھو، 1-2 صفحے کے لکھو مہینے میں، یا 1 یا 2 خط لکھو، تعلق قائم ہو۔ یہ پتہ ہو یہ کہانیاں لمبی لکھنے کے بجائے ہیں، بلکہ کام کی بات بھی لکھنی ہو تو مختصر خط لکھنا چاہیے۔ میں تو ہمیشہ جماعتی طور پہ بھی ذاتی طور پہ بھی جو خلیفہ ثالث کو وزیر رابع کو خط لکھا کرتا تھا تو پہلے سوچتا تھا کہ کیا مضمون ہے، اور پھر سوچتا تھا کہ 4-5 لائنوں سے زیادہ کا خط نہیں ہونا چاہیے تاکہ ان کی نظروں کے سامنے آ جائیں اور سارے پوائنٹ سامنے آ جائیں، اس کا جواب بھی آ جاتے ہیں۔ 300 میں خط لکھو گے تو وہ میری ڈاک کی ٹیم کو چلا جائے گا، وہ خلاصہ 1 لائن کا بنا کے اس کو مجھے دے دیں گے، ٹھیک۔ اور ہو سکتا ہے کہ جو خلاصہ وہ بنائیں اس میں وہ پوائنٹ نہ نکال سکیں جس کو تم ہائی لائٹ کرنا چاہتے ہو، اس لیے مختصر بات کرنی چاہیے، اور جامعہ کے طلباء کو تو ضرور لکھنا چاہیے اور مربیان کو بھی، ٹھیک ہے۔ تو یہ ساری چیزیں ہیں جو اللہ کے فضل سے ایک اس بات کی بھی زندہ نشان اور زندہ ثبوت ہیں کہ خلافت علی منہاج نبوہ اللہ تعالیٰ کی عطا کردہ خلافت ہے، خدا کا قائم کردہ خلیفہ ہے۔ ایک عام انسان اتنی ہمت طاقت نہیں رکھتا کہ وہ اتنا کام کر سکے، جس طرح ایک خلیفۃ المسیح وہ کام کر رہے ہوتے ہیں، اور پھر ہر وقت حشاش بشاش ہر ایک کے ساتھ بڑے کھلے دل کے ساتھ، کشادہ بازوؤں کے ساتھ اور نہایت شفقت اور پیار کے ساتھ مل بھی رہے ہوتے ہیں، ملاقاتیں بھی کر رہے ہوتے ہیں، اور سارا دن مصروفیت میں ان کی گزری ہوتی ہے۔
منزل پہ منزل مل رہی ہے، खिलाफत जो हमारी राहबर है.
لا يربطني أي شعور مع أي شخصية أخرى، فقط أمير المؤمنين هو شخصية روحانية بالنسبة لنا، هو الأب الروحي لنا كأفراد الجماعة الإسلامية الأحمدية. فهذا التواصل فهو حلقة الوصل بيننا وبين الله سبحانه وتعالى، فلا يوجد مثل هذه العلاقة مع أي زعيم كان.
Dear Huzur, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I pray that may Allah always keep you healthy and safe. Amin.
प्यारे आका, आपसे मेरे लिए, मेरे वालिदैन के लिए और मेरे छोटे बहन और भाई के लिए दुआ की दरख्वास्त है.
Huzur, please pray for our country and for all people and for the Jama'at.
Pray for me so that Allah abolishes all my weaknesses and helps me to secure good grades.
मुझे मनुष्य दुआ करूँ जमात के अल्लाह फ़ैक़िन जमात मुग़िस तेगस वायाला इंस्टीट्यूशन जो खिलाफत.
Huzur, please pray for my grandparents and beloved ones. I would like to end my letter here and I will be waiting for your reply.
खिलाफत है इनाम आसमानी, खिलाफत ही निज़ाम मोतबर है.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the Gracious, the Merciful. Important announcement from the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department. Ahmadi Muslims from across the world who have written letters to Hazrat Khalifatul Masih V, may Allah strengthen his hand, regarding dedicating their expected child to the blessed scheme of Waqf-e-Nau should note the following. If you have not received any reply regarding this matter, it is mandatory that you should follow up this query with the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department. Quite often when parents do not receive a reply, they write directly to Hazur-e-Anbar, whereas they should first and foremost check with the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department. You can do this by calling us on the following number, +44 208 544 7633, or by emailing us on info@waqfenauintel.org. For more information, visit our website on www.waqfenauintel.org. We'll do our utmost to reply to you as soon as possible. May Allah the Almighty bless you all, fulfill your pious well wishes, increase you in faith, and keep you and your loved ones always in His benevolent care. Ameen. Wassalam, Khaksar, Head of the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department, London.
Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I hope you enjoyed our documentary during the break. It was very informative and we got a real insight into the work, the hard work, which takes place in our beloved Hazur's office, the letters which he goes through, and the hours and the love and the time which he spends in the communication he has with members of our community. Fantastic. Again, let me bring it back to the comments section. I feel like I'm the comments person.
You're the comments man. Take it away, Sabah.
The number you got a message is 07517 657 172. Please make sure this is the number you're messaging, and also your comments can be left in the YouTube live chat. I've got 3 or 4 comments I want to go through just to show the reach that we have Waqifeen across the world. We have a message here from Indonesia. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wa alaikum assalam. What a wonderful event. We look forward to the next event. Greetings from Waqf children in Indonesia. The next comment is, mashallah, very good program. May Allah the Almighty bless you all for your hard work and enable all Waqf-e-Nau around the world to reach their full potential. Fantastic. This message was sent to us by the Southern Majlis Khuddamul Ahmadiyya in Malta. The message is also reaching there. It's nice to see that people across the world are tuning in. Something closer to home, from the north, it's someone called Fatiha Nadeem. My name is Fatiha Nadeem and I'm listening from Bradford. This is a very informative session and I've learned so much already. Alhamdulillah, it's nice to know. And it just shows that the hard work the Waqf-e-Nau Department do here in the UK really is paying off. Messages from Indonesia, Nigeria and Bangladesh. Keep them coming in. May Allah bless you all. Rizwan, what's next on the schedule?
So after this, after we have this segment back in the studio, we'll be going straight to our next talk, which is a really fascinating one. It's called On the Front Line, Waqf talk relating to civil service. So again, we'll be talking about how Hazur has been putting a lot of emphasis recently on civil service and how to serve your nation, civil service being a direct way to serve your nation. So that will be a very, very interesting one by Harith Hafiz Sahib. Then it's the much anticipated quiz. We've been talking about it a lot. Fantastic. What's the details, Sabah? Just a final reminder before we... I think it should be on the screen, but just in case.
The Slido quiz is slido.com, slido.com, and in the space it's hashtag Waqf, WAQF. Please make sure you tune in. Mansoor Clark Sahab will be hosting that. It's going to be a very informative session.
Yes, stay tuned for that. That will be at 2:30 p.m, so not long to go. We'll have that quiz. We'll then have another talk by a Waqf, and this is by Haris Khan Sahib, as Life as a Medic. So Life as a Medic talk to come around 3 o'clock. A very interesting talk upcoming also by Umair Aleem Sahib, who works in the Central Markaz as Hazur's photographer, as well as in the head of the Maqsanit Tasavir, the photograph archive of the Jama'at, which is an exceptional responsibility in itself. And then around 4 o'clock we'll have the final session, which will be with Sadr Sahib Khuddamul Ahmadiyya, of course a Waqf-e-Nau also, and a panel that will be wrapping up the show. So we've gone through a lot and we have a lot to come.
We have.
It's whizzed by so far, I think.
It has. It's been a pleasure to be able to host an event like this, and I hope it's something which doesn't happen in the future, and I only say that so that we're able to meet in person, inshallah.
Inshallah, yeah, I mean, exactly. Hopefully this is the first and the last,
I
in a positive way.
One thing I want to touch upon though is, I know we talk about civil services, but you're a Waqf-e-Nau and you're an archaeologist. How has your journey been, in a nutshell, from when you started and decided that this is the path I would like to choose, or guidance from Hazur, you can elaborate, to now?
I always remember what... I was always interested in archaeology, but what I remember was very interesting is that the first mulaqat I asked Hazur about I told Hazur about my interest in archaeology. I wasn't sure if Hazur would have said to pursue it as a Waqf, you know, there's so many other fields of interest that Hazur has emphasized. But immediately Hazur said, go into archaeology and find Noah's Ark. That was the first thing Hazur said. And so I was there, I was very young at the time, just completely...
How old were you?
Must have been 17, 18, I think at the time, just before university, so yeah. So for the record, I haven't found it yet, so keep praying. But it was just an incredible, I wasn't expecting that answer. Yeah. So Hazur clearly had an emphasis and an importance towards the subject, and Khalifa Rabbi has mentioned it a lot. And so I went into Middle Eastern archaeology. I've been very fortunate to work a lot in the Middle East. And the blessings of Waqf is indescribable. I mean, in every opportunity, in every turn, another opportunity has presented itself to go into another excavation or another archaeological project related to archaeological research. And every project has in some way been related to the Quran. So in direct footsteps of prophets and direct footsteps of civilizations that are mentioned in the Quran. So I mean, there's nothing other than the blessings of Hazur and the prayers of Hazur and the blessings of the Waqf-e-Nau scheme that these opportunities have been opening themselves up.
One question I wanted to ask, and I'll be interested in knowing your answer. When you were sat in the Mulaqat and Hazur said to you to find Noah's Ark, what was that feeling? Because to find such a historical ark is a task itself. How did you feel?
This is the question everyone asks me, and they're going to keep asking me until, inshallah, it's found. But I was just a bit shocked. I think the first thing I said to Hazur, can you give some guidance into where to look? And it was just, the undescribable feeling in a way, because it's such a historic story that's known about, not just in the Quran, in the Bible, in Jewish tradition, etc. And it's something that people associate with religion immediately. If you think about people who are against religion, often they point to things such as Noah's Ark and say, oh, this is a made-up story. And so through the discovery of such remains, it then becomes a testament proof of the truth of Quran, of religion in general. And so there's a huge responsibility alongside it, but at the same time, it's an exciting area to pursue.
And sorry, another question, because my mind is boggled by the work which you do. But something which I know every Waqifeen out there will have their own story of their connection with Khilafat or direct guidance, which for them has been inspirational and has led them to making decisions in their life which they know was only happened because of the blessings of Khilafat. For you, is there a mulaqat or an incident which you can share with us which you feel was pivotal in your journey through education and through your work?
I think I wouldn't necessarily point it to, I mean, that one mulaqat at the beginning, I think was a catalyst for all of the subsequent, all the subsequent discoveries and projects that I've been fortunate enough to be involved with. Every single time that a project is finished, the nature of archaeology is such that you often have an excavation season that will last maybe 2 or 3 months. And then at the end of those 2 and 3 months, you'll then have to look elsewhere to find another project which can keep you going, either on research purposes or for study. And every single opportunity, before the previous one is finished, another one has presented itself. And so I wouldn't say it's on particular mulaqat, but I'd just say it's a succession of projects that have taken place and just presented themselves that I have not even thought about, and they've just presented themselves. It's purely a blessings of Khilafat.
I can imagine, and I'm sure there's stories out there of individuals who have these faith-inspiring incidents which, of course, has filled them with faith and passion and more love and dedication to serve the Muslim community and also being a Waqf-e-Nau. Jazakallah, it's a real insight to the work you do. We're now going to move on to the next segment, which is the On the Front Line Waqf Talk, which is following a Waqf-e-Nau in the work which he does, serving the Ahmadiyya Muslim community.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My dear brothers, my name is Haris, and I'm currently serving as a police officer in the London Metropolitan Police Service. And just like you, I'm also a Waqf-e-Nau. So inshallah, over the next few minutes, I will talk to you about my journey to where I am now, and also how guidance from Hazur Anwar Ayat al-Ibn Aziz helped me get here. And also I will briefly talk about the civil services, because recently Hazur Anwar Ayat al-Ibn Aziz has instructed Waqf-e-Nau to consider joining the civil service. So just briefly about myself, I'm 26 years old and I was born in Sierra Leone, West Africa, and we moved to the UK in 2001. And growing up, we didn't really have computer games or mobile phones, so most of my childhood was spent outdoors, and I also loved reading, so I used to read books. My favorite series was, surprise, surprise, the Sherlock Holmes series by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And I used to love playing sports such as football and cricket. I grew up supporting, the best team to ever exist, Manchester United. And in terms of cricket, I was never good at, one thing, but I was okay at both, batting and bowling. And in cricket, anyone who can do both things is known as an all-rounder. So you will notice that throughout my life, whether it be my studies or my work, I've always tried to be an all-rounder. And in terms of my waqf as well, I always wanted to have a range of skills with which to serve the Jama'at. So I was never interested in doing just one thing. I always wanted to do different things and serve the Jama'at in different ways. So growing up as children, we were always taught from a young age to serve humanity. And there might have been times where you didn't even realize that you were serving humanity because it was so normal for us as MD Muslims. So I remember when we were children, we would be going to airports and different London Underground stations dressed in these huge Royal British Legion t-shirts selling poppies. And then who can forget, the power you felt during Jalsa UK as the water boy. You could go anywhere you wanted, the green area or other areas of the Jalsa Salana, and no one could stop you because you were there giving water to the guests of the Promised Messiah Islam. So from a young age, it's been ingrained into us to serve humanity.
Civil service में जाओ इसलिए कि जिस मुल्क में तुम रहते हो, एक तो पहला फर्ज तुम्हारा बनता है कि उस मुल्क के सिटीजन हो, उसका खिदमत करो, और सिविल सर्विस में भी एक मौका मिलता खिदमत का। दूसरे, सिविल सर्विस में जाने से तुम सही तरीके से अपने आप को जो असल इस्लाम की तालीम उसको पोर्ट्रे कर सकते हो, बता सकते हो। ये हम मुसलमान भी हैं और उसके साथ हम ये काम इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि हम मुसलमान सही तरह सिविल सर्विस में रह के पूरे जस्टिस से काम कर रहे हैं, मेहनत से काम कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, इसलिए सर्विस में जाओ। तो हम सिविल सर्विस में जाएंगे तो हमें मज़ीद इन लोगों को अपने दीन और मज़हब बताने का भी मौका मिलेगा और सही हकीकी तालीम जो है, जस्टिस इंसाफ जो है, उसको भी काम करने का मौका मिलेगा, ठीक है, और उसके अलावा और बहुत सारे फ़ायदे होंगे।
As you heard just before this, Hazur Anwar was speaking in that Waqf-e-Nau class, and he said he wants more Waqf-e-Nau to join the civil service to serve their country and their citizens. Now, for us as MD Muslims and as Waqf-e-Nau, this is something that we've been trained to do throughout our lives. As I mentioned, as Atfal, we used to do duties like the water boy duty and stuff. So as we grew older and we entered the Khuddamul Ahmadiyya years, we started taking on more responsibility. So whether that be donating blood, serving the homeless, feeding them, or doing waqarimal duties and security duties, managing large crowds and large volumes of traffic. These skills we have picked up whilst serving the Jama'at. And these skills have helped us in our studies, in our work lives as well. So I remember when I first wrote my CV for my first ever job, I put on my CV that I have served African kings. And no one believed me, but it's true because in the Tabshir Marki during Jalsa, that's what we would do. We would serve African kings. So all the skills we pick up whilst doing Jamaat work help us greatly in our work lives as well. I remember when I applied for the police, we had, on my first day of interviews, we had 7 scenarios. And in all 7 of those scenarios, I was able to think of a time during Jalsa or Ijtimaz or some other duty or some other Jamaat event and use my experiences from those times to pass those scenarios during my interview. I remember when we were growing up as Waqf-e-Nau, we were told you can be one of 5 things. You can either join Jamia and become a murabbi, you can become a doctor, you can become a teacher, you can become an engineer, or the 5th option was to become a disappointment. And obviously, I didn't want to be a disappointment. I don't think anyone does. So I thought to myself, there's no way I'm clever enough to go to Jamia and become a murabbi or become a doctor. Teaching is very stressful. So I thought, okay, engineering is something I'll look at. And in those days, I think it was Jalsa Salana UK 2010, where I came across the IAAE exhibition. Now, I remember at the time seeing IAAE, and a lot of people couldn't even pronounce IAAE. It was IAAE or IAEE, all sorts of different versions. But I remember seeing that and thinking, oh, this looks interesting. And I met some Khuddam, some who were engineers and some who had nothing to do with engineering. But they had been going out to Africa to serve people they did not know, installing water pumps, installing solar panels, giving them electricity, clean drinking water. And I thought to myself, you know what, this looks quite interesting. So I thought to myself, engineering is something I will pursue. So with Hazur Anwar, Ayyadahullah Ta'ala ibn al-Aziz's permission, I began to pursue a career in engineering. So for my A-levels, I took physics, maths, and business studies. And I was never an amazing student. I did okay in my GCSEs, and I barely scraped my A-levels. But I remember at the time when the time came to apply for universities, in those days the government had raised the tuition fees from £3,000 a year to £9,000. And I remember thinking, I don't really want to go to university. When I come out, I'm going to have £50,000 of debt. It doesn't seem like it's worth it. So I thought, you know what, I'm not sure what to do right now. I'll just take a gap year. And to be honest with you, I had nothing planned for that gap year. It's just that Allah Ta'ala works in mysterious ways. I came across an engineer whose name is Shafqat Malik Saab, and he's currently serving in Humanity First and IAAE. And he said to me, if you have nothing to do, why don't you come with me and I'm going to Africa to work on an IEEE Model Village project. So in 2013, I went to Benin in West Africa for 5 weeks. And for the first 3 weeks, Shafqat Bhai showed me how to install solar panels, do wiring, install street lights, install bulbs and switches in people's houses. And this was at a time when I didn't even know how to hold a screwdriver, let alone use one. And then for the last 2 weeks of my trip, I was left there on my own to finish off the work. And I remember when I came back, I met another engineer. His name is Sahil Chaudhry Saab, and he's currently serving in IEEE as well. And he said to me that, you know, if you don't want to go to university, why don't you consider an apprenticeship? So when I asked him what is an apprenticeship, he said that you work full-time and you study part-time. So whatever you learn, you can apply to your work life as well. And me being someone who has always struggled to study from books and, you know, listen to lectures, but I realized when I was in Africa that actually I learn better when I'm doing stuff with my hands. So this sounded like the perfect opportunity. However, nobody at that time, as far as I know, was doing an apprenticeship as a Waqf-e-Nau. So when I told my parents I want to do an apprenticeship, and they asked other people, and other people said, "Oh no, don't do it. You know, it's for failed students, or it's not valued anymore," and, you know, all sorts of other things. So I remember at that time feeling a lot of pressure and not knowing what to do, because this was something I felt was made for me, you know, studying part-time and working full-time and applying my knowledge to my work. So I spoke to someone, Nadeem Ahmed Saab, who's currently the Nazim for the water supply at Jalsa Salana, and he has almost 30 years of experience in engineering. And I explained to him, look, this is how I feel I learn, by doing things with my hands. And he said, yeah, that's perfect. You should apply for it. And I said, oh, but people are saying, you know, it's not worth anything and it's for failed students and this and that. So he said to me, why don't you write a letter to Huzur and seek his permission? So I wrote a letter to Huzur and explained this is what it is. And Huzur said, go for it. So when I showed the letter to my parents, you know, naturally, of course, they were happy that if Huzur has given permission, then that's okay. So when I went for my interview, I was competing with 9 other people, some of whom who had dropped out of university, who did not want to pay, you know, the large tuition fees. And I remember thinking, there's no way I'm going to get this job. In my interview, which lasted 45 minutes, 40 minutes of the interview were purely based on my Model Village trip to Africa a few weeks earlier. And they asked me all sorts of questions, you know, how did you do this? Why did you do that? And I know for a fact that if I hadn't gone to Africa and served the Jama'at for IEEE, I would not have gotten that job. So, alhamdulillah, in 2014, I began my apprenticeship with a company in South London. And over 5 years, I completed my degree in civil engineering. And at the same time, I was able to work on various engineering projects in the UK. When my degree was nearing its end, I wrote a letter to the Waqf-e-Nau Department to ask what should I do next. And they said, you should write to Huzur, and so that's what I did. So Huzur Anwar replied saying, pray and let me know what you're interested in. So at that time, I did some research, and I wanted to do something which would take me out of an office environment, because the last 5 years I had spent in an office, and I didn't really enjoy it that much. And the problem is, if you don't enjoy something, you're not inspired, or you don't feel passionate to, you know, drive yourself to become the best you can. And as Waqf-e-Nau, we should be aiming and striving to be the best that we can in our fields. So I thought, okay, I need to get out whilst doing engineering at the same time. So I came across the British Army website, and there were opportunities in the Royal Engineers Regiment. So I wrote a letter to Huzur Anwar saying that, Huzur, I think this might be a good option if I join the army. So I got a response from Huzur Anwar, and the response said that now is not the time to be joining the army because of the tension between different countries around the world. And at the bottom it said, go join the police instead and serve your country. And so in 2019, I began the process of applying for the police. And during the selection phase, as I mentioned earlier as well, there were various scenarios and interviews that I had to pass in order to get to the next stage. And at every stage, somewhere along the line, some experience of doing Jama'at work or an experience doing Jalsa or serving in Africa was able to help me to pass through the selection phase. So in 2020, I joined the police and I underwent 6 months of training. And over the last 2 months, I've been serving on the front lines of London. I remember at the time when I was applying to the police, I was given the option to choose which borough of London I wanted to serve in. So luckily I had a mulaqat coming up. And when I showed Hazur Anwar the map of London, and I asked Hazur, which area do you think I should go serve in? Hazur didn't even look at the map. He said, "Jo bhi sabse mushkil jagah hai." Which means that go to the area which is the most difficult area. And I think what Hazur Anwar is saying is that as Waqf-e-Nau, we should try and get the toughest training that we can so that we can serve the Jama'at and humanity in the best manner possible. So I selected the borough which had the highest knife crime, the highest gun crime, and also an area which had been targeted by terrorists in the last few years. Now, the police it's a very tough career, but I would say it's also a very rewarding career. You have the ability to play a life-changing role in people's lives. So, just today, I was involved in 2 domestic cases where people had been abusing their partners, and one of the partners had been suffering for a long time, but she never had the courage to report it until today. So when we went to this call today, the male partner was arrested, and the look in the children's eyes as well, you could tell that they felt safe at last, because Allah knows best how much suffering they went through up until today. So the ability to bring an end to this violence in their house, this is a huge responsibility, and you don't get this in every career. Similarly, you have a chance to play a positive role in teenagers' lives. So in the police, you have various opportunities to serve humanity, and not in just one way. You could be a response officer responding to 999 calls. You could be working in counter-terrorism to stop terror attacks from taking place. You could also be working with dog handlers. You could be working with the mounted branch, which is the horses of the police. You could be protecting dignitaries and politicians. You could be going to schools and talking to children and teaching them about how to stay safe. You could be dealing with homeless people. You could be helping other emergency services like the ambulance or the fire brigade and helping them to achieve their tasks as well. So every day is, you have different challenges, different opportunities to serve humanity. So I have briefly talked about serving in the police. However, there are other ways you can serve your country as well, whether that be serving as a paramedic or in the NHS or serving in the fire brigade. And also there are a vast number of opportunities in the civil service. So what is the civil service? The civil service are a range of sectors within the government, and essentially you serve under the Crown. You're serving under the Queen's various departments. So you could be working in the Cabinet Office, serving ministers and cabinet ministers. You could be working in the Crown Prosecution Service, where you deal with court cases and you prosecute criminals. You could be working in the Department for Education. You could be working in the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, the Department of Health and Social Care, the Department for International Development. You could also be working in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, dozens of other departments within the government. So there are various opportunities to find ways to serve humanity in the civil services. What I would say is find what you are interested in, what you are passionate about, and then try and find a career suitable for that. So do not let other people tell you what you should do, right? Your parents know you best, so you should always speak to them, seek their advice. However, only you and your parents know what you are passionate about. If you are not passionate about science, don't do a science-related degree. If you are not passionate about teaching, don't go into teaching. Don't choose a career just because you feel people think that it's best for you to do that. As Hazrat Muslim said, we need the best carpenter, the best blacksmith, the best teacher, the best doctor, the best engineer. And there should be no field where Ahmadis are not leading that industry. So what I would say to you is find what you are passionate about and then speak to your parents and then write a letter to Huzur and seek his permission. If you are passionate about a certain field, then write to Huzur Anwar and ask his permission. And as long as that field is beneficial for humanity, I guarantee you that most likely Huzur Anwar will say yes to your request. I have friends who are training to become coaches. Now, some people will say, why is a Waqf-e-Nau doing sports coaching? However, sports coaching is still teaching. You are still teaching children how to be good citizens and how to excel in their chosen sport. So, if you remember back to the start of my presentation, I always had an interest in being an all-rounder, someone who could serve the Jama'at in more than one way. And I would say the same to you. Do not become fixated on just doing one thing or specializing in one thing. Find different ways you can serve the Jama'at in. Even right now, some of the MTA volunteers who are standing before me, some of them are engineers, some of them are paramedics, and yet here they are serving the Jama'at, recording this program. So whatever you do in life, just make sure that it's benefiting mankind. So I will end by saying that establish a relationship with Huzur Anwar, and no matter what you do in life, whether that be your studies or your work, always seek guidance from Huzur first, and inshallah you will succeed. And I hope and I pray that as Waqf-e-Nau, we are able to fulfill the objectives of being a Waqf, and may we fulfill Hazrat Muslim Maud's wishes that in every field on this earth, the leading experts are Ahmadi Muslims. And I hope and I pray that they will be Waqf-e-Nau Ahmadi Muslims, inshallah. Jazakallah for your time.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Dear Waqifeen-e-Nau of UK, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. My name is Muslih Shanbur. I am originally from Palestine, and I am also a Waqf-e-Nau just like you are. And I had committed to fulfill my Waqf when I was 16 years old. I was in grade 10, so according to UK I was in year 10. Based on this, I came to Jamia Ahmadiyya Canada in 2010, and in 2017 I completed my education, and since then, by the grace of Allah, I have been serving as a missionary, as a murabbi in Canada. I have been asked to speak about my experience in this field, and to be honest, when I was asked to speak about this specific subject, I couldn't find any specific words to express the pleasure that we feel from while serving in this field. So many people in this life, they work for so many different purposes, and they achieve their targets, they fulfill their ambitions, and people, so for example their relatives, their friends, and the circle of people that they live within, they recognize their fruits. They can see the work they do, the professions they have, and they appreciate it. The pleasure we get from the field we are in is that so many people may not see the significance of the work we do. So many people may not appreciate, so many people may not say a word of appreciation to whatever you do. In fact, you may get the opposite expectations. But on the other side, you get the feeling that God is with you. God's always standing right by you, and God shows you so many signs that He is with you, and He fulfills all the wishes that you have in your hearts in one way or another. So I pray that may Allah Ta'ala enable you to one day see also these blessings, because there's actually no specific words where you can actually express these feelings.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I hope you've all been enjoying the fantastic broadcast that has been brought to you by the Waqf-e-Nau International Department. And of course, we've all been looking forward to this Waqf-e-Nau International virtual quiz. We want everyone to take part, of course. Increasing your general knowledge and indeed your Islamic knowledge is important and integral to make sure that we are useful and implementable waqfs in terms of what we can do in our day-to-day lives. Of course, this is a fantastic quiz. It's an interactive quiz. We want you to join in at home from around the world. Everyone is able to join in. Of course, the Waqifeen will be the only ones that are eligible to win the prize, and we'll tell you a little bit about the prize a little bit later on. For this quiz, we want you to jump on slido.com, that's www.slido.com, SLIDO.com, and the code to join this particular quiz is, of course, #Waqf. Joining me is Mudabbir Ahmed Khalid Saab. Mudabbir.
Jazakallah Mansoor. Yes, as you mentioned, this is a really interesting quiz. The quiz consists of 4 categories. The first category is general knowledge, as you mentioned as well. Is really important for us to attain that general knowledge. The second category is early history of Islam. The third category is on the Prophet Messiah ﷺ and the Jama'at. And the final category is on this blessed scheme of Waqf-e-Nau. So as with every section so far, every segment so far, we have guests joining us on Skype. And we have 3 brothers, Khuddam brothers, joining us. First Khuddam brother is Musawwir. Please introduce yourself.
I think, as always, in these live broadcasts, there's always a slight delay, but of course, we'll get through to Musawwir Saab and the other 2 guests shortly. It's going to be an interesting one because I think this is kind of one of those metal litmus tests to see just how much we know. Everyone thinks that they know when they're tuning in at home, but this is going to be a good one to know how we're going through. Do we have Musawwir Saab with us online?
We don't. I don't think we can get through. Is he there? Oh, there he is.
Me?
Yeah. There we go.
So my name is Sawad Ahmadeen. I'm 25 and I'm from London. I'm currently pursuing a career in architecture. I've completed my bachelor's and I'm soon, inshallah, will be doing my master's.
Jazakallah, thank you very much. Next we have Mubariz Ahmadi. Assalamu alaikum Mubariz, please introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, my name is Mubariz Ahmadi. I am 32 years old and I'm currently serving the Waqf-e-Zindagi in MKA International.
Jazakallah, thank you very much. Finally, we have Sajil Shah Sahib. He's rocking a very strong beard there. Assalamu alaikum Sajil, please introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, Jazakallah for the introduction. This is my lockdown beard at the moment. I'm 30 years old. Following guidance from Azur, I completed a PhD in pharmacology. I'm currently working as a postdoctoral research associate in St. George's University.
MashaAllah, impressive. Jazakallah, thank you very much.
It looks like, two gentlemen definitely have the advantage of the beard, and I think there is a competition as who can have the largest headset, but the prize for that will be distributed separately, I'm sure. So let's start with the quiz for today. The first round is on general knowledge. Question number 1. And of course, everyone should be joining in at home, www.slido.com, and the code to join in is #Waqf. So round 1, general knowledge. Question number 1. Which football team plays at Anfield? Which football team plays at Anfield? Is it number 1 or A, Manchester City, B, Chelsea, C, Liverpool, or D, Manchester United? I'm going to reserve the right to say all vote now because it's coming out, but I'm not going to say that. So again, which football team plays at Anfield? Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool, or Manchester United? It's an interesting one. It's an easy start. It
is. I was about to say, if you get this wrong, then I don't know.
You might as well stop playing now. No, please don't stop playing. Carry on, of course. It's an interesting one, but let's see. I mean, they're well-known teams. I think it should be easier. But let's go to our guests.
Let's speak to our guests. Let's go to Mubariz first. I know Mubariz is a big football fan as well. Mubariz, what were your workings out for this question?
Well, I think I remember this one. But I think the fans will be happy that they're not attending these games at the way Liverpool are playing at the moment. Happy to play in front of the stadium.
So I'm guessing your answer was then
Liverpool.
All right, okay, Jazakallah. Musawwir, what about you?
I'm surprised why Arsenal isn't in the options.
I don't think Arsenal deserve to be on any list, so let's not even go there. All right, so can we reveal the correct answer now?
Indeed, we can. The answer to this, to no one's surprise, I'm hoping, was C, Liverpool. So congratulations to everyone at home who got this answer. Me, as someone who doesn't even know anything about football, I mean, I got that answer right as well. So please do carry on and try your best. Question number 2. What is the capital city of Peru? And for anyone from Peru, please do pardon my poor pronunciation. What is the capital city of Peru? A, Sucre, B, Lima, C, Quito, or D, Santiago? What is the capital city of Peru? Sucre, Lima, Quito, or Santiago?
Have you ever been to Peru, Mansour?
No, I haven't, but I wish I have. Maybe after this will be my push and my incentive to have a go.
I know one of our guests online actually has been to Peru, so I'll go straight to him. Sajil Shah Sahib, what's your working out? And I'm guessing you've got the answer straight away.
Yeah, I managed to figure that out with not too much guess.
Right.
Yeah,
I wouldn't give the answer right now. We still have we still have 10 seconds. But how was your experience of Peru though?
Peru, an amazing country. It's got one of the 7 wonders of the world there, Machu Picchu, which is not too far from the capital city. And I'd fully recommend anyone to visit there if they get the opportunity.
Hopefully we will do once lockdown is over. All right, can we now reveal the answer?
I believe so. If we can get the Slido app on the screen to see how long's left for the countdown.
I think it should be done now. Can we see? There we are.
There we go. I think, so again, a number of people have gone with Lima as the answer. 76%, that's a vast majority. And of course, it's good to see that we have over 500 people participating on the quiz right now. And again, I can tell you that the correct answer is indeed Lima, B. is the capital city of Peru. So again, congratulations to everyone who got the right answer there. Question number 3. Which coast of the United States of America is California located on? Which coast of the United States of America is California located on? Is it the North Coast, A, B, the East Coast, C, the South Coast, or D, the West Coast? Which coast of the United States of America is California located on? A, North, B, East, C, South, or D, West? I mean, on all these geography questions, the first question that I want to ask is, have you been to the States?
I have not, and actually I've only been there as a stopover. I didn't actually have the best experience, so I won't go into it.
Okay.
But that's my only experience of America.
I think maybe for next year's quiz we should have 2 people that have actually been to a few countries. We can give a bit more of an informed, including myself on that, of course. I think it's one of those ones that you either know it or you don't, right? I mean, I don't think anyone sits down. I mean, I'm sorry for any cartographers out there or any people that are studying maps, but it's one of those ones that if you know it, you know. If you don't, you don't.
Let's go to our guest. Let's now go to Musavir. Musavir, what's your thoughts on this question?
So I actually have been to America.
Nice, lucky you.
But I went from New York to Boston, and Boston is on the west coast.
Okay.
So I know it's not on the west. But so it was between, for me, it was between south and
if it's not west, then you haven't
just
got many options.
I picked south.
You picked south.
South coast, okay.
South and east. So sorry, I said Boston, but Boston's on the east coast. Sorry, no, I was just replaying in my mind. I was like, Boston's on the east coast. So I've been to the east coast. I haven't been to the west.
Nice. Mubarak, I know you've also been to America.
Yeah, and I've been lucky enough to actually visit California, so I know where it is.
So you've got this answer. All right, great.
I hope if I've got this wrong, that's a bad sign.
I'm sure you get it right. Can we reveal the correct answer?
So it looks like we have a couple of people for the north, a couple of people for the east, a couple of people for the south, but indeed the vast majority, with a whopping 66% of people, have voted for west, which I'm told now, if I can get the confirmation on screen, is the correct answer. There's a figurative drum roll here going on, so just please imagine it in your heads. 66% of the people have voted for west, which indeed is the correct answer. California is based on the west coast of the United States of America.
Also, I've got an interesting fact about California. Death Valley, which is in California, is the hottest, driest, and lowest national park in the country. Despite its morbid name, due to these extremes, a great diversity of life lives within this park. That's in Death Valley. Death Valley, what a name.
There you go. There you go.
For a park.
There's a couple of places in the United Kingdom that I'd give that name as well to. But indeed, that's an interesting one. Question number 4. Which country is the origin of the car brand Kia? Which country is the origin of the car brand Kia? Is it A, North Korea, B, South Korea, C, China, or D, Japan? Which country is the origin of the car brand Kia? North Korea, South Korea, China, or Japan?
I've never driven a Kia. I'm not really a massive fan of Kia.
these questions are exhilarating, aren't they? It's again, I think, but Kia. I mean, you kind of have, when you think about Toyotas, when you think about Mercedes, when you think about BMWs, you kind of know whereabouts in the world they're from.
Yeah, but Kia,
Kia's one of those ones. I mean,
no clue.
Your guess is as good as mine.
No clue.
But let's have a look. What are people saying? What are our guests saying at home?
Yeah, let's go to our guests. Let's go to Sajil now. Sajil, what do you think about this question? What do you drive actually? Do you drive?
As of very recently, I started driving. Yeah, it's like an old BMW. But for me, I don't know exactly, but I'm feeling it might be South Korea.
Okay.
But I wouldn't know for sure.
Where did you get that? How did you come to that?
Because I don't think it's China and I don't think it's Japan. And then North Korea, I'm not sure if people are doing much trade with them at the moment. So process of elimination, South Korea.
That's some good deduction there, Sajil Shah. That was good. Can we see what the options are and what people have selected? Wow, a lot of people have actually gone for South Korea.
It seems that way, doesn't it? I mean, okay, so the fewest people have gone for China with just 6%.
Yeah.
Then we have North Korea at 12%, Japan at 15%, but indeed the vast overwhelming majority have gone for South Korea at 67%. And good to see again, still we have more than 500 people with us. Of course, join in if you don't know how to join in, www.slido.com, and the hashtag is Waqf. You can still join in and take part. Of course, fantastic prize as well.
Yeah.
So 67% South Korea, and that indeed is the correct answer.
So Sajil, your power of deduction wasn't unique to just you.
Indeed, many other people came to the same answer as well. Question number 5. Again, we're still in the general knowledge round. Which country has won the most football World Cups? Which country has won the most football World Cups? Is it A, France, B, Spain, C, Brazil, or D, Germany? Which country has won the most football World Cups? Is it A, France, B, Spain, C, Brazil, or D, Germany?
I feel like World Cups is one of those moments in life where even if you're not a big football fan,
you kind of know it.
Yeah,
but the thing is, you only know like what 10 World Cups in like your adult life.
Yeah.
But you have to like have a knowledge behind that to actually know it properly, don't you?
But even people that aren't big football fans would love the World Cup because there's that sort of sense of nationalism or pride.
National
for your
pride,
country.
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, let's have a look. I know there's a couple of football fans at home with our guys as well.
So Mubadis, let's go over to Mubadis now. Mubadis, what is your thoughts on this question and your predictions for the answer?
I think anyone who's followed football in any sense, or even in the World Cup, would know this team. I think it's almost the kind of reason everyone watches the World Cup, as opposed to everyone watching it for their own countries. They like this team the best.
I love how the people at home are doing a better job at not giving out the answer than we are. In our deductions in that studio discussion, we're almost giving out the answers, but the people at home seem to be better presenters than we are. So very much thank you for that. What about Mustafa sir? What do you think about the answer that you're not giving yet?
Sure, it's Brazil. It can't have been Germany. They just went to 2 stars, didn't they?
What do you think?
I think
if you didn't know the answer, would you have got this answer right?
I think I would have. Yeah.
Okay, cool. let's have a look at what the answers are at home. Again, I think this is an easier one. Everyone else under 10%. Spain getting only 3%. But again, Brazil 80%. A huge majority there. 80% went for Brazil, which was C. which indeed is the correct answer. So again, congratulations to everyone at home. You can tell that this general knowledge quiz has been written by somebody who likes football, where at least 2 or 3 of the general knowledge questions have come from the realm of football. Moving on to the next question. Again, anyone at home that hasn't taken part, slido.com, and the hashtag, the code to join is #Waqf. Question number 6. What is West Yorkshire's largest town or city by population? What is West Yorkshire's largest town or city by population? Is it A, Bradford, B, Huddersfield, C, Leeds, or D, Wakefield? What is West Yorkshire's largest town or city by population? A, Bradford, B, Huddersfield, C, Leeds, or D, Wakefield?
And do you know the crazy thing is, like, one of these places I haven't even heard of before, and it's meant to be. It could potentially be one of the biggest, one of the largest towns in West Yorkshire.
So for me, both of these kind of stick out more. I mean, if I didn't know the answer, I see Bradford and Leeds are 2 big cities, right? Wakefield and Huddersfield. Huddersfield's got a big population as well, but for me, it has to be between Bradford and Leeds.
Yeah. All right. Let's have a look at the possible answers then. Wow. Not as obvious.
Not as obvious. See, this is what I was saying. Bradford and Leeds, 2 big cities. Bradford, 34%, the people that have given the answer. Huddersfield, 9%. Wakefield, a woeful 2%. But Leeds seems to have taken the lead here. There you go. See that? At 56%. And indeed, that is the correct answer. So the correct answer for what is West Yorkshire's largest town or city by population is indeed Leeds. Move on to question number 7. Which planet is nearest the Sun? Now this is an easy one. This is for the primary school students. Which planet is nearest the Sun? Is it A, Mercury, B, Venus, C, Mars, or D, Jupiter? Which planet is nearest to the Sun? A, Mercury, B, Venus, C, Mars, or D, Jupiter? I'm interested to see what people at home are saying about this.
But you say that this is really easy, but you're embarrassing me because I wouldn't have got this right. The answer
You're supposed to say that. Don't say that on camera. Say, yeah, of course. Yeah, I would know this.
All right, but let's go to Musavir. Musavir, what are your thoughts? Do you feel you have this answer correct?
It can't be Jupiter because I don't think so. It's between Mars and Mercury for me.
Okay.
So I chose. Should I say what I chose?
I would say keep it to yourself for now. But how confident are you in your answer?
I'm positive.
All right. Okay. Cool. Let's have a look at the answers then.
And I think that's interesting. That's a large majority there. So again, Jupiter 5%, Mars 5%, Venus 5%. It's probably like one person who, right? But Mercury has stormed ahead. 85% of our almost 600 participants have said that Mercury is the planet nearest the Sun, and indeed I can reveal that that is the correct answer. So again, congratulations for everyone at home. Moving on to the next question. Question number 8. Before the euro, what was the currency of Italy? Before the euro, what was the currency of Italy? Was it A, the peso, B, the lira, C, the franc, or D, the mark? Before the euro, what was the currency of Italy? A, peso, B, lira, C, franc, or D, mark? I mean, a lot of those just seem like British names, but I mean...
Do you know what is also quite interesting? The euro has been around for so long, you forget that these countries had previous currency. These countries have previous currencies.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of history behind them as well.
Yeah,
I guess the reason why a lot of these currencies moved off into the euro is that holds a lot of historical importance as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So we have about 5 seconds left for people to give in the right answer. Again, before the euro, what was the currency of Italy? 24% have said it's the peso, 6% have said it's the franc, 5% said it's the mark, and 66% have said that it is the lira. Let's have a look at see what was the right answer. The peso, the lira, the franc, or the mark. And I can reveal that the 66% of our almost 600 participants got the answer right with lira. Lira was the currency of Italy before the euro came into play.
Yeah, and just another side question. Do you know when the euro was launched?
Moving on to the next one. No.
1st of January 1999.
1st of January 1999. Question number 9. What does a barometer measure? What does a barometer measure? Is it A? Is it A, temperature, B, humidity, C, radiation, or D, pressure? What does a, am I getting the word wrong? Barometer or barometer? I'm being told it's a barometer. I thought it was a barometer.
So I was joking. I said barrow. What does the measure?
What's a wheelbarrow measure? What does a barometer measure? A, temperature, B, humidity, C, radiation, or D, pressure? I think we should ask our guests at home what they think.
Yeah. I was going to.
First of all, let's ask what the pronunciation of the word should be.
I think it's barometer.
The guy with the PhD should know.
All right, let's go straight to Sajil then, because he does have the PhD. Sajil Shah Sahib. First of all, how do you pronounce this?
I believe it's barometer.
Okay.
So I think you were correct.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think this is the one for. Well, I won't say what I think it is, but we often use it at work. So hopefully, I get this one right.
If you don't, that'll be embarrassing.
Brilliant. Let's go. I'm happy that I've kept my dignity intact anyway. Let's go to the answers and see what people said. So, what does a barometer measure? 3% have said temperature, 13% have said humidity, 11% have said radiation. But again, the overwhelming majority, 73%, have said pressure, which I can reveal is indeed the correct answer. So again, congratulations to everyone at home. Coming on to the last question for this general knowledge round. Usain Bolt became the world record holder of the 4x100 meter relay in which year? Usain Bolt became the world record holder of the 4x100 meter relay in which year? Is it A, 2012, B, 2016, C, 2014, or D, 2008? I'm going to ignore the fact that my OCD is telling me to rearrange those answers in chronological order. But A, 2012, B, 2016, C, 2014, or D, 2008. Usain Bolt became the world record of the 4x100 meter relay in which year?
I remember watching this race as well, actually, and I remember afterwards when they interviewed him, he mentioned that he ate chicken nuggets for breakfast that day or something.
That's the way to go. That's the way to go.
Let's have a look
That's a man after my own heart. But let's have a look at the leaderboard. Usain Bolt became the world record holder of 4x100 meters in which year? 47% have said 2012, 13% have said 2016, 10% 2014, and 30% have said 2008. So again, the majority have gone for 2012, and I can reveal that is indeed actually the wrong answer. The correct answer being 2016 with only 13%. So I think now we are really pulling ahead in the race to try and see who is going forward and who is falling behind. But let's check the leaderboard to see those people who are joining in at home. Let's see who is ahead or who's falling behind. Here on the leaderboard at the top, I'm testing my eyesight more than the knowledge of the people at home. But again, if you can see it on screen, you can see there's
Tashif Salim.
So Tashif or Tashif Salim at number 1. Number 2 is the very cryptic K. Number C, gosh, there we go. C is Isha Abdul, and D and E, number 4 and number 5, I'm sure you can see on the screens and not test my village. Moving on swiftly. Moving on to our second round, the early history of Islam. Question number 1. What is the meaning of Muhammad? What is the meaning of Muhammad? Is it A, the one who praises, B, the praised one, C, the guided one, or D, the one who shows mercy? What is the meaning of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? The one who praises, the praised one, the guided one, or the one who shows mercy? I think we're coming a lot more squarely into Waqf-e-Nau territory now.
Yes.
So as a Waqf-e-Nau, this is something that we should definitely all know.
And there's another interesting fact about this. I don't know if it still is. I mean, I guess it would be, but Muhammad is the most common name in the world.
It's the most often used. I think it's important because people give the name to a child that they want that person to emulate. And of course, the perfect exemplar was the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing of God be upon him. Let's have a look at the answers that people have given in at home. Again, a good number of people participating. 7% the one who praises, 78% the praised one, 10% for the guided, and 5% for the one who shows mercy. Indeed, of course, all of these in attributes were names of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But indeed, for this answer, the correct answer was the praised one, with a whopping 78% of people getting the answer correct. So again, the praised one is the meaning of Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him. Moving on to our next question. What was the name of the Holy Prophet ﷺ's wet nurse? What was the name of the Holy Prophet Muhammad ﷺ's wet nurse? Was it A, Hazrat Asma bint Abu Bakr, B, Hazrat Afra bint Al-Sakan or As-Sakan, Hazrat Amina bint Wahab, or Hazrat Halima bin Sadia of Bani Sa'd? So again, those are the options. What was the name of the Holy Prophet ﷺ's wet nurse? Again, this is a question that we've all been looking at. I mean, back in the day when we used to have the quiz competitions, remember that piece of paper where we'd have like the lines with the answers on? There's like a 2-page answer that you had to get right for the Waqf-e-Nau Ijtima.
This one I don't remember, but let's ask our Skype guest, Mubariz, what are your thoughts behind this question?
Well, I've read this one, so I'm hoping I get this one right. Otherwise, my reading needs to come.
So you're confident with this answer, right?
Inshallah, yeah.
Has your answer come from knowledge, or is it from just being lucky enough to see the question before?
Yeah, from my recent reading.
Recent reading, not too recent, yeah. I hope. But let's go to the leaderboard. Let's go to the answers at home and see what people have been answering with their question. What was the name of the Holy Prophet ﷺ's wet nurse? 3% have gone for the first, the second, and indeed 5% for the third option. But the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, 89% have gone with the right answer, which was Hazrat Halima Sadia of Bani Sa'd. So congratulations to everyone at home. So now moving on to our next question. What do you understand by Hilful Fudul? Is it A, this was a battle which took place on the 10th Hijri? B, this was a treaty of peace called Hilful Fudul between the Muslims and Meccans, which took place in 5 Hijri. C, the Holy Prophet entered into an agreement called Hilful Fudul when he was 21. Its purpose was to help the poor and oppressed. Or D, this was a battle which took place in 5th Hijri. Let's go to our guests at home and see what they have to say.
Yeah, let's go now to Sajil Shah Sahib. What are your thoughts behind this question?
I won't say what I think my answer is, but I've managed to rule out a few because I don't think I just knew it off the top of my head. But I've got like a strong inkling towards the one answer.
Right. So you use power of deduction here again, or?
That seems to be the only way.
Power of the deduction, the power of the headset. I'm telling you, this headset has some sort of fire. This has some sort of benefit. I'm telling you. Let's go to the answers and see what the answers were. Again, an overwhelming majority have gone with option C, which was the Holy Prophet ﷺ entered into an agreement called Hilful Fudul when he was 21. Its purpose was to help the poor and oppressed people, and I can tell you that the 52% got the correct answer. So congratulations to everyone at home. Moving on to question 14 of the quiz. What titles were given to the Holy Prophet, peace and blessings of God be upon him, by the Meccans? Was it A, the Merciful and the Guided One, B, Trustworthy and Truthful, C, the Helper and the Most Wise, or D, the Most Humble? I think it's an interesting one because, of course, he was indeed all of these four options. So it's an interesting one. So it needs to be, people have to know the actual answer that the...
this won't be so easy to deduce.
Exactly, indeed.
You can't
all
use
the
power
headsets. The headsets won't be talking to anyone now.
Exactly.
But let's have a look at what people are saying. People have got about 15 seconds to give the right answer. Let's have a look at what people at home had to say.
Yeah, let's go to Musabir. Musabir, what are your thoughts behind this question?
So, the answer to this, I think we've all been reading when we were young in all our books and reading about the life of the Holy Prophet ﷺ. So, I believe I got the right answer.
All right, cool. Let's look at the options and see if you were correct.
So the answer is B, trustworthy and truthful. Well done to the 86% of our participants who got the correct answer there. Next question, question number 15. Who gave the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him, his name? Was it A, Hazrat Amina was told in a dream to name her son Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? B, Hazrat Amina and Hazrat Abdullah both thought to name their son Muhammad? C, Hazrat Abdul Muttalib anhu named his grandchild Muhammad? Or D, Hazrat Abu Talib suggested to name his nephew Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? So these are the four possible answers. You've got 25 seconds to give us the right answer. Again, this is one of those things that we learnt as we were growing up as Waqf-e-Nau. And it's a fact, right, that we have to, at all stages, as Waqf-e-Nau, we have to increase our knowledge. So if this quiz hasn't gone the way you wanted it to, it's a start of something that we should go forward and try to learn a bit more.
Yeah, no, definitely, you're right. And I guess it's another one where, you know, sometimes people feel that we are taught more about Ahmadiyya than we are actually about Islam. But we, you know, from our experience, we know that, you know, the early history of Islam was drilled into us.
But absolutely, as Hazur repeatedly does every Friday sermon. So again, we looked at the answers and we can see that 35% have the correct answer, not the highest number actually. So again, a need for a bit more research and learning. But Hazrat Amina was told in a dream to name her son Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam too. So congratulations to the 35% of people who got the answer correct at home. Next question. Which of these is not the name given to the sons of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? A. Hazrat Qasim radhiyallahu anhu. B. Hazrat Ibrahim radhiyallahu anhu. C. Hazrat Harun radhiyallahu anhu. Or D. Hazrat Tayyib radhiyallahu anhu. So which of these is not the name given to the sons of the Holy Prophet? And you should have 25 seconds to answer that correctly. So Hazrat Qasim, Hazrat Ibrahim, Hazrat Harun, or Hazrat Tayyib?
Yeah, let's ask our Skype guest, Mubariz, how are you feeling about this question? How confident do you feel about this question?
Not that confident, if I'm actually honest.
Yeah, that's all right.
It's another one of deduction and trying to see what I'm trying to figure out, trying to rack the brain, going back into the books you read when you were younger as well, trying to see which one's the right one. We'll see if I got it right or not.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at what people have said at home. Let's see what the answers have been coming in from our participants. So we can see that the overwhelming majority, 60%, have gone with Hazrat Harun, and I can reveal that that indeed is the correct answer. Hazrat Harun was not a name given to a son of the Holy Prophet. Next question. How long did the Holy Prophet ﷺ live after declaring his prophethood? A. Approximately 25 years. B. Approximately 23 years. C. Approximately 26 years. Or D. Approximately 30 years. How many years? How long after declaring prophethood did the Holy Prophet Muhammad ﷺ live?
This is another one of those questions which we all learn as children, but again, you know, the numbers itself could confuse you with some of the other timelines.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully, inshallah, people do get the answer correct, but it could be confusing.
We only have 10 seconds left, so again, send in your answers. If you haven't joined yet, you're lagging a little bit behind, but jump on slido.com. The code to join is #Waqf. We've got just 2 seconds left. Let's see how people voted on this question. I can see that the large majority of people have gone with approximately 23 years, 62%, which I'm told, again, is the correct answer. So congratulations to everyone at home. Next question. In which city is the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him, buried? Is it A. Mecca, B. Basra, C. Medina, or D. Taif? In which city is the Holy Prophet ﷺ buried? And of course, you've got about 25 seconds to answer this question. It's one of those ones that if you have had the fortune of going to that area in the world, you will definitely know the answer to this. And even if you haven't, this is one of those really common answers, really common questions that people ask.
I actually have been as well, and it is an incredible experience. And you know, everyone should do their best to try and make a visit to the Holy Land.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's an absolutely incredible place, and the history as well that you get to experience there. You know, you're literally walking, you know, on the footsteps of where the prophets did. So.
Absolutely. Let's look at the results. So again, a number of more people are joining the quiz now. A couple of people have said Mecca, a couple of people have said Basra, a couple of people have said Taif, but indeed the right answer, 77%, Medina, which I'm told now is the correct answer. So again, Medina was the place, or is the place, in which the Holy Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is buried. Going on to the next question. Which of these is not the name given to the daughters of the Holy Prophet ﷺ? So which of these is not a name given to the daughters of the Holy Prophet? A. Hazrat Rida, B. Hazrat Zainab, C. Hazrat Fatima, or D. Hazrat Kulthum? Which of these is not a name given to the daughters of the Holy Prophet? Again, you've got 25 seconds. I say 25 seconds because it takes me 5 seconds to actually read off the fact that we have 25 seconds.
Yeah.
Again, send in your right answers. If you haven't already taken part, slido.com, and the hashtag to join, the code to join is #Waqf.
Let's quickly go over to our Skype guest. Let's go over to Musawwir now. Musawwir, what are your thoughts behind this question?
So I know two of the daughters' names,
Yeah.
and which are there. So it's just a 50-50 for me.
Yeah, it always seems to be a 50-50 in most of these questions for you. Let's hope that you have got the right answer. Can we have a look at the guesses now?
So again, we can see that there are a number of people have voted for a couple of the other options, but the far majority, with 87%, is Hazrat Rida, which is the correct answer. So well done to everyone at home on that. Coming up to the last question on this round, which of these is not a wife of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? A. Hazrat Khadija, B. Hazrat Maria Qibtiya, C. Hazrat Aisha Siddiqa, or D. Hazrat Asma radhiyallahu anhuma rather. So again, these are the four options. Let's see what people give as the correct answer. Which of these is not a wife of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Again, a lot of these, if you have even if you have been listening to the Friday sermons delivered by Hazrat Amir al-Mu'mineen, he has been alluding and speaking and mentioning about many of these people in his sermons and giving the stories about them as well.
I'll have to be honest though, this one I would not have got correct.
It's a difficult one. I think a little bit of research, a little bit of learning. That's the point of this quiz, though, right?
Exactly.
To instill the fact that people need to go out and learn.
Exactly.
So 1 second, we've now finished the voting, and we can see that they're split between two. So one is Hazrat Maria Qibtiya, which had only 42%, but the majority of people have gone with the right answer, which was Hazrat Asma radhiyallahu anha with 54%. So that brings an end to that round, and we're going to go to the leaderboard, I'm told, just to see how people are doing and to see if Mansoor's vision has improved over the past 10 minutes. I can tell you that it hasn't, but K, again, Crypto K I'm going to call him, has moved from the number 2 position up to number 1, and I can see the very, very talented Roshan Ahmadi, who has no relation, of course, to Mubarak Ahmadi Sahib, who is on the call right now, or to myself for that matter, has moved on to position number 2, and then number 3, number 4, number 5 you can see on the board right now, and Mr. Bonsu I can see is at number 5. So again, congratulations to everyone at home. Moving on to our next round, which is on the Promised Messiah ﷺ and the Jama'at. So question number 1. When was the Aqsa Mosque inaugurated in Rabwa? So again, get this right, this is the Aqsa Mosque in Rabwa. When was the Aqsa Mosque inaugurated in Rabwa? Is it A, the 21st of August 1974, B, the 29th of February 1973, C, the 23rd of April 1974, or D, the 31st of March 1972?
Let's go over to our Skype guest. Let's go over to Sijil Shah now. Sijil Shah, what are your thoughts behind this question? Do you feel like you have it correct?
Being honest, no, I'm not sure. I feel like this is something I've heard in the past, but I just haven't registered it to memory. So I'm just kind of taking a pick at the moment.
Fair enough. Hopefully you picked the correct answer. And yeah, understandably, this isn't one of those ones. The Jama'at is rich in
absolutely
in history. So yeah, it could be.
It's only a couple of years difference between the answer, but let's have a look at what people said. I can tell you that the majority of people have actually gone with the right answer, with 44% going for the 31st of March 1972. So again, a difficult question there, so congratulations to those at home. If you haven't, then don't worry, there's many questions still to come in the rest of the quiz. Next question. Which of the following prophets appeared the earliest? Which of the following prophets appeared the earliest? Was it A, Hazrat Abraham, B, Hazrat Lot, C, Hazrat Moses, or D, Hazrat Noah? Which of these following prophets appeared the earliest? Abraham, Lot, Moses, or Noah? Peace be upon them all.
Again, I feel like you'd have to. This is another difficult one because.
Do you think?
I mean, I feel like I would have got the answer right, but I would have been stuck between two.
Okay, yeah, I get that. There's two that are calling out in terms of it could be.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, like, I know that both of us have had the opportunity to go to Israel as well. So I mean, that's Israel and Palestine. That's kind of given us a good idea, I think, about that as well.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at what people at home are saying. So it was Abraham, Lot, Moses or Noah? Which of the following prophets appeared the earliest? Ooh, and again, like we said, it is a very strong tie between Abraham and Noah, with Hazrat Noah just taking the lead there by just 1%. And I can tell you that indeed the 43% that went for Hazrat Noah, they had the correct answer. So indeed, D, Noah was the prophet that appeared the earliest.
And those were the two that I would have been stuck between.
There we go. There we go. So congratulations to those at home that got that answer correct. The next question. Which year was the promised Messiah ﷺ born in? So again, this is a very fundamental question.
Yeah.
Which year was the promised Messiah born in? A, 1832, B, 1835, C, 1836, or D, 1845? Which year was the promised Messiah ﷺ born in? I'm going to say it. All vote now.
Again, this is one that was drilled into us from when we were young, so
absolutely,
especially the Waqf-e-Nau and Waqf-e-Nau, they get this correct. Let's go over to Musawwir now. Musawwir, how confident are you in your selection?
I'm pretty confident. It's something that I was just revising. But I'm pretty confident on the answer. My internet will get better.
But you're confident, all right, cool. Let's see the guesses.
So again, brilliant there. It's good to see that the majority of people know the answer very definitely. 86% of people have gone with the correct answer, which was 1835. The promised Messiah, Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, of course, born in 1835. Moving on to our next question. What was the mother's name of the promised Messiah? What was the name of the mother of the promised Messiah, Was it A, Chirag Bibi, B, Amina, C, Sophia Begum, or D, Asya Bibi? 4 possible answers there. Chirag Bibi, Amina, Sophia Begum, and Asya Bibi. What was the name of the mother of the promised Messiah, So again, four answers there. Again, all 4 names are names that we have heard in Islamic history in one way or the other. So there's a clever selection of answers there.
Yeah, they're trying to confuse us, but again, this is something that I feel we all read when we were younger. So I mean, I would be confident with my answer here.
Absolutely. We've got 15 seconds to give the answer. Again, it's an interesting one. Of course, this is one of those fundamental questions which we have all learned, as Mudabbir Sahib has said, from a young age. And of course, none of these answers should be taken as a demotivator. This is a start of something to learn more and to help you increase your knowledge. Let's have a look at what people said at home. Again, a vast majority, 94% have gone for Chirag Bibi Saiba, and indeed that is the correct answer. So congratulations to everyone who voted A. Chirag Bibi Saiba was the name of the mother of the promised Messiah. Next question. Where did the first Bai'at take place? A, Qadian, B, Behra at the house of Hazrat Hakim Nuruddin Anhu, C, Batala, or D, Ludhiana at the house of Sufi Ahmed Jan Sahib? Where did the first Bai'at of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community take place?
Again, they're trying to confuse us here because all of these places are actually, places that come up in the history of Ahmadiyya. So it will be interesting. Let's quickly go over to Mubariz. Mubariz, what are your thoughts behind this question and how confident are you in your answer?
Yeah, it's one of those where, again, you've probably read it when you were younger, and it's surprising how many of these questions, like, we read this stuff when we were like butching, like really young.
Pretty much.
But it goes to show just how much you can learn when you're younger, and it sticks with you.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Absolutely.
I hope you got this all right anyway.
He says before the answers are revealed.
It's also a nervous bit when you're just waiting to see how many people also got the same answer.
Brilliant. Let's go and have a look at the answers that people have sent in. Again, a good number, almost 600 people are participating, and again, people have gone. 82% have gone with Ludhiana at the house of Sufi Ahmed Jan Sahib, and I can reveal that indeed is the correct answer. So well done to everyone who voted D. The first Bai'at took place in Ludhiana at the house of Sufi Ahmed Jan Sahib.
I did not know though it was at the house of Sufi Ahmed Jan Sahib. I'd never learnt that. All I remember learning was that it was at Ludhiana. That's what I remember about it.
Fair play. So I guess we're all learning something today then. Yeah. Moving on to the next question. How many Sahaba took the Bai'at on the 23rd of March 1889? How many Sahaba took Bai'at on the 23rd of March 1889? A, 30, B, 40, C, 50, or D, 60? I mean, this is separating I was going to say the boys from the men, but I know there's many legends are taking part as well. So how many Sahaba took Bai'at on the 23rd of March 1889? 30, 40, 50, or 60.
Is this making your OCD feel any better?
I like this. If it was like 60, 30, 40, 20, but again, 30, 40, 50 or 60. How many Sahaba took the bay'at on 23rd of March 1889? Again, join at slido.com. The code to join is #Waqf. If you're taking part this late, then fair enough, but nevertheless, it's good to take part. Let's see what the answer is from those at home. We have an overwhelming majority. 3/4 of the participants have said the answer is 40, and I can reveal that that is indeed the correct answer. So 40 Sahaba took bay'at on the 23rd of March 1889. Moving on to our next question. Which day of the week was the promised Messiah born? On which day of the week was the promised Messiah ﷺ born? Was it A, Friday, B, Thursday, C, Saturday, or D, Monday? I mean, I think that they're putting these options in just to mess with the OCD, right? So A, Friday, B, Thursday, C, Saturday, or D, Monday. Which day of the week was the promised Messiah ﷺ born on?
Let's ask our guests. Sajil, what do you think, and how have you come about to your answer?
I have an inclination, but I wouldn't say that I'm super confident. It was just a case of, I think like loads of people have referenced that they've heard things before in the past and they've forgotten it, and it's just about how memorable that experience was when you actually learnt it for the first time. So yeah, fingers crossed, I'll get this one right.
All right, let's have a look at the answers.
And of course, this is one that we've all heard about from a very young age. The blessed day of Friday was the day on which the promised Messiah ﷺ was born. So 69% of our participants got the correct answer. So congratulations to everyone at home. Moving on to the next question. Was the promised Messiah ﷺ born with a twin, a triplet, or on his own? So that's the by definition. I mean, they had to put four possible answers in. So A, he was born on his own. B, he was born a twin. C, he was born a triplet. And by necessity of a fourth answer, D, I'm not sure. So I'm hoping no one says D. But A, B, C, or D. He was born on his own. He was born a twin. He was born a triplet. Or indeed, you're not sure. I think there's an allowance given to this one question.
I'll be really interested to see actually how many people went select D.
I mean, are you being truthful? If you're guessing, then you have to be D, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But let's see. Again, in the answers that have been given up on the potential answers on Slido, I think you only have the 3 options at home. Thankfully, A, he was born on his own. B, he was born a twin. C, he was born a triplet.
Is this something that you came across? This isn't much of a common knowledge thing for me. So
I came across it, but then I think if I hadn't come across it, then I think there'd be a lot more allegations coming up right now. But I've come across it. It's something that we've read across and we've read about. So the promised Messiah ﷺ was born as a twin, a triplet, or on his own. The correct answer, of course, 73% said he was born a twin, and I can reveal that is indeed the correct answer. So congratulations to everyone at home. The next question. Within a span of 6 years, this person will be grievously punished by God Almighty for his disrespectfulness and profanities he uttered against the Holy Prophet of Islam. What was this announcement? When was this announcement made by the promised Messiah ﷺ? A, the 2nd of June 1893. B, the 11th of August 1893. C, the 15th of July 1893. Or D, the 20th of February 1893. Within a span of 6 years, this person will be grievously punished by God Almighty for his disrespectfulness and profanities he uttered against the Holy Prophet of Islam. When was this announcement by the promised Messiah made?
Let's quickly ask our guest, Musabir, what do you think? Do you think you have this right?
To be honest, this was a wild guess.
Alright.
But I'm interested to know what the answer is.
Let's have a look at the answers then.
As if by magic. The answer to this question, again, people have answered, the majority of people have answered in a different number of ways. Again, a very divisive one in terms of what the answer would be. But 20th of February 1893, 29% have got the answer correct. So the answer to this question was 20th of February 1893, which was D.
I think it's the first question where majority have got it wrong, right?
One of them, yes, definitely. I think it's a date question is always a difficult question. So again, it's good to try and good to, of course, build your knowledge as you go along. Next question. One of the signs of God Almighty in support of the truthfulness of the promised Messiah والسلام, was the occurrence of the lunar and solar eclipses. But when was this prophecy fulfilled? A. The lunar eclipse occurred on the 15th of January 1891 and the solar eclipse on the 10th of February 1891. B. The lunar eclipse occurred on the 21st of March 1894 and the solar eclipse occurred on the 6th of April 1894. C. The lunar eclipse occurred on the 20th of March 1889 and the solar eclipse on the 10th of April 1889. Or D. The lunar eclipse occurred on the 7th of January 1890 and the solar eclipse occurred on the 21st of March 1890. Again, I think everyone had the question up on screen, so they should have been able to read that without me giving the voiceover. But nevertheless, let's see what people have said at home to see the answers. And we can see that the majority of people have actually sided with the correct answer, which was B, that the lunar eclipse occurred on the 21st of March 1894 and the solar eclipse happened on the 6th of April 1894.
Yeah, this is one of the greatest arguments for Ahmadiyya.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
This is.
I mean, this has to feature as one of the questions.
Yeah.
This is one of the strongest ones.
Exactly.
Let's have a look at the leaderboard to see how people are doing at home. I can see that K has either stopped participating or he's been knocked down significantly. I can see Roshan Ahmadi is still featuring strongly, but at the top, if someone else can tell me what that says, I think it says Dabir Ahmed.
Yep.
But Dabir Ahmed is strongly at the top with a couple of other people, Estanvir and Shajil, Roshan Ahmadi and Shafi in the top 5. So again, congratulations to everyone at home. This is the last segment, so again, if you're not on the top leaderboard right now, please pull through. Of course, there will be a prize given to the top participants as well. The last segment, the Waqf-e-Nau scheme. Question number 1. When was the Waqf-e-Nau scheme initiated by Hazrat Khalifa al-Masih al-Rabi, rahimahullah alayh? Was it A, the 7th of March 1987, B, the 3rd of April 1987, C, the 7th of March 1989, or D, the 3rd of April 1989? When was the Waqf-e-Nau scheme initiated? A, B, C, or D, and you have 20 seconds to give your answers.
Let's go over to our Skype guest, Sajil. What are your thoughts? Do you feel like you have this answer correct?
Yes, there's two dates which are quite similar, and it's between those two for me. But I'm quietly confident, let's say.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Inshallah, you have got.
It's
it
hard
correct.
to be quietly confident when somebody asks you if you're confident or not on live TV. But yeah, nevertheless, fair enough. We get that. I'm telling you, it's the power of the headsets. I'm telling you. We had the answers in. And we can tell you that the majority, 62%, have given the correct answer, which is the 3rd of April 1987, which was B.
The other interesting thing is that the other dates, 1989, a lot of Waqf-e-Nau, or the early Waqf-e-Naus, were actually born a lot of time before that.
So that would be a strong giveaway. The next question. What is the reference of this verse mentioned in the Holy Quran? My Lord, I have vowed to thee what is in my womb, to be dedicated to thy service. So dost thou accept it of me? Thou alone is all hearing, all knowing. What is the reference of this verse? Is it A, chapter 5, verse 86, B, chapter 2, verse 91, C, chapter 10, verse 55, or D, chapter 3, verse 36? Again, you might be thinking, oh, how can they ask a specific verse? But again, this verse is very, very important to Waqf-e-Nau in terms of this is one of those foundational verses which explains the concept of Waqf in itself.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a very blessed scheme, and the verse here as well. The whole story around this actually is very blessed. So let's see what people have guessed.
So you've got a couple of seconds left, and let's see what the correct answer is. Again, a lot of people have given different answers, but indeed the majority have gone with the correct answer. 34% have gone with chapter 3, verse 36, indeed, which is the correct answer. So congratulations for you at home. Moving on to the next question. This is starting off with an Arabic verse. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. إذ قالت امرأة إمران ربي إني نذرت لك ما في بطني محررا فتقبل مني إنك أنت السميع العليم. In the verse mentioned above, what is the meaning of the word muharraran? A, I have completely separated this child of mine from worldly pursuits, and it is my ardent desire that the sole priority be fulfilling religious duties. B, that child should be very humble. C, that child of mine is free to do as he or she pleases, and it is his choice if he wishes to fulfill his religious duties or not, or D, that he will be very brave. So again, this is the understanding of the word muharraran as opposed to the actual translation of the word. What does muharraran actually mean in terms of the concept of waqf? Let's have a look at what people said at home, right?
Yeah.
So on this, the majority of people have gone for A, which I think could be inferred by what is being said. Again, this is a concept of waqf in which you are free from all worldly pursuits, and for the parents to pray that the sole priority of the child should be in fulfilling their religious duties.
And we've heard this throughout the day, right? Where
Absolutely.
people have mentioned that, your waqf literally means, dedicating your life to the cause of Jama'at, and you completely forget any idea or any thoughts of any worldly or material pursuits. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
very pivotal.
Moving on to our next question. What is the age mentioned by Hazur Anwar Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasr al-Aziz that a Waqf-e-Nau should reconfirm his waqf? A, when the waqf turns 15. B, when the Waqf-e-Nau turns 18. C, at the age of 15 and then at every stage when he completes their studies. Or D, they don't have to. They will just be contacted by the Waqf-e-Nau Department when they need to. So again, 4 interesting answers. I'm sure you can take a couple of them away automatically, but again, a matter of inference, but also a matter of logic and learning as well.
Let's quickly go to Mubariz. Mubariz, I know your waqf as well. So when did you actually reconfirm your waqf?
Well, that would be a giveaway, I think. But I do, let's just say we've had experience of this at the National Ijtimas to help to the answer of this.
Yeah, that is correct. So let's have a look at the guesses and what people have said at home.
So in terms of the answers, we have got again a leading majority of 57% have said that at the age of 15 and then at every stage when he or she completes their studies. Indeed, that is the correct answer. You should be looking to the Markaz and to Hazur Anwar to give you confirmation and to give you guidance at every stage. So again, a brilliant answer there. Next question. The constitution for Waqifeen-e-Nau is an address delivered by Hazur Anwar Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasr al-Aziz on which date? Again, a very important address. A, this was a Friday sermon delivered by Hazur on the 28th of October 2016 at the Beth of Salam Mosque in Toronto, Canada. B, a Friday sermon delivered by Hazur on the 10th of January 2014 at the Beth al-Futuh Mosque in London. C, a Friday sermon delivered by Hazur on the 6th of October 2018 at the Beth of Salam Mosque in Toronto, Canada. Or D, a Friday sermon delivered by Hazur on the 10th of January 2016 in the Beth al-Futuh Mosque in London. So again, 2 possible answers for Beth al-Futuh and 2 possible answers for the Beth of Salam Mosque in Toronto, Canada. Again, this is an interesting one. Again, a very fundamental and foundational understanding. Let's see what people guessed at home. And we have been told that 52% of people have gone for the correct answer, which was A, that this was a Friday sermon delivered by Hazur on the 28th of October 2016 at the Beth of Salam Mosque in Toronto, Canada. Moving on to the next question. In the constitution for Waqf-e-Nau, Hazur Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasr al-Aziz has mentioned some special points that Waqf-e-Nau should always strive to attain. But how many points are they? Is it A, 27, B, 28, C, 23, or D, 21? Again, in a fantastic numerical chronological order, but nevertheless. A, 27, B, 28, C, 23, or D, 21? How many points did Hazur mention?
Let's go over to our Skype guest. Let's go over to Musawwir actually, because I know, Musawwir, we were asked to read this just before our trip to Palestine. So I'm hoping you have this answer correct. How confident do you feel?
Let's just say it's between 2 of them.
Again?
Again.
All right, let's have a look at the guesses or the answers on the screen.
And we can see again, it's a tight one because I think people care more about the actual points themselves rather than the number of points. But indeed, it's an important one to remember. The majority of people, 28%, by a narrow majority, have sided with 21, which indeed is the correct answer. So again, congratulations to the majority of people at home. Next question. In the careers mentioned, in the quiz list mentioned by Hazur Anwar Ayyadah Rabban Aziz, are fields Waqf-e-Nau should pursue. Which of these is not mentioned by Hazur? So which of these careers is not mentioned as a career that should be pursued by Waqf-e-Nau? A. Translator. B. Boxer. C. Someone pursuing environmental technology. Or D. IT. So I think we're coming up to the tail of this now. So I think the answers are getting somewhat easier. But which of these is not a profession which has been said to be pursued by Waqf-e-Nau? Is it A. Translator, B. Boxer, C. Environmental technology, or D. IT?
But the other interesting thing is that, any career that you want to go into, Hazur might not write it off just because it's not on a list. Hazur actually, I know of some Waqf-e-Nau individuals who have gone into careers or are pursuing careers that are not on the list, and you'd never have thought that they're careers that Waqf-e-Nau can go into.
I think it's important always to, again, seek guidance from Hazur at every single step. Let's have a look at some of the answers that have been given in. Again, we can see, someone that said IT, what have you got against IT? 93% of people have said that boxing is not a profession to go into, and indeed I can reveal there's no suspense, is there? 93% were correct. Boxing is the profession that Hazur said that is not included on that list. Next question. This is interesting, right? This is a Waqf-e-Nau quiz when this is the question that comes up. What is the URL for the Waqf-e-Nau website? This is a strong plug. What is the URL for the Waqf-e-Nau website? Is it A, www.waqf-e-nau-intl.com, B, www.waqf-e-nau-international with the whole word.com, C, www.waqf-e-nau-international.org, or D, www.waqf-e-nau-international.org.uk. We won't go into the fact that the script given to me also has a spelling mistake in, but nevertheless. A, B, C, or D, what is the URL for the Waqf-e-Nau website?
Let's go to our Skype guest.
I want to ask you.
The thing is that even if you ask me, I would just Google Waqf-e-Nau.
That's so true.
I wouldn't actually type the whole thing.
It's so true.
But yeah, we don't have time now to go to the Skype guest, so let's have a look at the answers.
I'm happy though, because 61% have still got the correct answer, which was Waqf-e-Nau International, so waqf-e-nau-intl.org, which was the correct answer.
Yeah, it's very good that people know that. I didn't know that.
Absolutely. Moving on to the next question. If a Waqf-e-Nau does not wish to continue his or her Waqf, what does he or she need to do? A. He doesn't need to do anything. B. Speak to his local guide. C. Do a lot of istighfar. Or D. Contact Markaz or write to Hazur that he does not wish to continue. Again, we're bringing up the tail of this quiz. Just a bit of logic would be good. But yeah, A, B, C, or D. Do we need to? Let's go to our callers at home.
Yeah, let's ask one of our guests at home, Musafir. One of these, if you were to ever not wish to continue, one of these I hope you do anyway. But how do you feel? How confident do you feel with the answer?
Two of the answers made me laugh, to be honest. But I'm confident.
Yeah, all right, good. You should be.
But inshallah, I won't be. This is not my route.
Brilliant. So let's have a look at the answer at home. Again, yes. I think 1%, 3%, 3%. Really? But 93% have said contact Markaz or write to Hazur that he does not wish to continue. Again, of course, that is the correct answer. Move on to the next question, which indeed is the final question for the quiz. If a Waqf-e-Nau has completed his or her studies and wishes to work, what should they do? A. He doesn't need to do anything, he can work. B. He should write to Hazur Ayyadah Rabban Aziz that they have completed their studies and now request permission to work. C. Write a letter to Hazur requesting for prayers. Or D. He needs to inform his local guide. Bijare Guide Sahab is seeming to get a lot of attention in this. But A, B, C, or D? Please send in your answers. Again, this has been an interesting quiz. We've been talking about a number of different issues here. But let's have a look at what someone at home has to say.
Yeah, let's quickly go over to Mubariz. Mubariz, again, I hope you have got this answer correct. But what are your thoughts around this generally?
I hope so, yeah. I feel like this is more like a guide rather than a quiz question. But it's important to know. If anyone doesn't know the answer to this, it's good. The advice is
brilliant. Let's go to. That's an interesting one. Let's have a look at what people said at home. Again, I think this was an easy one. I'm happy to say 0% said local guide. That might have been Jan to me. Thank you very much. 96% have said that they should write to Hazur. They've completed their studies and now request permission to work. That is, of course, the right way to do. We hope you've enjoyed the quiz today. Some questions a lot easier than others, and again, some answers are much better than others as well. But it's been an interesting one, of course. We should go to the leaderboard just to see how people have done. Just while we wait for that leaderboard to come up, we can see that Dabir Ahmed has, mashallah, he has come first. Mirza Hadi Ahmed in second place, S. Tanveer in third, Musawwir, I'm sure, is that Musawwir at home, as number 4, and Ashir and Hiba have come in at number 5. So congratulations to all of you. The top 3 are tied with answers, but in terms of their timings, that's how it's been decided as to who came first, second or third, just in case you're wondering at home. Of course, a fantastic day, a fantastic broadcast that's happening so far. Please do stay with us. Coming up, there's going to be a brilliant talk about the life of a medic by Haris Khan Saab. And after that, a really key thing that we're looking forward to, Umair Aleem Saab is going to be speaking to us about his experiences with Khilafat. That's an absolutely unmissable thing to watch. So again, thank you very much to Mudabbir Saab here in the studio. And again, we hope you all have enjoyed at home. Please stay tuned for the rest of the broadcast. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
At least with the pure grace of Allah, we have been able to establish the various new Jamia institutes through which our immediate need for missionaries is being fulfilled to some extent. Nonetheless, there remains a pressing need in other fields. In particular, we need Waqf-e-Nau to pursue medicine and teaching to satisfy the requirements of our Jama'at, hospitals and schools.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Haris and I'm a Waqf-e-Nau. I'm also a junior doctor working in St. Thomas's Hospital in central London in acute medicine. I've been asked to share the blessings, the influence and guidance of Khilafat on my life as a Waqf-e-Nau and how it has shaped every decision I have taken. I was born in UK, but we moved to Saudi Arabia when we were very young. Growing up in Saudi Arabia, we had an amazing Jama'at around us, which was very, very active, having regular Waqf-e-Nau ijtimas and classes. This always inculcated a sense of brotherhood in us from a young age, and it always reminded us of the essence of Waqf-e-Nau and what it meant to be a Waqf-e-Nau. However, one thing my brothers and I always wished for when we used to watch MTA was to be able to partake in Hazur's classes. We used to look at all the kids in the classes with such awe and admiration. Like, these kids are so lucky to experience such love and affection from Hazur firsthand, and then on top to get gifts and chocolates from Hazur. Fast forward to January 2003, when I was 9 years old, we finally moved to London. Everything was amazing for us. Seeing Hazrat Khalifa al-Masih Rabi the first time in person was unbelievable. The amount of nur he used to radiate, being able to pray behind him, and finally being able to attend those priceless children's classes we used to dream of being in. Words couldn't describe our emotions as kids. This was our first encounter of experiencing the love of Khilafat firsthand, and we were still getting used to the novelty of everything. But Hazrat Khalifa al-Masih Rabi was getting more ill. I remember the night before Hazur passed away, we were very lucky to be able to attend Majlis Ilm-Irfan. In that class, Hazur looked so peaceful and even more radiant than usual, like an angel. The next day, Hazur passed away, and despite being very young, we felt a huge sense of sadness, loss and emptiness in our hearts. And we used to say to each other that we barely got time to be in Hazur's blessed presence. However, fortunately for us all, Allah turned our anxieties and sorrows into hope, strength, and a beacon of light when Hazrat Khalifa al-Masih Khamis got elected. And we had the opportunity to grow up in the shade of his blessed presence. As a Waqf-e-Nau, my life and the lives of thousands of others have been nurtured, shaped, and guided by beloved Hazur. And growing up in Hazur's neighborhood in Masjid Fazl at the time had its special blessings and advantages. We were in a relatively small batch of Waqifeen-e-Nau, who were the lucky few to partake in the initial Bustan and Gulchan of Waqf-e-Nau classes immediately after Hazur got elected. At the time, we could fit in the small studio above Masjid Fazl. As Waqf-e-Naus, we were very blessed to have such a special and close relationship with Hazur. All the topics in the classes were specifically chosen for our training, education, and development. And we were always reminded of the spirit of Waqf-e-Nau and the meaning of it and what was expected of us. Hazur used to pay special attention to small details in our classes and always used to ask us questions to see what we had understood. He always encouraged us and was very happy when we used to answer questions confidently. Similarly, when we used to have national ijtimas and then go back to the Waqf-e-Nau classes, Hazur always used to ask us how we had done and what we had won. This always reminds us that Hazur expects highly from us as Waqif-e-Nau and wants us to be the best and well-rounded individuals. This message is reflected beautifully in the Quran, where Allah Ta'ala says, "You are the best of people, raised for the good of mankind." Similarly, on This Week with Hazur, on the 5th of February 2021, Hazur advised a young Waqf-e-Nau student asking for advice that you should become a good student. Nowadays, nothing can be achieved without studying. Also, as we are Waqf-e-Nau and you have dedicated your lives from childhood, therefore, you should make an effort to become a good asset for the Jama'at. You can do this by studying and gaining knowledge, and in this way, you can strive to improve your life so that you may be able to better train the future generation and protect them. I've been asked to share some personal experiences of Khilafat growing up. These are all due to Allah's fazl and Hazur's prayers. I'm sure many of you have experienced similar incidents. These really strengthened my faith growing up and developed my own personal relationship with Hazur. Once, when I was about 10 or 11, some children, including myself, were standing after namaz in Masjid Fazl to greet Hazur. A nikah happened and Hazur took some chaware from the tray that was offered to him. He then pointed to me in the row of children and told me to come forward and said, "Ye khalo, tum lambe ho jage," which means, eat these and you will grow tall. Now I'm sure we've all had incidents like this, where Hazur says seemingly something so small, but being the closest man to Allah, his words are blessed profoundly by Allah Ta'ala, and he puts so much weight in what Hazur says. I was relatively small at the time. Now by Allah's fazl and Hazur's prayers, I'm 6 foot, which is fairly tall. However, the remarkable thing is that my family and I have noticed is the amount of people who comment on my height and say, "MashaAllah, you're really tall," or "Have you grown since the last time we've seen you?" This, for me, is the sheer blessings of Khilafat. Similarly, since I was about in year 7 or 8, Hazur always used to call me Dr. Saab. At that time, I didn't even have the slightest inkling that I was going to do medicine. My dad was a dentist, so that could have possibly been a reason. However, again, for that to materialize is unbelievable and shows Hazur's foresight and how Allah blesses his words. It also shows Hazur's wishes for Waqif-e-Nau to be involved in professions where humanity can be served and people can be helped. I'm sure many of us have experienced ourselves or seen from classes when Waqif-e-Nau ask Hazur as to what they should go into. Hazur almost always states a field that can be useful for the Jama'at and humanity in some way. I'm sure it was Hazur's special prayers for us growing up, that now all the Waqifeen in the batch of Waqf-e-Nau that we grew up with are very successful murabbis, doctors, lawyers, architects, engineers, teachers, or doing great service for MKA and the Jama'at. Hazrat Masih Maud says, sincerity towards others and love for humanity is a part of faith. The definition of the highest moral values is that sincere kindness and sympathy be professed towards all humanity without any expectation of reward or recompense. This is what is known as true humanity. Allah the Almighty never forsakes those people who hold within their hearts sincere love for humanity. This is what all of us should strive to achieve. When I got to my first year of A-levels, I had a mulaqat with Hazur and I consulted in his advice on what career I should pursue. At that time, I wasn't too sure and was considering doing something in finance or economics. Hazur said to me, "Agar tum science mein achhe ho, to medicine kar lo," which means, if you're good at science, do medicine. I replied, "I enjoy biology, but I'm not too good at chemistry." To this, Hazur smiled and stated, "Phir tumhe chemistry to padhni padegi," which meant, so then you will have to study chemistry. I smiled and in my head was like, wow, this has suddenly just become very real, and reflected upon what had happened in the mulaqat when I got home. And I let it sink in that now, as Hazur has stated it, I have to do it. My parents and I then had a discussion over the next few weeks, and we decided that I should get some work experience to find out more about medicine. I was very fortunate to be able to go to Tahir Heart Institute in Rava for a month in the blessed month of Ramadan. What I observed and experienced there was unbelievable. It was a state-of-the-art facility, one of the best hospitals I had seen. In addition, it had top specialists, junior doctors, and various different healthcare professions who were all working together, united under the banner of Khilafat to serve humanity for the sake of Allah Ta'ala. The first time I had seen such a unique environment in a hospital. Working alongside these specialists and junior doctors was extremely inspiring and motivating, and it made me realize how much impact you can have as a medical professional, especially in conjunction with having Allah's fazl, Hazur's prayers and guidance. I saw and spoke to many patients and families of patients who had made miraculous recoveries, and this happened quite regularly in Tahir Heart. This combination of having an academic and professional, yet spiritual environment, where doctors do du'as before procedures, where prayers and attributes of Allah, such as Huwa Shafi, He's the healer, are framed around the walls of the hospital, where even Gharamdi Maulvis come to seek treatment because they know the caliber and integrity of Ahmadi healthcare professionals. This convinced me that I want this combination of deen and dunya going forward in my life. If you guys have the opportunity to go to Tahir Heart or a Jama'at hospital to experience the environment and see how patients from our hospitals have miraculous recoveries, I would definitely recommend it. Going back to UK, I finished my A-levels, submitted my UCAS applications and did my entrance exams. However, I didn't get into medicine at the time, and I was so upset and lost as to what to do now. After a few weeks, my parents and I had a discussion, and we looked into doing medicine abroad in Europe. We decided to go for a mulaqat with Hazur and seek his advice and see what Hazur's thoughts were about doing medicine abroad. I remember going into the mulaqat and explaining my situation to Hazur. Before I had even finished my sentence, Hazur said to me, "Why don't you look at doing medicine abroad in Europe somewhere?" My family and I were astonished at how Hazur even knew before we had asked him, and were so grateful to Allah for His Khalifa, who took away all our anxieties and worries. This again shows the wisdom and the judgment that Allah Ta'ala has blessed Hazur with, and I'm sure most of us have experienced this in the mulaqat, where Hazur answers our question and alleviates our anxiety even before we have asked him. This is why we're so lucky to have Khilafat. I did 2 entrance exams for universities in Czech Republic, which I got into, and then I asked Hazur to pick which university I should go to. Myself and 2 other boys ended up being one of the first batches of Ahmadis in recent times to go to Europe to do medicine in 2012. Alhamdulillah, by the blessings of Allah and Hazur's prayers, the university he picked for me at its highest ended up having 14 Ahmadis compared to none in the other university I got into. We had our own little Jama'at, did our Jummas, Namaz and Eids together, and we used to go out for activities and food together. This helped us all greatly and created a home away from home for us. Initially, however, when I went to Czech Republic, it took time to adjust to everything. It was a new place, new people, new language. I remember writing to Hazur regularly for prayers and FaceTiming my family a lot. When I came back to UK, I used to try get mulaqats with Hazur every time by saying, I'm a Waqf-e-Nau from Czech Republic, only here for a few days. This worked the first few times, but then the private secretary office caught onto my excuse. The first big exam of my first year in uni was a make or break, a very tough exam, and it was chemistry, something I always hadn't enjoyed. I remember thinking back to my A-level mulaqat and Hazur saying to me, chemistry to padni padegi. I was again amazed by Hazur's foresight and how true his words were. I remember studying for this exam being so tough, and when I came back to UK, I got a mulaqat with Hazur. I was really stressed, and I told Hazur about this exam. Hazur just smiled and advised me to recite Surah Fatiha before I began, and to do my best. Then he said to me, tension na lo, moje karo, which literally translates to, don't stress, relax, and enjoy yourself. I was lost for words. I was so stressed, and I couldn't believe Hazur had said this to me. It was like a huge burden off my shoulders. After Hazur said this, everything became so much smoother. I was so much more relaxed. I passed that exam miraculously, and I became much more settled and comfortable. From that day, I used to write to Hazur regularly, and it was just the blessing of his prayers that I enjoyed the rest of my course so much, and even my toughest exams I passed extraordinarily. This is where I truly learned that the key to success is praying regularly, working hard, writing to Hazur frequently, giving sadaqah, and doing nafil. And whenever younger Ahmadi students ask me, this is what I advise them. Alhamdulillah, by Allah's fazl and Hazur's prayers, I graduated in 2018. I remember going to Hazur with a big basket of fruit after I graduated, and it was one of the best feelings to be able to tell Hazur that I was able to accomplish the main goal he had given me. Since then, I've been blessed to have worked in various hospitals in London, such as West Middlesex, Guy's, and St. Thomas's Hospital, which is totally Allah's fazl, Hazur's prayers, and the blessings of Waqf. Hazur has advised me to pursue cardiology, and last year, on the same day I came back from a Waqf-e-Nau trip with Humanity First in the Gambia, I was offered a job by a leading cardiology centre in central London. This continued to show me the barakat in Hazur's words and also the blessings of doing Waqf-e-Nau. Similarly, one of my Ahmadi friends, who is also on the Gambia trip with me, was gifted the same laptop he had wanted for a long time by his father a few days after we came back from the trip. We both reflected that this could only be the blessings of Waqf-e-Arzi, and it was something that neither of us could have anticipated. We should all try our best as Waqifeen-e-Nau to always be ready to give up our time and go do Waqf-e-Arzi, as it is such a blessed experience and gives us a constant taster and reminder of our future purpose and goals. When you become a qualified professional, it's easy to get caught up in the day-to-day activities at work and lose sight of our long-term goal, which is to be of service to the Jama'at in whichever way is required. One of my favorite verses from the Holy Quran, which helps me to stay focused on this goal, is, "And this life of the world is nothing but a pastime and a sport, and the home of the hereafter. That indeed is life, if they but knew." This always reminds me of our bigger purpose to fulfill our waqf and serve Khilafat and humanity, and not to get too caught up in worldly desires. In regards to the spirit of Waqf-e-Arzi, Hazur advised a young doctor doing a Waqf-e-Arzi in This Week with Hazur, "Therefore, always remember that you are going there for the sake of Allah with the spirit of service to mankind. Therefore, you must please God and also serve the people." A final incident I would like to share is after I finished my degree, we went for a family mulaqat, and Hazur stated to my parents to get my brother and I married at the same time. At my cousin's wedding, my father requested prayers for my brother and I to get married, and said it's likely we will need a Waqf-e-Nau for me, as I am Waqf as well. Hazur replied, "Agar sharif log honge, to zaruri nahi hai ki Waqf ho," meaning, if there are decent people, then it's not necessary for her to be Waqf. Alhamdulillah, by the grace of Allah and Hazur's prayers, my brother and I both got engaged a few months after the mulaqat, and believe it or not, our weddings were 2 weeks apart. Similarly, my wife isn't Waqf-e-Nau, like Hazur stated, but she always wanted to be a Waqf from a young age. This again shows us how Allah Ta'ala turns such a small sentence from Hazur's mouth into our everlasting realities, which literally define our lives and futures. Alhamdulillah. I would like to finish my talk by saying, as Waqifeen-e-Nau, we should try our best to be of as much service to Khilafat, the Jama'at, and humanity, as that is the purpose of our Waqf. We are extremely lucky to have Hazur's guidance, prayers, and advice available to us at every step of the way. If we utilize this by building a relationship with Allah Ta'ala and Hazur, we will all inshallah succeed and achieve our goals. May Allah always bless us and allow us to fulfill our waqf. Jazakallah.
Alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jazakallah for joining us for this Waqf-e-Nau virtual retreat. Today we've been listening to excellent stories and very inspirational stories from all of the Waqifeen from UK and from across the world. We are very honored and privileged to have been joined by a special guest and a special guest who has had the privilege to work very closely with Hazrat Amirul Mu'mineen, Ayyadullah Ta'ala bin Asli Aziz. We are joined by Umair Aleem Sahib. Umair Sahib is head of Mahsin-e-Tasawir, which is the pictorial archive of Jama'at Ahmadiyya Muslimah. And Umair Sahib has had the honor of photographing Hazur on many trips around the world. So some of you are already familiar with the Umair Sahib. But what we would like to focus on is firstly, Umair Sahib, firstly, Jazakallah for joining us. It's a privilege to have you here, and Jazakallah for sparing some time. So Umair Sahib is someone who's had a very comfortable life before Waqf-e-Zindagi, and there is actually a very inspirational story before you actually decided that you want to be a Waqf-e-Zindagi. Without getting into too much detail, we'd like to actually hear from you. So, Umar sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah for giving me an opportunity to speak to my brothers. First of all, I would like to take liberty to say something here. You said that I had a life when I was very comfortable. I would say that this life is much more comfortable. Yes, in worldly means, obviously people try to evaluate all the time. And this is one of the things which everybody had in his mind, that he wants to do well in life. He wants to have bread and butter provided for the family. When I came into this country in 1996, I came to study. And I had an honor of actually working in MTA from 96 onwards. And I had my degree in media production with video and photography. And I had worked with MTA and with Huzur Khalifa for some time. And I was just a normal MTA employee, working and just day-to-day freelancing and earning money, whatever. Every time I had thought about actually presenting myself for Waqf, something was just as like a, something coming into my mind that, okay, what will happen? It will be a small allowance. How would I do this? How would I do that? So these kind of things, like any other normal man, I used to just have it all the time in my mind. And one day, I remember in 2008, it was Friday, and Huzur delivered sermon just before Khilafat Day Jalsa. We had an Excel Center. I think it was a week before or 2 weeks before. Huzur in detail mentioned those people who had given a lot of sacrifices and money and all other things to Jama'at because 100 years of Khilafat were achieved, and people were sending gifts and they were sacrificing and sending a lot of stuff. So it was such a detail of certain incidents about certain people. I was on the camera and something happened, and I was just literally in tears thinking that I am not able to give anything because I didn't have anything. And then another thought came into my mind that any money which is coming my way, it's my pay, and this is from Jama'at anyway. So I felt really weird that it's coming from Jama'at and I'm going to go back and return some money back to Jama'at. So I had this something going on in my mind, it's like a debate. And later that night, all of a sudden, something happened and I realized that, look, I've got myself to present. No matter if I don't have anything to give, why can't I just give myself to Jama'at? So I just got this commitment inside my heart that tomorrow, luckily I had a mulaqat as well. So I just went and I gave my Waqf letter to Private Secretary Saab, and I went in for mulaqat. And when my mulaqat finished, I was about to get up. I asked Huzur, I said, Huzur, I've presented my Waqf this morning. So Huzur looked at me and he says, Acha, kar diya, and means that, okay, you have done it. And I said, Ji Huzur, and Huzur says, so, okay, so what did your wife say about it? Did you discuss it? And I said, Huzur, she was saying that I don't see how different will you be, because the way you are at the moment, I think you will stay the same. And before I could have said anything, Huzur said, हाँ, मुझे मालूम है तुमने कितना पूछा होगा और क्या जवाब आया होगा. So I got quite scared, and I thought maybe that's it. But I just said, in my letter, I just mentioned, I said, Huzur, I've got myself to give. I've got nothing else. Alhamdulillah, what happened is the next mulaqat was Majlis Saab's mulaqat, the Wakil-e-Tabshir. And later on, he called me and he says, Huzur ne aapka waqf manzoor farma liya, has been accepted. So congratulations, you're a waqf-e-zindagi now. So I was just lucky that Huzur, I'm just such a useless man. Huzur just gave me this honor by actually accepting my waqf. And I never looked back from then. I tell you one thing from my personal experience. I know that many listeners are listening to me, all my little brothers are listening to me, and everybody has this. People evaluate. This is a natural phenomena that anything you do in life, you just want some security. But one thing I know for sure, what is a waqf? You're just giving yourself, whatever you have, whatever ability you have, you're giving it to Allah. How come the one who's the provider, when you give yourself to him, how can in return, he's not going to look after you? So from my personal experience, I know that there is nothing which I wanted and I never got. And there is nothing which I wanted to get and I didn't get. And working with Khilafat and the honor and in his shadow, whatever he does is just a guidance for you. If you just head down working, I think there is no way back. You just move forward. So this is what it is.
Jazakallah, Jazakallah, Umar Sahab. Now, as I was mentioning, you've had a privilege of working very closely with Hazur Eid al-Talab bin Aziz, and I'm sure there are many incidents of interactions with Hazrat Amir al-Mu'mineen, and you've also had the honor of traveling with Hasab on many occasions. Are there any special moments that you'd like to share with us?
In my experience, every time you are in the company of Hazrat Khalifa al-Masih, it's a special moment, because anything he says, whether small or big, it is just a guidance in itself. Apart from it, as I was hearing my brother, he was mentioning that Huzur says a small thing and Allah Miyaz will just changes it completely for you.
Yes.
I've seen many incidents in life like that. I mean, for instance, my first ever travel to Africa, for me, it was a big thing. What happened is that when Huzur went to West Africa in 2000 and I think it was 4, I wasn't here. I wasn't gone to Pakistan for holidays, and I was not here, so I wasn't obviously picked up or whatever, so I couldn't travel with Huzur at that time. But later, when Huzur was going to East Africa, it was 2 months prior. It was one of the weddings of MTA, my colleague Umar Safir. It was his wedding. And Huzur called me close and he says, if I take you to East Africa, would you go? And I was just shocked and I said, Huzur, Jazakallah, I would be more than happy. And Huzur said, okay, get ready then. You're going to East Africa. I was like over the moon. And when the time came near, for whatever reason, I wasn't in the list or anywhere from MTA perspective, like the people who were traveling, my name wasn't there. So I was even told that, look, you mentioned that Huzur said that you are going to East Africa, so how come your name isn't there? I just like, what can I do about it? I mean, I'm sure that Huzur said that I will go. So it was carrying on, and then it came to a time when I thought I'm not going, because the kafla was decided and MTA boys were decided, and many people said to me, the right to Huzur, and remind him that he said that he will take you. And only one thing which was stopping me, I said, no, Huzur will not forget. Huzur said I'm going, then I will go. And if it's God's will, then I will go. So the only thing I did, I was praying. And what happened is that just 3 days before, I remember, Majlis Sahab called me and he says, Huzur wants you to get ready. You are going with the kafla. You're not going with the MTA team because there is no time. So you'll be going to get vaccinated and Huzur is taking you. Later on, I found out that one of the MTA boy, he had some trouble with his paperwork and he wasn't able to travel. So last minute, Allah Mia gave me an opportunity to join Huzur.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. There's a particular incident that you shared with me the other day, which is about Hasab's work ethics and how Hazur Eid al-Talab bin Aziz, how persistent he is when it comes to getting things done, and which is related to an exhibition that you were displaying and a complaint that came from someone.
Yes, I remember.
Would you like to share that story with us?
I mean, we have this exhibition from Makhzan Tasawir in Jalsa Salana. And it's a big exhibit. We have more than 1,500 photos exhibited there. So there's a section of martyrs. And I remember, because I can't be there all the time because I'm doing photography at Jalsa. So I came back and the team boys told me that an Indonesian brother was quite upset because he's saying that you guys didn't display any martyrs from Indonesia. So we just didn't have much to say to him. We said we don't have them. And he kind of complained. So later on when I had a mulaqat, I mentioned this to Huzur, that this what happened, and the Indonesian brother was upset. Huzur said that definitely he's right, it's your fault, it's you are in the wrong. If the photos aren't there, this is your responsibility. And I said, Huzur, I tried asking a couple of times. Huzur says, these are excuses. If you try hard enough and you get on people's case, you get your work done, there is no, there's no way that you won't get it done. So it's just about you. You didn't take it seriously. You'd have taken it seriously. You made 15 calls every day. They would have given it to you. I came back embarrassed and I thought, okay, I'm going to do this now. And I tell you this formula, since that day, I understood that how to get work done. I just got on Indonesian Jama'at's case. I was like, every day I was phoning them and 100% like his words. Within 3 days, I had all the photos. Yes. And then they were displayed.
I mean, this is such a good example for our Waqifeen-e-Nau that if you're really motivated,
yes,
and your objective is to get the work done, as Hassan was advising you, that just get on with it, right? and try to get to the end goal.
It's just the first thing which comes to mind, that you know how magical the personality becomes. I mean, obviously he's a Khalifatul Masih, but anything Huzur says, he does it first. It's like a practical example of anything he's preaching. Many times we see preachers giving long speeches and they don't act on them. But the difference between them and the Khalifa of the time, that I remember one time we went to Adelaide from Sydney, and it was a long journey, but Huzur, because we were traveling light, we were meant to go in the morning and come back in the evening, because it was just some activity there and it was a day trip. So I remember we didn't even have luggage with us. Anyway, Huzur, when we got there, Huzur carried on with his program which was given to him. And when he finished his prayers, Asr and Zohar, the local management requested Huzur there and then on the spot, when Huzur was leaving the marquee, that please read some Ameens for the kids who were sitting there. Probably they were Waqf-e-Nau or whatever. So Huzur wasn't very happy with that all of a sudden you guys made up your own program, this is not good. So Huzur kind of left from there. And you know, it was a thing which everybody was upset that, look, Huzur is now upset because of us. So they were very guilty about it. But then Huzur wanted to teach them some, you know, that how things are done, because he was quite particular with programs and everything. So Huzur went. Anyway, so when the day was finishing and Huzur was going back, we were supposed to go back to the airport. I remember I was standing outside his residence and he came a little early. He opened his door and I was there and he called me and he says, why are you standing here? I said, Huzur, I see, just standing there. He goes, go and look for those boys or girls who were sitting there for Ameen. My intention wasn't to hurt them. I just wanted to teach a little lesson to the management. Now go and get all of them. So I quickly ran, and with some help of some Khuddam, I gathered all of the boys and girls. They were over the moon and they couldn't believe Huzur was calling them. So by the time Huzur came out, and I still remember that Major Sahib was just holding the Quran, and as Huzur was flipping pages, and while he was standing in the crowd, because crowd started gathering around Huzur, and it was literally a small car park kind of a place, and Huzur did all the Ameens. Many people were just in tears. I just could not believe how soft Huzur's actual heart is. And I can tell you, guarantee, that Huzur didn't even sleep properly because his eyes were all red. He came out and he did all those Ameens and he gave them some chocolates and everything. At that point, when Huzur was telling something to a person from the management that you should have done it this way, he did what I did with the Indonesian incident. He said, Huzur, maine koshish ki thi. I tried and then I gave up. And Huzur says, remember one thing. When you say the word koshish, which is try, it's never in the past tense. It's always in the present tense. Say, मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, मैं कोशिश करूँगा. You do not say, मैंने कोशिश की थी. Means that don't say that I tried and I gave up, because if given up, it's a sin.
Yes.
Yes. So you don't do that. You carry on doing until the work is done, and that shows how particular Huzur is with the.
And this is such a beautiful incident where Hasab is not only teaching the management, the protocol and the structure that should be in place, right? So there's a particular honor and respect that you should give to any member that's coming from Markaz, but this is your Khalifatul Masih. So your management should be structured and the plan should be already in place and conveyed to Hazrat Khalifatul Masih or his staff. But the second thing was the merciful nature of Hazrat Amirul Mu'mineen, where he felt that the children are innocent, right?
Yes.
So they should be called in and their Ameen should be done. And at the same time, Hasab is telling everyone that you should always keep trying.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful balance of everything.
Yes, of
I mean, anything he says, whether with love or with anger, there is a message coming out of it, and it's just it's up to us to actually learn something from it.
Yes, of course. I mean, during these lockdowns that all of us are experiencing, Hasab is every day, Hazrat Amirul Mu'mineen, Huzur is in the office and he is carrying on with his duties. And you've had the honor of capturing many mulaqats, many meetings that Huzur have had during those lockdowns. Would you like to share, some of those with us?
Alhamdulillah, in the beginning of the lockdown, this was everybody had this question that how is it going to carry on, and anything which happens, I mean, it just turns out to be God's will, and the way Allah brings more opportunity from nowhere is just amazing. Yes. Because now Huzur is able to speak to people without going to their country, and whenever he wants to. So it's just a beautiful experience of Huzur, looking at Huzur. talking to people who didn't even dream of meeting Huzur like that. So now it's opened another complete new chapter for Jama'at.
Yes, of course.
And Alhamdulillah, as a part of it, I go there and experience. But the thing is, we had many, I mean, personally, we are all designed this way that, okay, there's a lockdown, let's just don't do this, don't do that. Huzur is very clear. The man of God is always very clear. I've seen one thing about Huzur, that's my personal experience, whether it is whatever matter it is, Huzur is 100% clear about his decisions. He is never in a, you know, when we say there is a dilemma, I'm thinking, shall I do this, shall I do that? I've never seen Huzur like this. Either he's this way or the other. He's very clear. And many times I've covered press conferences and I see these worldly journalists trying to pitch their very clever question, trying to kind of, in a very clever way, trying to trap.
To frame. And,
yes, they want certain lines out from Huzur.
Yeah.
And then Huzur is really focused. He's clear. He would give you just one answer. Every time. You can't really deviate his attention from, you know, the way you wanted to put words in his mouth, you can never do that. Huzur is 100% always very clear. And this is one sign of a man of God
of
shows.
The truth of the promised Messiah.
Yes, and anything Huzur says. I mean, I remember in 2006, if you let me, I tell you something, that I was on a Pakistani passport and I traveled to Japan with Huzur, and we, I think, went from New Zealand. And at Japanese immigration, at that time in 2006, it was just quite simple. The only question the guy asked me, how many people are you in the entourage? And I said, we are 12. And he says, okay, go and sit in that room. He just pointed out a small cubicle, which was made of glass doors, glass walls. So I went there and I just sat there because I didn't know what is going on. I thought maybe they're checking something. Anyway, the wait became longer and longer, and it ended up with like 30, 40 minutes. And I started panicking, thinking that what shall I do? The kafla must have gone, Huzur must have gone out, they've probably received Huzur, and nobody would probably remember the where is Umar. So I was really scared. And then Umar Safir joined me there as well. And I said, how come you are here? You're a British passport holder. What is going on? And he says, well, they just told me to stay here as well because they've got something to do with my passport. Anyway, it was nearly 40, 50 minutes or more than an hour before we got out of that room after whatever interrogation they had. And when I came out, I remember talking to Umar and I said, Umar, hum piche reh gaye, we are left behind. Let's see how we go back to the mission house. I don't know anybody here. We don't even know the language, any sign door or anything. And we were just discussing how to make our way out, or maybe somebody is left behind to take us with them. And I still remember there were like escalators going down, and I saw Huzur's pagdi coming up like this, and my just heartbeat just stopped, and I said, Huzur is here. And then all of a sudden Huzur came up, and he grabbed my hand. He goes, Kya hua? Why were you stopped?
Yes.
And I was quite scared, and I said, Huzur, and he says, tell me. And the rest of the kafla, Huzur said, let me speak to him. And Huzur said, what happened? So I told Huzur, and the first thing came out from my mouth, Huzur, aap gaye nahi? You didn't go.
Yeah.
It's been more than an hour. And Huzur said, do you think I'm going to go? Can I leave my companions behind like this? If they would have asked me to wait another 6 hours, I would have stayed here. I just wanted to cry there basically, because I just could not believe that Huzur could be so humble with us, and this is how he thinks. And later on, what happened in 2008, there is a journalist, very famous journalist. She came to interview Huzur. Her name is Carla Power. She came to take Huzur's interview, and it was happening in Huzur's office. And she asked this question. She says, would you mind sharing anything which your great-grandfather had told you or run in your family which you guys act on? Huzur said, well, I wasn't born when my great-grandfather was alive, but one thing which was passed on from my grandfather to my father and to ourselves, that I can relate to and I can share with you. And then she says, please do. And Huzur says, well, we were told that never leave your companions behind. If you have a little journey with them, make sure that you accompany all the way. You don't leave them halfway. All of a sudden, my mind took me back to, I said, Huzur is not just telling her this. Huzur acts on it.
Yes.
And he proved it that after 2 years, this came back to my mind that, look, Huzur did that in 2006. And this is how all the Kafla members who had the opportunity of being with Huzur, whether it is the first time or whether you have been traveling every time, you would think that Huzur is not even looking at you. You would think that, okay, maybe I'm not in the attention circle right now, maybe nobody's looking at me. But I tell you one thing though, this is one thing I would like to share, that the times when you are humble and you are just in your zone and you're praying and you're doing the right thing, it's all about your niyat.
Yes.
Allah Mia's got his magical ways of just because everybody wants reassurance. Everybody wants that I'm standing out. I've seen many times
recognition.
That as soon as the namaz is finished, boys are running outside. They just want to see their Khalifa. Every time they had this in them. And a little smile from Huzur. It's just like it's like recharging your battery. You know, this is what I feel like when I go for mulaqat. Whether Huzur tells me off or whether he gives me love, I always feel that my battery is charged. And I know it is for every single Ahmadi who goes out and stand and wait for his Khalifa. But I tell you one thing though, when you feel sometimes the Huzur hasn't looked at you, there is no much attention, Huzur is busy, what shall I do? At that time, don't do any worldly chalakiyan, you know, don't try to do any clever business that, okay, I can be in attention circle. No, stay humble, pray to Allah Miya. And when you go to God, you actually automatically go to Khalifa. Khalifa Masih comes to you. And this is a automation which is said by Allah Miya. You ask anything you want from God, and the Khuda ka Khalifa, he just comes towards you. This is what my personal experience is.
I mean, this shows that it's Hazrat Amir al-Mu'mineen is of course divinely guided, and his noble example is the one that all of us should be following, right? Lastly, before we close, we have only 2-3 minutes left. I'd like to touch upon Maqsan-e-Tasawir, which is the department that you're heading, and the environment that all of us are growing up in, which is the social media environment. We have access to all sorts of material that is out there, and sometimes out of excitement or out of innocence, we start posting things and we want people to like, share, or tweet or retweet our material. So Maqsan-e-Tasawir has been setting up or drafting policies in terms of how we should be operating. Would you like to, for the benefit of our Waqifeen and Khuddam and Atfal, would you like to share some of them?
Yes, sure. It's a very simple thing. Hazrat Masih Islam, when he decided to have a picture done, when it was a purely purpose of tabligh. That's what Huzur has mentioned himself. He said that this picture I'm getting done is only for tabligh purposes. Any other worldly businesses, when you just hang it for no reason here and there, it becomes a source of biddat, which means that you started doing things which you shouldn't. So he was very particular about it. And there are many incidents when he stopped Sahaba not to use picture unnecessarily. So when you look at that, automatically there is a guidance there. It's just that we chose to ignore it. And the policies were always very clear. In terms of the security, in terms of the privacy of a certain personality or people or any other place, workplace, those were decided 1400 years ago. It is us who don't look at it because we don't take it seriously. Now when the GDPR law comes into place, people get excited, oh, the law is there, but law has always been there. The thing is where they're extracting from. What are they looking at? Quran has taught you that many years ago. It's just us who's not acting on it. So my only thing is that there is a certain protocol anywhere you go. There is work ethics and there is home ethics. You've got certain manners behaving inside your house, and you have got certain manners in a school and certain manners in any workplace where you go. Now, when it comes to social media, the mediums which are always channelized, you had radio, you had print media, and you had TV. But social media has given you the opportunity to do whatever you feel like, and you send it live without thinking. Now, the only thing I see and I find a bit odd, and I see that there's a thought process we should be behind it, is that what are you posting and what is the need? Now, Jama'at has got a certain guidelines. Huzur has got a certain agenda all the time, and Huzur is guiding. Now what people do is, for example, your privacy is something I like from you, and I'll just take a picture without taking your permission and post it on air. Maybe you don't like it, maybe your posture is not good, and I've taken your side portrait and your eyes are squint, and I just post it on social media. You wouldn't like it, but I won't care. I will just do it. Allah Miya clearly says that this is not right. I mean, you should not interfere in people's privacy. When you go to somebody's door, you knock 3 times. Third time, if there is no answer, you go back. No, but we don't do that, do we? When we are on social media, there is no stopping. So it's just that think what you're doing, and the purpose of posting photos, purpose of tweeting, purpose of saying something on air to people, surely for the tabligh purposes. If you have this mentality, the niyat will be exposed, that you just want to do it for your own fame. So let me tell you something, that's just a small bubble which you live in, and you think that you're one famous because some people are actually putting thumbs up on your tweet. What you don't realize that you're a follower of somebody, and you are trying to make people your follower.
Yes. Yeah.
And that takes you away from the core of the message.
The purpose.
The purpose dies there and then. Because the thing is, if you had some money, which was from sadaqah money, for example, and you want to do sacrifice with it, if it's not halal money, it won't be accepted because of simple fundamental. You can't go read namaz without wuzu. And you can't have stolen money and you do sadaqah with it. So if your intention is only to put yourself first, for example, I was there, that kind of style, or you try to impress people, then I think it is completely forbidden and it shouldn't be the case.
Jazakallah. No, I think it's a very good message that always think about the purpose and whether you're
and the legality of it.
And the legality of it.
Yes.
Jazakallah, Umar Sahab. As I said earlier on, it was a privilege to have you here. I know Umar Sahab has many other stories because Umar Sahab did Waqf in 2008. So since 2008 and even before that, he has been working with Hazrat Khalifa Masih Rahimahullah and then Hazrat Amir al-Mu'mineen Ayyadullah bin Aziz. And we would like to have maybe another sitting with you in future if the permission is granted. So Jazakallah, Jazakallah Asnul Jaza. Jazakallah for all of the Waqifeen-e-Nau that have been listening to us, joined us at home. We will now conclude this special session, and at the other end is going to be our final session, which is going to be presided by Sadr Majlis Khuddamul Ahmadiyya. So Jazakallah and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
In essence, Waqf means to fulfill the rights of Allah the Almighty, the rights of His creation, and to constantly strive to advance your knowledge and to raise your moral and spiritual standards. It means to practice your religion at all times and in all circumstances.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the Gracious, the Merciful. Important announcement from the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department. The Muslims from across the world who have written letters to Hazrat Khalifatul Masih V, may Allah strengthen his hand, regarding dedicating their expected child to the blessed scheme of Waqf-e-Nau should note the following. If you have not received any reply regarding this matter, it is mandatory that you should follow up this query with the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department. Quite often when parents do not receive a reply, they write directly to Hazur Anbar, whereas they should first and foremost check with the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department. You can do this by calling us on the following number, +44 208 544 7633, or by emailing us on info@waqfenauintel.org. For more information, visit our website on www.waqfenauintel.org. We'll do our utmost to reply to you as soon as possible. May Allah the Almighty bless you all, fulfill your pious well wishes, increase you in faith, and keep you and your loved ones always in His benevolent care. Ameen. Wassalam, Khaksar, Head of the Central Waqf-e-Nau Department, London.
Sometimes young married couples come to meet me and the husband proudly says, or the wife, that I am a Waqf-e-Nau, my wife or my husband is Waqf-e-Nau, and now is our child. It is good that their entire family is part of that blessed scheme. However, as I have said many times, just holding the title of Waqf-e-Nau is meaningless. It becomes meaningful when a member of a Waqf-e-Nau understands the demands of their pledge. and faithfully strive to fulfill it to the best of their abilities.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. We are coming to the concluding session of this year's Waqf-e-Nau virtual rally. We'll start off with this session with tilawat by Hafiz Abu Bakr Mohsin Sahib.
Assalamu alaikum. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وَلْتَكُن مِّنكُمْ أُمَّةٌ يَدْعُونَ إِلَى الْخَيْرِ وَيَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَيَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون. ولا تكونوا كالذين تفرقوا واختلفوا من بعد ما جاءهم البينات وأولئك لهم عذاب عظيم.
Jazakumullah Ahsan Jazaa. If I can kindly request Majid Ahmed Bhatti Sahib for translation.
Assalamu alaikum. The English translation of the verses just recited. I seek refuge in Allah from Satan the accursed. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and ever merciful. And let there be among you a body of men who should invite to goodness and enjoin equity and forbid evil. And it is they who shall prosper. And be not like those who became divided and who disagreed among themselves after clear proof had come to them. And it is they for whom there shall be a great punishment. Chapter 3, Surah Al-Imran, verses 105 to 106. Jazakumullah.
Jazakumullah. Next is Nazm by Mudassir Tahir Sahib.
السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ. منظوم کلام حضرت مصلح موعود رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ. جدھر دیکھو اب رے گناہ چھا رہا ہے، گناہوں میں چھوٹا بڑا مبتلا ہے. جدھر دیکھو اب رے گناہ چھا رہا ہے، گناہوں میں چھوٹا بڑا مبتلا ہے. میرے دوستو شرک کو چھوڑ دو تم میرے دوستو شرک کو چھوڑ دو تم کہ یہ سب بلاؤں سے بڑھ کر بلا ہے کہ یہ سب بلاؤں سے بڑھ کر بلا ہے یہ دم ہے غنیمت کوئی کام کر لو یہ دم ہے غنیمت کوئی کام کر لو کہ اس زندگی کا بھروسہ ہی کیا ہے کہ اس زندگی کا بھروسہ ہی کیا ہے محمد پہ ہو جان قرباں ہماری محمد پہ ہو جان قرباں ہماری کہ وہ کوئے دلدار کا رہنما ہے کہ وہ کوئے دلدار کا رہنما ہے غضب ہے کہ یوں شرک دنیا میں پھیلے غضب ہے کہ یوں شرک دنیا میں پھیلے میرا سینہ جلتا ہے دل پھونک رہا ہے میرا سینہ جلتا ہے دل پھونک رہا ہے جدھر دیکھو اب رے گناہ چھا رہا ہے گناہوں میں چھوٹا بڑا مبتلا ہے گناہوں میں چھوٹا بڑا مبتلا ہے
جزاکم اللہ احسن الجزا اعوذ باللہ من الشیطان الرجیم بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم First of all, I hope and pray that everyone has benefited from today's broadcast and it's a huge honor to be speaking to all of you as a Waqf-e-Nau myself, so I hope and pray that this whole event has served its purpose. I will start my concluding remarks. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Gentlemen, do you know the meaning of working hard? Working so hard that you can persevere for 13-14 hours a day. Do you know the meaning of speaking the truth? Speaking the truth to such an extent that regardless of the situation, you are unwilling to lie. Are you free from feelings of false pride? Can you sweep streets? Can you walk down streets carrying heavy loads? Can you travel the entire day, yet stay awake the entire night? Can you sit in a place for days on end, meditate for hours and hours, and not talk to anyone for many hours or days? Gentlemen, can you embark on a journey to a place surrounded by enemies, rivals, and strangers without any means? Can you travel for days, weeks, or months at a time? Are you from among those people that cannot accept defeat? Are you prepared to bring down mountains and change the course of rivers? Do you have the courage to say, yes, it can be done, whilst the entire world says, no, this is not possible? Can you remain resolute whilst those around you are derisive? If opponents race to assault you, can you stand firm and submit to them, saying, strike me, for I will not run away? Gentlemen, are you of those that do not say that we worked hard, but God Almighty granted us no success? Rather, the failure you encounter, you know well, is the result of your own shortcomings. Do you believe that those who work hard always succeed, and those who do not succeed never have truly worked hard? My dear brothers, I have just paraphrased the expectations of Hazrat Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud Ahmad, Khalifatul Masih Sani, Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu, the founder of Majlis Khuddamul Ahmadiyya, for a devoted Ahmadi youth. Huzur made this announcement in 1948 with the heading, "A servant of God is in search of you." When pondering over these words, we can say with certainty that there have been 127,000 souls to walk our world that not only fit this criteria, but in fact were the embodiment of waqf or devotion. These blessed and revered beings immersed themselves in their dedication to the divine, that their eyes became the eyes of the divine, their tongue became the tongue of the divine, their hands, feet, ears became the hands, feet, and ears of the divine. In fact, their entire being became the mirror image of Allah's desires. The reflection of this dedication, devotion, and waqf reached its absolute perfection in our beloved Master, the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that the Holy Quran preserved his heartfelt desire and the voice of his soul. قُلْ إِنَّ صَلَاتِي وَنُسُكِي وَمَحْيَايَ وَمَمَاتِي لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. Say, my prayer and my sacrifice, and my life and my death are all for Allah, the Lord of the worlds. There is a very interesting anecdote relating to the Mughal Emperor Babur, who wished to save the life of his ailing son Humayun. The emperor wondered what would be the most precious thing to present to Allah Almighty. He first thought that he could present a very valuable diamond that was very dear to him, but decided against it as it was insignificant compared to his son's life. He then thought of sacrificing his empire, but still was unconvinced. After much reflection and soul-searching, he reached the conclusion that his own life was the most precious thing to him. He immediately resolved and prayed to Allah Almighty, "O my Lord, I really understand now that my life is most precious to me. Take my life instead and save my son's life." My dear brothers, history has recorded that after this, in fact, Humayun's health started improving and the Emperor Babur's health began to deteriorate. Keeping in view the verse I quoted about the Holy Prophet ﷺ, we see the Prophet presenting everything that belonged to him to Allah the Exalted, not as a gesture, nor for a return of favor. Not once did he hold back like the Emperor to make the ultimate sacrifice. In fact, he devoted and dedicated his every particle and fiber for Allah. He annihilated himself and became lost in his Creator, that his sleeping and waking, his sitting and standing, all were waqf for Allah. My dear brothers, prophets are the ultimate Waqifeen-e-Zindagis, life devotees, and their companions are also imbued with the spirit of dedication and devotion. When reading the Holy Quran, we come across a group of youngsters known as Ashab-e-Kahf, the people of the cave. This group of youth were the companions of Prophet Jesus ﷺ that faced grave persecution due to their religious beliefs, and they made great sacrifices to preserve their faith. Gentlemen, but the greatest group of life devotees after the prophets of God, was raised in the barren and wilderness of the Arabian desert. They were similar in age to you and me, yet their standard of devotion, dedication and waqf warrants that even after almost 1500 years, we hear sermon after sermon extolling their character and praising their sacrifices. The promised Messiah ﷺ says, if we look at the time of the Holy Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, we will realize how personal lives were devoted for the life of Islam. Huzur says, by day lions on the battlefield, and by night monks devoted to the worship of their Lord. They were the stars of the faith, and they all earned the pleasure of God. My dear brothers, during this golden age of Islam, there were thousands of life devotees who were always ready to sacrifice their lives for Islam, and yet this was not enough for them. They had a burning desire to physically sacrifice their lives for Allah. Here, I wish to present the example of Hazrat Anas bin Nazr radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. For some reason, he was unable to participate in the Battle of Badr. With great longing in his voice, he described his heart's desire to the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ya Rasulullah, O Messenger of Allah, I was absent from the Battle of Badr, in which you fought against the disbelievers. If Allah gives me the opportunity in the future to be able to fight against the idolaters, then Allah will show with what great enthusiasm and dedication I fight. My dear brothers, after a short time, the desire of Hazrat Anas bin Nazr was fulfilled in the Battle of Uhud. During the fighting, when the Muslims seemed to be temporarily in retreat, Hazrat Anas addressed Allah with these sentiments: O Lord, I seek pardon for the shortcomings. I express profound indignation at the attitude of the enemy. Saying these words, he advanced forward when he met Hazrat Sa'd bin Mu'az and said to him, O Sa'd, I can smell the perfume of paradise from the battleground of Uhud. Having said this, he leapt into the battlefield. Afterwards, Hazrat Sa'd radhiyallahu anhu told the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Ya Rasulullah, I cannot describe the fervor and enthusiasm that Hazrat Anas showed in the battlefield. The intensity of his courage was such that he broke line after line of the enemy. He was like lightning falling on his enemies. He put everything at stake and fought like a man possessed until he achieved his heart's desire of Shahada and entered paradise, the fragrance of which he had smelt a little while ago. Gentlemen, more than 80 wounds of swords, lances and arrows were found on his body. The whole body looked like a sieve, and he could not be recognized until his sister recognized him from his finger joint. إن الصحابة كلهم كدكائي قد نوروا وجه الورى بضيائي تركوا أقاربهم وحب عيالهم جاءوا رسول الله كالفقراء ذبحوا وما خافوا الورى من صدقهم بل آثروا الرحمن عند بلائي تحت السيوف تشهدوا لخلوصهم شهدوا بصدق القلب في الأملاء. All the companions are like the sun. They illuminated the world with their light. They left their relatives and beloved children and came like one who is destitute to the Messenger of Allah. They faced slaughter without fear. Such was their sincerity. They gave preference to the gracious God, even at the time of trial. They recited the Shahada despite the sword bearing down on their necks. Such was their sincerity. They showed the utmost loyalty in public, even amongst the chiefs of the enemies. They presented themselves for every battle. Such was their sincerity. They hastened forth, even if they had to cross the wilderness. قوم كرام لا نفرق بينهم كانوا لخير الرسل كالأعداء يا ربي فارحمنا بصحب نبينا واغفر وأنت الله ذو آلاء. They were righteous and humble before their Lord. They spent their nights remembering Allah and crying before Him. They were noble people. We do not differentiate between them. They were like the limbs of the best of messengers. O our Lord, have mercy on us through the intercession of our Prophet's companions, and forgive us, O Allah, the bestowers of favours. My dear brothers, after this golden period in Islam, many think that the spirits of sacrifice, dedication, devotion and waqf also ceased to exist in the Muslim Ummah. However, this was not the case. At the head of every century, reforms continued to come and revive the faith. Theologians, jurists, saints, mystics and the learned of inspired knowledge kept on devoting their lives for the service and propagation of Islam. These were the spiritual rivers of Islam. Hazrat Muslim Maud anhu states, first ran the river of Abu Bakr anhu, then the river of Umar anhu. Then we had the river of Osman anhu, followed by Ali anhu. And later on Qadiri, Chishti, Naqshbandi, Sohravandi, and continued with Sayyid Abdul Qadir Jilani, Mulana Rumi, Ibrahim Adham, Imam Ghazali, Hazrat Moinuddin Chishti, Hazrat Data Ganj Bakhsh, Hazrat Bakhtiyar Kaki, Hazrat Fariduddin of Shakirganj, Hazrat Nizamuddin Awliya, Hazrat Khwaja Salim Chishti, Hazrat Sayyid Ahmed of Sarhind, Hazrat Sayyid Waliullah Shah Sahib, Hazrat Khwaja Mir Dard Sahib, Hazrat Sayyid Ahmed of Bareilly, and in the end, the promised Messiah alayhi salam is a continuation of that same river of guidance. Hazur says, some rivers flowed for 2 miles, some for 4 miles, and some continued for 150 years. But the river of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam started from Arabia and extended to Constantinople and Poland in the north. On the other side, it reached Sicily through Europe. In the west, it passed through Egypt and continued through Tunisia, Algeria, and Spain, and extended to Sierra Leone, Gold Coast, and Nigeria. It spread towards the east through Persia, Bukhara, China, India, and Burma, and in the south to Indonesia and the Philippines. Wherever these rivers flowed, they spread Islam. My dear brothers, the Holy Prophet ﷺ had prophesied that the latter days would be extremely difficult and arduous for Islam. Islam would only exist in name. The mosques will be filled with people, but devoid of guidance. The Quran will remain in writing alone. In such times, Allah the Exalted will send His Messiah and Mahdi and re-establish the golden age of Islam. My dear brothers, we are fortunate to be part of this renaissance of Islam. The promised Messiah ﷺ states, truth will prevail. A new bright day will dawn for Islam, same as it did before. The sun of Islam will rise in full bloom, same as it did before. But this will not be at once. Imperative it is that this should not happen until we have proved our worth by devoted hard work, by offering our lifeblood, by sacrificing our rest and peace, by accepting all indignities for the dignity of Islam. The new life of Islam demands a great sacrifice from us. What is this sacrifice? It is our lives. On this sacrifice depends now the life of Islam, the life of Muslims, the manifestation of God in our time. Sacrifice is of the essence of Islam, and this is the Islam that God wants to restore. To bring about this great transformation, it was necessary that God Himself should establish a workshop, adequate and efficient in all respects. So He, the most wise, most powerful, let this workshop come into being by sending this humble one to undertake this work of reforming mankind. Gentlemen, the promised Messiah ﷺ brought the revolution that was needed to bring life back into Islam and breathed into his community the spirit of ultimate sacrifice that was needed for this. His companions took the baton from those revered beings that came in the first era of Islam, and just like the Sahaba of the Prophet ﷺ, these Sahaba also presented themselves for the service of Islam Ahmadiyyat. The Promised Messiah ﷺ states with regards to his most closest and devoted companion, "If I ask Nuruddin to go into water, he is ready to do that. If I ask him to enter a fire, he is ready to enter that fire. He can never disobey my commands in any fashion." Of course, the Nuruddin mentioned here is none other than Hazrat Khalifa al-Masih Awwal Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu. The hallmark of a perfect waqf is obedience. The Promised Messiah ﷺ says regarding this quality within Huzur, "Chahe khush bude, agar har yak ze ummat Nuruddin bude, hami bude, agar har dil pur az nur yaqeen bude." How wonderful it would be if everyone in the Muslim Ummah were Nuruddin. Indeed, it would have been so if every heart were imbued with Nur Yaqeen, which is the light of faith and certainty. My dear brothers, for more than a century, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jama'at have had Waqifeen that were devoted and dedicated to establish the unity of God throughout the world. This beloved community of the Promised Messiah ﷺ have presented themselves and their children for the sake of this mission. The annals of the Jama'at history are filled with the names of life devotees that made great sacrifices to propagate the message of Islam. The greatest Waqifeen have been none other than our beloved Khalifa. Here, I wish to present the noble example of our beloved Imam, Hazrat Amir al-Mu'mineen, Hazrat Khalifa al-Masih al-Khamis, Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasr Aziz. Hazur presented himself as a Waqfi Zindagi during the era of the Third Khilafat. He was subsequently sent to Ghana as a life devotee teacher. Times were tough and difficult. His son, Sahibzada Mirza Waqas Ahmad Sahib narrates, "Patience is considered to mean remaining quiet in times of difficulty. However, the true definition of patience can be seen in the person of Hazur Ayyadahullah Ta'ala." Mia Sahib says, when we were in Ghana, the house that was given to Hazur was not exactly one of comforts. Many problems were faced whilst living there. There was an old generator for use at night that could only be used for 3 hours at any one time. And so the 3 hours would be spread over a long period of time, turning it off frequently and switching it back on. It would only be used when necessary, otherwise we will try to make do without it. He continues, "No matter the circumstances, we always saw that not only did Hazur never complain, but he always found ways of praising Allah and showing gratitude to Him. This true definition of patience was one we learned from Hazur Ayyadahullah Ta'ala." Mia Sahib says, "My mother once told me that when they heard the news of Hazrat Khalifa al-Masih Salis Rahimahullah's demise, they were in Ghana. They received the news at night. In one hand, Hazur held the telegram, while in the other, Hazur held the torch through which he was able to read the message. Hazur continued to read the telegram, and pain and grief began to overcome their hearts. The hand with which Hazur was holding the torch began to tremble severely, and that was it. After that, all his emotions, all his pain was expressed before God." Mia Sahib says, "My mother told me that Hazur spent the entire night praying in grief and expressed his heart's content in prostrations. The next day, we had to go to Ghana's city of Accra, and the entire journey was spent in supplication. Whenever Hazur spoke to us children, he told us about the importance of Khilafat and its establishment. Even then, the routine works were not affected, which gave further strength to our belief in Hazur's being a realist. It was impossible for him to do anything living so far away. All he told us to do was pray, which he did a lot, and the work of the Jama'at continued, which he practically showed." Mia Sahib narrates another incident about the life in Ghana. He says that our mother told us that once milk had run out at home. She told Hazur, not by way of complaint, but to bring to his knowledge, that there was no milk for us children. Upon this, Hazur said, "Do not worry. To date, we have been able to acquire milk, and we will also acquire it in the future." There was a town 150 miles away from where we lived, A missionary who lived there came to know that a delivery of milk had come to a shop. Fresh milk was not readily available and was hard to find. Long life milk, also known as UHT milk, had been delivered to the shop. The missionary intuitively thought that he should buy a carton of milk and deliver it to our house. Therefore he took the bus, gave us the milk, and then returned. Thus Allah's blessings were experienced throughout that period. My dear brothers, as you are all aware that before Khilafat, our beloved Imam Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Aziz was imprisoned in Pakistan due to his beliefs. Even during these trying times, we find an exemplary spirit of devotion and dedication. Huzur himself narrates this incident to a journalist. Huzur says, "At that time of arrest, I was the administrative head of our community in Pakistan. The story was that at a nearby bus stop, somebody had tampered with a verse of the Holy Quran that had been displayed. I do not know who did it, but the likelihood is that it was done by mullahs or their supporters or other anti-Ahmadiyya agents in order to frame me and a few other Ahmadis. It was pre-planned, and because of this, we were arrested." Huzur says, "After that time, I wrote a letter to my predecessor, the fourth Caliph of the Ahmadi Muslim Jama'at, to request prayers. And I also wrote that I do not think I will be released, and so it is my belief that it will be better for him to appoint someone else as the administrative head in Pakistan. However, in reply, he said that I will remain in my position and that I would be released. With the grace of Allah, after 11 days, I and those arrested along me were released, and it truly seemed like a miracle, and that Allah the Almighty Himself intervened in our favor." Huzur further states with regards to his stay in prison, "During those days in prison, all I ever witnessed were the constant and immense blessings of Allah the Almighty. It was the summertime, yet Allah the Almighty caused for the weather to become cool and pleasant. My period in jail was spent in contentment and without any fear whatsoever. It was my firm belief that given the gravity of the charges and accusations leveled against me, that I will either spend the rest of my life in prison or face the death penalty. These were the two options that I saw ahead, but I was not worried or fearful. Rather, I sought the help of Allah the Almighty and desired to please Him. I considered that if I am to be punished for the sake of my faith, it is a means of great blessings. However, Allah the Almighty had a different plan for me, and so after 10 or 11 days, He created the conditions for my release from the jail." My dear brothers, the baton of devotion, dedication, and waqf has now been passed on to us. It is for us now to carry this forward with the same vigor and passion that were before us. Addressing us, Huzur has said, "Most of you should understand your responsibilities and comprehend the pledge that your parents made on your behalf before you were born. Indeed, after now renewing your pledge freely and independently, you must be mentally prepared for the sacrifices required and be ready to live your lives in full accordance with Islamic teachings. Every member of Waqf-e-Nau should constantly have a fear of Allah in his heart, knowing that He is watching everything that we do." My dear brothers, at the end, I would like to conclude with these words of the Promised Messiah ﷺ. He says, "Such youth ought to be produced who completely disregard worldly gain to devote their lives merely to serve their faith." May Allah the Exalted enable us to serve to the best of our ability and fulfill our pledges of dedication, devotion and waqf. May we become those youth that the servant of God is in search of. Jazakumullah ahsanul jaza wa akhiru da'wana and alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.